Not bad. You missed me just fail my biggest chess challenge ever, though, where I had to delete my Lichess account, too. So now I can't go on Lichess or chess.com. I'm basically banished from chess for good, it feels like. So today I'm going to be doing something a little bit odd. Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, I played it once, actually. And I was really, really bad. I don't think I understood it at all. I mean, obviously the shooter mechanics are straightforward, but I didn't understand the little toy mouse thing going on the ground, or I don't know what the hell is going on, but it seems cool. Yeah, today I'm going to harken back to my old days as a writing streamer that I always used to do short stories and stuff like that. So I'm going to rate and read through all of my titles on this channel, and of course, I always like to take pride in that. Even though I don't do writing streams as much anymore, or any of that kind of content, I could, I always think of it like when I go to do a title, I try to come up with clever, creative titles, and some of them are actually pretty good. Especially to do with chess. Like, it's a reference to something, it's a joke, it's a meme, it's some kind of a template format. It could be like an in-character RP quote. This was just like a random thing I thought of doing. This could take a while too, because this is 4 years worth. So a lot of them maybe I won't even read. I could just skip them if they're not really anything noteworthy. So I'll just try to fixate on the best ones. Let's see. So this is technically, I always say I started in October streaming on this channel, but actually I did all this kind of weird stuff just to test it. So yeah, I was doing that. I was actually streaming on my Xbox Series S or whatever. That's part of what made me want to try it. Like, oh, I want to try to fuck around with that and see how it works. And I was using like a shitty headset. I didn't have a capture card then, or I wasn't using it at least. So I was streaming directly from and I have these VODs saved too, so they're really, really poor quality. GTA 4 got muted, the whole game's audio, not just the thing. For some reason, if you stream that from the Xbox, it mutes the whole game's audio. I was playing Rec Room. So technically, I'm a little bit dishonest when I say, but you know what I mean. Effectively, I came back for Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode, and that was the main series I did in October, and that's when I really consider coming back. But yeah, this was a little different, where I did a couple weird things, RP attempt, just to try to that was like an old character I think I did in something too, where it's like a whispery voice and he goes from make one final chess stream where you play, and if you don't defeat the challenge you stop playing chess. That's basically what that was, honestly. Or I was playing on a physical board. I don't know if you've seen this, like I have this physical board now that you can move electronically. It's kind of a cool gimmick. So I was doing it on my shitty webcam. Let me see if I can show you. It's like I'm probably the only one who actually is doing something like that, or was doing it. So yeah, I have this thing, and I was playing on there, and I'm using the webcam so you can see it. So when you move the piece, you move it online. Like I move the piece on the board, and it moves it for me online, and then I have to transpose my opponent's move, of course. But I guess I wouldn't have to do that with some of the more expensive ones because they move magnetically. Was 9/11 an inside job? I haven't made that argument necessarily, but I have said that it's one of my logical razors. Actually, I love how these are so adaptable. Whether through error or ulterior motive, something that is bad is still bad. So what that, and I use that as an example, actually, 9/11. So in other words, the debate shouldn't be whether it's an inside job or not. It should be that it was a bad event that shouldn't have happened. So either the government was too incompetent to stop it from happening, so you should have still reprimanded them for that, like George Bush and his administration, all that. Or you should say, okay, it's ulterior motive, like they wanted it to happen. But either way, it's still bad. So somebody should have gotten punished and, had some heat for it. So it's the same thing like with the border crisis now. Like you could say, oh, well, Biden allowed so many people in from the border because they're trying to replace people and get cheap labor or try to get votes, whatever the theory is. But forget about all that, right? Rather than debate that and say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, this and that, you could just say, they're just so incompetent that they let it happen. So right, either way, it's a bad thing. So I wouldn't say it's an inside job, but I would just say it's incompetence, and they shouldn't have allowed it to happen. So yeah, I tried something to do with the GTA RP with all the craziness that big streamers were doing. Yeah, I forgot I even had that as a poll option, But I guess my stream itself is the debate format. Okay, let's just skim through these. There's way too many, so I'm not really gonna read too many. Yeah, Dante Faust, which of course Faust is like, why did I choose Dante anyway? Just because he has something to do with hell, and Dante's Inferno, and then Faust is like the guy who makes, you make a deal with the devil basically, Faustian nightmare, where like you sell your integrity for some kind of gain. Role playing as the devil sort. Yeah. This was like an RP where I would do like a low voice, like my old RP voice, or like my old streaming voice, normal, like the ASMR whispery thing, and then I would do the ASMR whispery, like my normal voice, and then he would suddenly go into these demonic outbursts, like where he'd be very passive aggressive and a little, not really loud, but like sounding like bitter, and it was actually pretty good. I'm not very good at doing voices, but that was one that I could do, because I would go from my normal voice, which is not what it sounds like now, where it's kind of whispery, and some of my older videos on here sound like that, and then he would suddenly burst into like these fits of rage, almost like a Tourette's type of thing, where it's like he'll suddenly just, I don't know how to explain it, but that was a good RP kind of character. It's like you're getting taken over by a demon or whatever. That's the impression that you're giving. I saw a YouTube short that said, "Isn't it strange how America was in debt? Then it happened and suddenly everyone forgot about it." Forgot about like the fact that we're in debt, but I mean we're still in debt. I mean we've been in debt for the last 20 years. We're trillions in debt. I don't know if we really forget, but we just kind of take it for granted. I almost want to do one of these RP things later. The best RP series I did on here was probably the WoW one, where I did my Path of a Hunter. I had a lot of good RP ideas there. My favorite form of RP is where you take the game mechanics. It's sort of hard to explain, but I do it so organically. Like, I'm not going into it just role playing like, oh, look at me, I'm this character and I'm pretending like I'm really in the game. It's like everything becomes immersive. So like my first playthrough permadeath thing, if I die in the game, the character is really dead and they're gone for good and I have to delete them. So it makes it feel like it's real life. And all these little other mechanics, like, oh, I have to follow certain rules that I set that make it feel more realistic or something like that. So that makes it very immersive, and that's very RP friendly. The devil, what was all this? Game Day 2K22, which I don't know what I was playing that on. I mean, this must be all on the... I wasn't streaming on my PC. I mean, I guess these were... Yeah, this was before October, before I really officially started streaming every single day. This is kind of cool to look back at. In fact, I could almost show like one by one of my old VODs. Like, just, I don't see what the point is though. It'd be too long to really get any value out of it. Steam Gauntlet from role playing as the devil. Oh, it shows you like what it was before. City Life was the GTA RP server. I've never really done mods with GTA 5. I don't even know how to do them. I think I tried and they didn't work very well. Rec Room is a game like for kids, kind of like Roblox almost. You have all these mini games. GTA 4, again, it got muted, the whole audio, not just the radio. Madden 21, I was getting pissed because I couldn't figure out how to play that, really. Destiny, so technically I cheated my Destiny format because I did that at the end of 2023 with my first playthrough permadeath attempt, but this is when I played it just to kind of test it out. So I was playing on the Xbox through all this, Xbox Series S, which I obviously felt like I was doing with the headset, and I was doing it with a fucking streaming from the console itself, so it was not very good. Now here's where the real stream starts. This is the beginning and return of a legend. Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode Madness, right? Nightly game rotation. That was kind of a fun rotation though. You have like you could do Roblox, you could do GTA 5 now, you could do NBA 2K or something. You could do Destiny 2. Like I could update them. Struggling with the hardest room in video gaming history. Kappa, I was trying to play into the Twitch memes and stuff that I never really cared too much about, or I think when I was editing some videos I would do that. When I have to send you chess invites from Chess Kid Web, honestly, that was one of my next reveal, or you know what I was gonna play is actually Roblox chess, which was pretty fun. Bully all the kids on there. It's actually pretty active too, that's the sad part. Literally, Roblox chess is more active than every site besides Lichess and chess.com. So I did that when I was banished from chess.com originally. I was like, where do I go to play chess now? And I wasn't really playing on Lichess, or maybe I was, but yeah, I took a break. I played on Roblox chess, then I played on Nintendo Clubhouse chess, Then I've tried playing on some of those other sites, Chess Kid or even Chess24 you can't use anymore. What's the other one? Chess Kid, like ICC, that's the one I joked about. You would like to see Roblox Chess? I could actually show it right now. I think I have Roblox installed. And I would even want to play it, actually. I wanted to make a mini series of it, but I want to make a rule that, oh, it has to be 6 months from... Here, let me see if I can do it quickly. It has to be 6 months from when I last played it. And because I failed the challenge, I go, I have to play until I lose a game. So it's been almost 6 months, but like it's just short. So I'd have to wait a little bit before I actually want to play it, but maybe I'll just take a look at it. It's a pretty active server. I was actually kind of shocked, which is sad. Like, which would you rather play? Chess Ultra, like one of these games you buy on Steam with the 3D boards and stuff? Or would you rather play Roblox Chess? And unironically, I hate how I have to sign in every time. I never really heard about this game, I swear, when I was younger. This was supposed to be all the rage, like in the mid-2000s. Like, it's been around for a long time. But I don't get it. I have a whole bunch of friends on here. Like, I like it, but there's something I must be missing about it. Okay, so let's see here. This is going to make me want to actually play it. I don't know exactly when the 6 month... Will it show me, like, when I last played it? One mutual friend. Yeah, chat. Look at that. 327 people in. Either right now or over the course of the last X amount of time. You receive 10 coins for logging in, so you just go here and you play. Maybe I should be allowed to play unrated games. I don't know. I'm so obsessed with chess that this is where I have to go in exile. Can I, like, watch somebody's game? You just spectate something. I almost shouldn't even be allowed to go in it at all, but... I thought you could, like, spectate if somebody's already in the middle of a game. Or you can play around with all these stupid balls and stuff. VIP, Robux. Okay, dude. They have, like, all these little piece sets that you can buy. 1153 elo. Bro is asleep. Invited you to a match. Okay, I shouldn't be allowed to really play it, but just to give you the visual feedback. I don't know. I like this a lot because it has the... Maybe I should be able to. I don't know. I feel bad for... No, I'm not going to do it. Just out of respect for the fact that I shouldn't be allowed to, but whatever. I just want to know when that 6 months is up. You can even see it in my titles. Like, it'll say 5 months. Right when I last did Roblox in my thing. Like you to see... maybe you can try Liar's Bar game. Imagine you play a Grandmaster. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I would do too. I would troll, like, I'd be a Grandmaster and I'd be playing stuff like this just to mix it up a little bit. And it could be kind of cool because it would bring a lot of activity to it. Okay, what is that? Did he said Liar's Bar. Oh, I think I've seen this, but this is like an actual game too. Wait, what? This is a game like on Steam. Wait, is it not on here though? Liar's Card Table. Liar's Table. This must be the same intention, I guess. Game is recently released. Be patient. It's gonna, if it requires you to actually talk though, I hate stuff like that. Convince your opponents to believe your lies with the right or wrong cards. Carefully decide when to call out your opponent's potential lies. Avoid having to drink a potion, which could be... Is this the one, Nightmare? Slenderman Horror. I've still never beaten Slenderman the 8 pages, but I did beat that other one that's very similar. The, what's it called? Baldi's Basics, where it's kind of similar. You're collecting the pages. Liar's Room. Right, I think there's a whole bunch of Squid Game stuff on here. I've played this game before, haha. Just because the dubbing of that is so bad. Squid Game, look at this, 18.5 Shrimp Game. Season 2 Squid Game. I don't want it to spoil it though, in case I ever want to watch it. I don't know what this number is. Is this the number of people? It can't be the number of people who've totally ever played it, because that wouldn't make sense. Right, it's got to be more than that, but it's like... It's how many people have played it in X amount of time, or in the last 24 hours or something of the sort. Oh no, it is active, but how is that possible? Yeah, this is total 492 million. Let's look at chess that way for this 59.7 million visits, more than Chess 24, surely. At least for the purpose of people actually playing chess. Yeah, I almost want to play something on here, but whatever. Let's read a couple titles and I'll leave that open as an option. I kind of want to indulge stuff like this. I've been having an urge to play like Fortnite or just like random stuff that I don't normally play, or like that new Marvel game. Just whatever, like random stuff that I never would have time for. The Hunt a Killer, which I got baited by this because it was like something you have to actually buy in person, like a physical box. So I didn't actually end up doing that. Hardest Room, which was the mirror room. Trying out online detective experiences. Oh, I apparently got baited by that again because I couldn't do it. Being an intellectual. This is pretty funny. Being an intellectual on Reddit, where I'm trying to like shit talk people's posts and comments and stuff. That's a pretty fun format. I should bring that back. Being an intellectual on YouTube comments. Oh, I'm actually for real. I don't remember uploading this though. I don't know how much of that I did. Writing streamer. That's what I used to do a lot. I used to do short stories and stuff all the time with my whispery ASMR voice. Chess for the first time, or RP and stuff like that. First time in a while from being an intellectual on YouTube. Yeah, now I just troll people in YouTube comments or something. I've fallen off. 2K22, Fifth Ring. What does that even mean? Team Fifth Ring. Team Gauntlet later from chess. This is a noteworthy thing. This is the first time I played chess, or at least I changed the category to chess. Maybe I didn't know how categories worked, or I wasn't doing it religiously. We need a whispery one. Yeah, I can't really do it. I'm so used to this now that I kind of would have to try. Normally, I would have to try to talk like this. Now this has become more natural. Chess for the first time in a while, right? So this is literally the first time I stream chess on here, which is a big deal because I didn't realize I do it this much. 2K22. What, I don't know what the hell Fifth Ring means. Chess mid-level play. If only I knew. I'm at mid-level play maybe. Team Gauntlet all day today. I was doing like really long streams too. That was like my old do it during the night so you get those my parents are asleep vibe. Actually, that has happened a number of times. Typically when I'm playing Hearthstone for some reason, I'll always be like half asleep, so it ends up sounding like that, where you start to, you know, almost slur your words a little bit. And then people make fun of me when I upload those to YouTube, like, oh, this guy sounds like he's drunk, or he doesn't know how to enunciate. But it's not that. It's the fact that I'm literally like half asleep. I don't think I've actually fallen asleep on one of those, but it's always Hearthstone. I don't know why. I guess it's just so boring. Like, ever seen anybody half asleep play? That's one of the titles in here. Play, or wait, what was it? Ever seen anybody half asleep play Hearthstone? Oh, right, it's 2024, as in or 2023 maybe, to imply that it's so boring in this day and age that everybody would be half asleep. Mid-level play, Dark Deception. Oh yeah, the Steam Gauntlet, like where I go through every single game I have on Steam, including Cry of Fear. I died very early in that. I was doing like a permadeath gauntlet. Like, I play every game on Steam until I die, or until I beat it. Cry of Fear, permadeath run. That one ended very early and very stupidly. I'm kind of wasting too much time. Let me just go to the best ones. But I like to reminisce with all this too. Horror Pac-Man level 2, that was part of Dark Deception. Dark Souls immersive characters. This is like my character recap, I guess, on all the different like character classes that I made, like where I can only get certain stats on certain characters. So like I can only use a two-hander on my strength character, and I can only get strength. And then so you don't have to do it like that, but Dark Souls 2 and I was doing that to kind of recap on Dark Souls 1, and then I segue into Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 first playthrough immersive build. This is one that actually does have my ASMR whispery voice, or I guess all of this stuff did. Like, so if you go to my oldest videos on my YouTube now, Luigi's Mansion, Paper Mario and stuff would all sound like that. What is the stream about? I'm just kind of looking through my old titles and stuff, but you can suggest a game on here. I don't mind playing one. I couldn't find that Liar's Bar though. Short, creepy stories. The horror ones are always so terrible because they're just like a gimmick. Yeah, I had like a Roblox Riz moment in one of these. Like, I can't remember what it was. I should have made a clip of it. It's like we're doing one of these disaster ones where the sky is falling and it's lightning and thunder, and like the last one standing wins. And then I'm standing next to this female avatar, and like she can't hear me even, but I'm saying it like, it's really before people die or something like that. Like when your life is in danger is a great time for bonding, and I was trying to like turn that into something like, oh yeah, if you were the last person in the world, right, we would totally make out or something, or we could die, so we totally better not waste the moment. Color or die. What do people even do on here all day though? All these seem like mini games. Like there must be something more substantive than I'm missing. It's actually Liar's Table. Hobby of Liar. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Roblox is goofy. Okay, let me try that. I really don't want to use voice chat though. If it has that, I don't really care. I'll just do it without it. Liar's Table. Let's just try it, or let's just watch somebody do it. 20 out of 24. You should be able to play without that. Play, shop, inventory, how to play. At the start of a round, game will choose a claim card being the king, queen, ace. I hate that in all these kind of games, like, oh, Among Us and stuff. Oh, you got to type out your response, and if you type too slowly, they'll suspect you. It's like, dude, what if I'm just a boomer typer like Vladimir Kramnik, where he's a boomer when it comes to clicking too. When it's your turn, you choose as many cards that you like to play, claiming they are what the claim card is. You can choose to either tell the truth with your cards or lie. Jokers are wild cards that can be played for anything, automatically counting as the truth for every card. Once you play a card, the next player can call liar if they believe you lied. If you lie, you must drink a potion. One of your potions will knock you out, putting you to sleep, while the others do nothing. If you didn't lie, that person called you out must drink. Game continues until all but one falls asleep, with the last player awake being the winner. So why would you drink the potion then? If you lied, you must drink a potion if you're called out as being a liar. So if you drink a potion, you basically lose. Wait, that's it? Enter password. Wait, I thought this was more active though. Why are there only like 8 people in here? Please don't be voice chat. Ace's claim. I can't even see that. I can't see because of this. I don't know what I'm doing. What?
One ace.
I don't get it. How? I can't see the controls because that stupid thing is blocking it. Okay, so what do I do? I have 3 potions, but I only drink 1. So now I should be put to sleep. So what is that? I just want to watch them do it. I don't even care. Already lost. Wait, but it's giving me the timer again. Or let's just call a liar myself, but I'm supposed to be asleep. Why do they have to put that thing right where the controller is supposed to be? You don't need to talk. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be. It's supposed to be a gun instead of a potion. Yeah, I kind of thought that. Like Russian roulette.
Liar.
How am I doing this when I'm asleep? I don't get it. Or you have to drink all 3, I guess, to put yourself truly to sleep. Which, if it was a gun, then it would be over after the first one, or I don't know what would happen. Okay, switch cards is A and D. Select and view cards is space. Throw cards. But when you do throw cards, I don't get what's happening. Like how do you... Claims 1 ace. I don't understand. How are you selecting them?
1 ace.
You're hitting select view cards as space. I don't know, something about it seems a little clunky, but bro, just take me out of my misery here. Do I have to drink the potion or... Oh no, I guess I survived that one. So he's asleep. I can't even follow what's happening at all, but I do like the concept of it. Queen's Claim. How am I even still alive here? Waiting for first claim.
One queen.
Okay. Let's just call them a liar.
Liar.
And if I'm wrong, then I'm out of here. Or he has milk cartons instead of that. Oh shit, I kind of knew that was gonna happen too. Potions are like Russian roulette. Okay, I somehow lasted till like the second. Okay, that was cool, but it's a little confusing and convoluted. I hate that they put that there, like, come on. And I couldn't get rid of it like in the course of a normal game. I like games like that to an extent, but I also think they rely sometimes on those other factors like the chat. Like even Town of Salem I like so much. Right, that one's sort of more to the point. Yeah, I even did ASMR apparently. ASMR, what was the ASMR though? I don't know what I was doing in that. I didn't put a title for it. Exploring the forest. That I said looked like the forest from Harry Potter. I guess I don't have to look through every single one of these, but some of these are iconic. Like, let me try to... That's one of my favorite ones. Obra Dinn, like Murphy's Law in the form of a ship. Like that, if I upload that to YouTube, that's such a good title to have. Because it's really what the game is about. Like, everything that could have gone wrong on that ship goes wrong. But probably nobody's ever said it quite like that or used that as a title. Gravel God at it again. I was trying to play these brain games, but see how I'm not playing chess very much. Round robin, lose to the next team. Getting 6th ring. I don't know what these rings are. 2K22 can free to play, compete, tournament. I got my pink diamond Devin Booker thing. Dark Souls PvP in 2021. Oh yeah, I remember that. It was pretty good, but something was bugging out. I think maybe somebody was cheating. One game of Deceit, that's kind of like Among Us as well, where you're trying to figure out who's the monster or whatever. Oh my god, this is gonna be way too much though. Chess. So what was the chess title? ASMR chess. I was actually playing into it a little bit. I don't think I ever took it so literally in the past, but just on here I was trying to play into it a bit because I realized I never really thought about it like that, or I never intended to be like that. That's just kind of how I naturally sounded. Doki Doki Speedrun, because I was shitting all over. I didn't like Doki Doki. I think it's overrated. Playing the best survival game ever. One run of Don't Starve. Completely uninformed playthrough except from past playing. That is one of my favorite games ever. It's amazing. There was like some shipwreck thing going on with it too, like a DLC. Best survival game ever. And then continuing my one and only Don't Starve run in years. And I don't think I've really played it since then. Existential Misgiving Story. Steam Gauntlet later. What was this one? I tried like novel AI and stuff like that to try to write. I don't remember this. What is this? Existential Misgivings. Anonymous author. That was one of my old series. For some reason, playing Don't Starve together solo. Maybe because I was disappointed by the way the Don't Starve run actually went. Oxymoronic Gaming. Quiet Gamer plays the most action-packed series ever for the first time, Doom. Right, quite a contrast to the Quiet Gamer, and I guess that would be part of the point. I'd be doing these really intense, world-first, hard mode, permadeath clear, intense gameplay, and I'd be just doing this whispery kind of voice as a contrast to show how calm and cool and collected I am. Which I sometimes am still like that, but I have like a up and down. I guess I like to play into it a little bit, or I get pissed when I'm playing chess. Classic Doom Nightmare mode, first ever. I got to game level 3 and I got stuck. Oxymoronic Gaming. Okay, we saw that. It'll keep just saying the same title again, so I got to stop reading that again. Nightmare mode, first time ever. What could possibly go wrong? Flexing, limited flexing Booker from Classic. Booker. Doom first classic playthrough. Title to rank. That's my first playthrough of Doom, and I happen to be doing it on Nightmare mode. Like I've never actually beaten it at least. Title ranking various things, starting with NBA 75 overrated, underrated analysis. I would always love doing these tier lists. I did a lot of them for Phoenix Wright and stuff. Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode. Can I beat the most terrifyingly challenging horror game ever before Halloween? At least in that form. Super hard mode. All the ghosts have 200 HP. High pressure moment. Second boss, if I die, I have to redo the entire graveyard like a Dark Souls run back. Are you speaking of playing Dark Souls all this much? All-time movie list or tier list time. Movies, anime, games. I think I was very unenthusiastic about this one. I ended up not really even doing it. Or I did like kind of quickly. Semi ASMR. Area 3. Some of these were kind of lazy. These are not really high effort titles. Area 3, Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode. Frustration incoming. Come on, make a pun or a joke or something. Scribble IO I would always do as a break in between stuff, and I would prefer that even to playing chess, but at some point I started doing chess. Or a lot of the time I wouldn't even change the category here. I'm in the middle of the hard mode, then I'll take a break, play one game of chess, then come back and keep doing it. So I'm not really playing chess. I'm just kind of Madame Clairvoya Pepega Clap from Area 3, and she kind of glitched out because, I don't know, something happened where she wouldn't give the letter or wouldn't take the letter or something. Boo lost the start of Area 4. Hardest room in gaming history, really though? I think that's like the Safari room. I already called the Mirror room the hardest room though. Finishing the hardest horror experience for Halloween, which I intended to do that, but then it took a couple days after for some reason. Hardest room in gaming history. Finale, one of the greatest hard modes ever. Bonus rooms and final boss. And of course the bosses aren't really that hard, but they work pretty much the same way as just in the Hidden Mansion anyway. I was having a little trouble beating Bowser though for some reason. Impossible Room 2, Electric Boogaloo. From Overtime Halloween Hard Mode. Bonus room and final boss. So the bonus room was like that. The sealed room, I think, which might not even be bonus at all, or no, I think it is. There was one that I thought was optional that actually wasn't, like the little Soupy. Impossible Room 3, can we finally do it? Yes. Some of these are a little bit lazy. Oh yeah, see, here's a really good one. This is a Hall of Fame one here. Blood Clot Andy loses to literal crayons, which is me fighting Van Gore. It's one of those like Twitch template sort of things that you take something super literally and you use that stupid Andy title that's not really a real thing. Like it's meant to be alliteration, like AFK Andy or whatever. They just put an adjective and Andy at the end of it, and it's supposed to be a joke, like dying Daryl, or just alliteration is funny. So because I'm sitting for like 7 hours doing a long ass stream every single day, attempting Van Gore back-to-back days and stuff like that, I'm getting blood clots in my leg and I'm losing the crayons because I'm losing to an artist who's literally drawing these ghosts on the thing. I love that one because it's just stating it in hyper literal form. An existential canvas makes Luigi question his life choices. That's my version of RP sometimes. It's like you keep dying over and over in a hard mode or struggling, like in Dark Souls 2, and then you come up with an RP quote because you get so immersed and invested in what you're doing. Like Dark Souls 2, that's one of my favorite quotes ever. A soul of fire never dims, for its kindle is will. Like when I keep going in to fight the Smelter Demon over and over and over. A soul of fire never dims, for its kindle is will. Hard mode hangover. Do you copy? A hard mode hangover would be a term I would use just like when I am intending to have beaten something already and I have to keep trying it. Like you do an extra 2 days in a row when I was meant to do something else. Like I would do a hard mode one day, a story game the next day, then a hard mode, the hard mode again. So I'd alternate. But when I would skip the story game just to do the hard mode twice in a row, I would call it a hard mode hangover because there was something I really wanted to finish. Humankind, which kind of had a cool premise. You go through like human history from the beginning. Do you copy was like that little radio tower game. I bet they have a version of that on here. I guarantee it. Do you cop? Or there'll be something similar to that anyway. Like where you're in the... Yeah. Look at this shit. I can literally play it right here. Or like you're trying to guide somebody, but then they turn out to be the monster or something. It was kind of cute, but it was... Is this where the game originally came out? Or like what would be the point in doing it in Roblox? Like if it's just exactly the same thing. Or you could maybe do it with friends and you try to convince them whether you are the killer or not or something. Voice chat not supported. 611. Okay, I guess it couldn't be that because that was 23 and this was in like 21. Do you copy from Scribble? Do you copy? No, I'm an original. Haha, that's the old joke. Friday Night Funkin', there was one viewer of mine at that time who really wanted me to play that, and I'm not very good at them. And then that made me want to play another classic rhythm game, which was, this could literally take like 10 hours. Look at how long this is. Made me want to play a classic rhythm game, which is, what's it called? Rhythm Heaven Fever. It's pretty fun. Yeah, Rhythm Heaven, and then Novel AI. I did like some sort of They Live knockoff where I was really committing to that, and it was actually kind of a good story. Like my parents are, everybody's an alien but me, and then my parents are trying to convince me of something, and it actually had some really cool moments in there. Kyle is famous, but this game is not. Some random bootleg Joe Rogan on steroids. Kyle is famous. Hard mode addict hunts his demons on his first ever classic Doom playthrough. Also happens to be on nightmare mode. I'm guessing I beat Kyle is famous in one sitting. I was trying to like 100% of it. I didn't. Jeopardy. I was trying to do all these brain games like Scrabble and chess and stuff. Show off how smart I am, clearly. Hard mode cleanup, trying to finish Luigi's Mansion. Still. So now we got into November. Okay, let's keep going. I don't know why I even felt like doing this, but there are some good ones in here. Like that Blood Clot Andy loses to literal crayons is really a good one. Finale, even if in like a Twitch meme worthy context, but still, some of them are much more serious and whatever, RP friendly. Finale for real this time, no Kappa cleanup, okay. Doom Classic Nightmare Mode playthrough. Sometimes I try not to repeat the same title, but sometimes they start to feel very similar when I'm doing the same thing over and over for a long period of time. You have to keep coming up with creative titles to mix it up. Right, I'll be fighting the Smelter Demon, the same boss, for like 20 streams in a row, and it's like, how do I keep coming up with an interesting title for the same thing? New series starts today, Paper Mario Hard Mode, which is very fun, but not very difficult. And then Scribble.io. Where's the titles though? Like I'm not even changing the title. Ultimate Doom. The real hard mode begins. Chapter 2 of Paper Mario, which it really never did begin. It was sort of disappointing. Mario's Mansion. Obviously you're going to the Boo area. Some of these were a little bit lazy though. Burning Down the Jungle. Chapter 5. From Mario's Mansion Chapter 3. So I was kind of skipping, well, not skipping, but I mean, I had done Chapter 4 as well on that stream. Scribble.io, okay, this is going to be a chill stream today, Chapter 7, as in, because it's the ice area, haha. These are not very good so far. Bittersweet Grand Finale, last and playthrough. I think I forgot a word. Last and final playthrough of one of the best games of all time. Going to be a chill stream today. Obviously, the ice thing. or last and hardest playthrough of one of the best games ever. Luigi's Mansion bonus episode Blackout Challenge, and then I did the Blackout Challenge again later, I think after that. Sometime like March 2022. So we're still in like November 2021 over here. Then I end up doing Phoenix, right? I love that it saves these. So I copied this from my Twitch thing. And for a long time, I didn't know that it saved these. So a lot of these I thought I had lost because, see, the problem is when you go to change your title, like, okay, I'll go to download my VOD, right? So like, if I download a VOD and save all my VODs, it'll have the title that I started the stream with on the VOD, right? So that is always going to be saved when you save the video itself. The problem is that when you change it, especially when you change it multiple times, right, then you lose the rest of those titles. It'll only show the one that you started with. But then they do have this list here. If you go like in your Twitch profile, creator dashboard, under like community, and then under activity, you can scroll down and just Control A and Control C everything, and it'll get the whole title. So that is a good feature that maybe a lot of people don't know about, or at least I didn't know about. New series, first ever, and for playing Mother, I picked the wrong category. There's like some obscure horror game named Mother, and I kept picking that by mistake because it didn't have a picture. I didn't know what I was looking at. Playthrough, no advice, spoilers, please. So that was obviously the original Earthbound, which was pretty good. A little bit too much. You can get away with just episode 2 Mother. These aren't really even titles. You can get away with just spamming the A button, the old Pokemon problem, but it was ahead of its time for sure. Zombies, wild animals, UFOs. Sounds like a good Friday night. I would have made that joke if I had played until dawn, but I didn't do that until a couple months later. There's so many of these good series that I would have loved to upload to YouTube, but I just don't have time. Like, it'd be like a full-time job to keep up with that. I mean, imagine. I was streaming like 6 to 8 to 10 hours a day at this time, even if I would go AFK here and there. So even if you're doing 6 hours a day, how the hell would you be able to do that and then also do your other real-life stuff, your job, your, responsibilities, errands, and then on top of that, you would also have to edit it and upload it, like, bro. And who knows what else. Zombies, wild animals, and UFOs. A lot of good enemy variety. Trip to Marysville. Why is it called Magic Can't? Because you can't escape, lol. Twice the factories, double the fun. On the Lonely Railroad. Yeah, some of these are not very inspired. Chess Redemption. So again, I hadn't played chess much to this point. I was doing it the way I would do it in the past, which is just like in between other things. Finally doing Chapter 3, Chapter 4 in 2023. Chapter 3 of what, though? Wait, what? What category is this? Oh, Chapter 3 of Spirit of Justice. I've even forgot. So I find, yeah. See, that was one of those unfinished series that I had done cases 1 and 2 way back in the past, right? And then I had left it hanging. Because I stopped streaming in 2019 originally, and then I came back in 2021 here. So that was one that I wanted to continue like this. Stream title to Chess Master gets destroyed at 1100 rating. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm some master, all right. The human calculator, they used to call me. PS Now test stream. Is it actually viable? It was laggy as hell. Trying to play The Last of Us on there. 3 intro. Case 3 short intro session. Wonder if Maya will be the defendant, which, yeah, she was. Just making fun of how much they overuse that trope. Someone you personally know being accused of murder because you're a defense attorney. Bounty Fiend fails to complete Red Dead Redemption 11 years after release, which I still haven't beaten it because, my little bounty hunter series where I try to get my bounty as high as possible and turn it into a whole epic thing. Atypical 1100 chess player. Okay, that's the whole title. I was expecting more. Bounty Baron refuses to complete one of the best games of all time. And this was a Thanksgiving stream, so that's when I started the tradition of every Thanksgiving I'll play Red Dead and do the Bounty Hunter series. Kind of like on Christmas, I do the Skyrim permadeath session or whatever, some form of Skyrim on Christmas. This year, our stuffing is Bounty. 1200 rating or no turkey, even though I don't eat turkey anyway. This year our stuffing is Bounty. Okay, Bounty Bandit breaks. Oh, this is a good alliteration here. Bounty Bandit breaks banal bureaucratic bindings. Ace Attorney Premeditated. This was one of those tier lists, right, where I'm saying like who had the best planned crime and stuff like that. So I was doing a lot of Red Dead here because I was obsessed with the bounty hunter thing. Former 1700, that was on another account in the past, but it's obviously changed, even on chess.com. It wasn't provisional, I don't think, either. But again, it shows you how much the ratings have changed because that was before the big streamer explosion of making online chess such a big thing. Guessing God goes God mode from former. Guessing God goes God mode. I assume that's Scribble.io. Okay. Who was the defender? Obviously, Maya's the defendant there. Talking with Ghost, ranking Portrait Ghost. That's the name of the song that plays whenever you talk to a Portrait Ghost. It's pretty good. Ness's Mansion, already reusing a title trope there, like Luigi's Mansion, or I mean Mario's Mansion, then Ness's Mansion. 1989 classic suddenly becomes an open world experience. This is still Earthbound. Chess Clown struggles to achieve 1200 rating, and that went on for quite a while, I think, because I had to do my account because I wasn't able to do it. I forget when. Was that the end of 21, or that might have dragged out much longer? Despite time handicap. Chess from Earthbound Beginnings. Okay. Trip to Youngtown. Ace Attorney Guilty, ranking prosecutors and their cases as well. I was doing a lot of these tier lists. Mount Itoy. Scaling Mount Itoy. These are not really showing what my title namesaking is all about. Stone Origin, more like Stone Ending, because it's a one-shot mechanic that just turns you to stone and there's no way to actually cure it. So you just die. Literally, I never found out how to deal with that, if you even can. Mount Itoy Act 3. Will we rescue a stray kitten this time? Because you go there, then you have to come back, then you have to come back again. Like, it's weird. Musical Mystery. Where in the world is Eve? Was like one of the robots or something you had to find for a piece of the song. Last chess games before we save the world from aliens. That's obviously the finale of Earthbound. Grand finale to one of the most unique games ever, also known as Screw the Abducted Parents. Let's listen to the Queen sing because they're obsessed with music the whole time. Super Sleuth unravels all the mysteries and makes even Sherlock Holmes jealous from the grand finale. Oh, I keep trying to read that like it's actually part of the title. I don't know what game we're playing here. Spirit of Justice, it always says it after. Ace Investigator tackles mythical deity against all odds from Super Sleuth. Okay. Yanni Yogi 2.0, that's the guy, one of the witnesses there. The, whatever. It turns out to be Dats Arball. That's right, I am Kira. Dead Attorney. Oh yeah. This is one of the coolest ones. See, this is when I started to get into RP mode. Dead Attorney Walking Channels Manfred von Karma. I wish. So, like when Phoenix is on death row and he's about to be killed, the main character that you're playing as, I question like, will he be more like Manfred von Karma? Will he be like do whatever it takes to win and do some extreme thing, maybe forge evidence? And he refused to do it even then. But it's like, you would think if anything would make you do that, it would be, you know, having your life on the line. That's right, I am Kira. Obviously a good joke on Death Note. Capture card, and I have that piece of art that plays into that as well, where she's basically laughing and doing that, but it kind of baited me because she ended up not actually being the villain at all. Capture card test stream, C Omega Lol N Omega Lol, or no, there's only one O. Whatever. NBA 2K22. Bounty Baxter brazenly builds bad benefactors. Is going to be also the Red Dead Redemption. Bounty Funting, how high can we go? I did get to like 30,000 or something. At least. The Last of Us. What? I changed the stream title to The Last of Us? What kind of title is that? I was just testing the capture card, I think. Title to fresh case. Fresh case, fresh faces. Enter Apollo and Athena. That's case 4, which was terrible. finishing the only filler case 4 in the series. I was kind of disappointed by that because usually case 4 is either the final case, so a big deal, or a precursor to it. A Chessmaster 1100, that sounds like a game itself. Playing Pokemon Y. Did I mention it's also permadeath? So that's when I'm really trying to re-ingratiate my permadeath first playthrough format again. And bounty hunting, but not in the way you think. Like, I'm not helping catch people who have a bounty on their head. I'm trying to get mine as high as possible. Also an inspiration for a piece of art, where I should show these off as I'm saying that, but I'm too lazy to find it. Phoenix went on vacation, then he decided to overthrow an entire government, which is an accurate description of Spirit of Justice. Man who lost to a suitcase. That's in the case 5 of literally in the middle of the stream too. Like, I'm doing it, I get stuck on the suitcase, then I play chess, then I come back and try to solve it. Plays chess at an amateur level. Hardest villain in the series. A suitcase from a man who lost. Oh, I keep doing that. Pokemon Y, because I can. First playthrough also permadeath. Chess break. Pokemon Y is cursed from Pokemon Y. Fuck me, I can't read. My reading is cursed. Chess break. Pokemon Y is cursed. Pokemon Y, why not? I'm even overusing that title format. Where in the world is Phoenix Wright? That's obviously during case 5 as well. The most civil trial ever. And then turnabout chess. Epic comebacks for effect. Totally not because I'm bad. For once, we aren't rooting for Phoenix because he's defending the turnabout denied. He's defending the guy because he's being blackmailed, similar to the Matt on guard situation. Pokemon Y, I ran out of title puns. I'm being really lazy here with them, aren't I? Haven't been rooting for a guy named Dirk as much. Yeah. See, this is a classic one because Dirk is obviously Apollo's daddy there. I haven't been rooting for a guy named Dirk as much since the German basketball player. Haven't been so excited for a guy named Dirk since that German basketball player. Oh, I kind of redid it though. Chess Genius invents a new way to lose at low ratings. Pokemon Y super immersive first playthrough, also permadeath of course. Maya is about to be crowned queen. Was kind of my prediction. Once you overthrow the queen, she's gonna take over. That was kind of a good idea too. 1100 Andy gets hard stuck part 1 of 1 million, and if only you knew how long this chess series would go on. The last Ace Attorney investigation for a long time. That's obviously day 2 of the 5th case. Pokemon Y Power Hour, Hour of Power, more like Hour of Flower. That's more suited for my PvZ series, though, honestly. Grand finale episode, Phoenix reels in his biggest catch yet, royalty. Permadeath day in court. And that was one of my most epic things ever, actually. I was stuck on 1 Magatama. You start with 5, and I got 4 penalties. And I'm stuck on 1, and it's permadeath, and I'm not allowed to save or do anything, reset. So I stay on that 1 Magatama, 1 strike away from defeat for a super long time. Like, they take a break, you come back, but they don't reset them. Then you take another break, you come back again, they still don't reset them. And I did all that on 1 Magatama. It was really, really excellent. Reels in his biggest catch yet, royalty. I wonder what villains they'll come up with next in Ace Attorney 7, because it won't work. Because, you have to keep making it unrealistic every single time to keep increasing the challenge for your hero, because they've done way too much. Grand finale episode, not even channeling Alba, will save her now. My favorite villain, Quirkus Alba, permanent day in court. That was really inspired, actually, though. That I was able to do that on 1 Magatama. 1100 Fun or Frustration, place your bets. Buy 1 get 1 free today on royalty. Because you take down like a Mara too, or she ends up I think she ends up actually being chosen as the queen, which makes no sense. Why would you trust her when she was such a pushover that she let this Garan bully her? Actual grandest grand finale. Apollo transcends the law itself. I was very impressed by how Apollo changed my opinion on him. Permanent day in court. Spirit of Justice celebration review. Discussion ranking in-depth thoughts from actual. Okay, fine. Spirit of Justice ranking characters. Quick ranking full Ace Attorney series voice lines, and then Pokemon Y all day. Back when I was still doing long all-day streams, I'd have to do an all-day one just to get through this. Ace Attorney's main series villains rank. Then Pokemon Y, okay. Chess Master Kappa says 1100 indefinitely by choice. Full immersion mode activated. First playthrough also permadeath. The Rotary takes their time. Obviously, alliteration is so funny. Everybody loves it. Medieval vibes. There's a castle there. Showdown with Snorlax. Like, these are not very inspired. Amaret Town and second gym. Team Flare wouldn't dare. I kind of like that one. Skyrim's biggest fan continues his never-ending first playthrough. And it's still ongoing, right? I never even tried to beat the game. Bikini Babe Beach Battle. Of course, there's always those kind of characters in Pokemon games. The closest thing I'll ever get to Heavy Rain 2, which was me trying to do the DLC for Heavy Rain, but then it didn't actually work. My disc that I bought was like region locked or something. I was so mad. Like, I literally bought it for the purpose of playing, you know, in this region. Like, why else would they sell it to me? Ace Investigator continues Detroit, review in progress. And I hadn't made it too far in there, like when Manfred's son beats him up or something like that. Ace Investigator continues Detroit, recap in progress. Ace Android Investigations. 1100 is the new 1700, and it honestly kind of probably is because it just means so much more now. Getting triggered by Hank. This is a good one. Get me a handkerchief. Because Hank was being such a clown, he gave me a hard time. Connor 5.0 because he keeps dying over and over. All hail Connor 5. The struggle continues 1100 forever. Second gym showdown. Struggle. Okay. Pokemon Y. The hard mode that broke me. Can I finally beat level 3? That's Doom Nightmare mode. Bringing doom upon poor 1100s. Will this game be my doom? And I haven't actually done it even since. The man who has never quit a hard mode faces a game immortality. From will this... Okay, it's not like it's permadeath, but I mean, I still just didn't do it. Chess hard mode, which is basically just me playing chess at all. Haha, the greatest hard mode of all. The doom of my hard mode career. Okay. Hard mode hangover, continuing very immersive playthrough. Area 3 yet again. Hard mode hangover, did someone say psychic type? And then 3-game win streak playing until I lose, 11 to 1200. 4-game win streak. I'm playing 1 game per session here, it seems like. Playing until I lose. Wait, what? Why do I keep doing that? Right, I guess I'm updating it just to show off or be accurate. So it's not that I'm doing a different session. It's the same session. I just keep changing it. 6 in a row. Wow, this was quite a streak. Ace Detective tackles LA Noir. Wait a second, though. That was the whole game of Detroit? I must have beaten it then. That's what streaming actually does. Like, it makes me more focused. So, like, I'll actually finish a game when I start it. If I actually make a series out of it. Was that the last one? The get me a handkerchief? No, all hail Connor 5. Okay. Hard mode hangover, and then... Okay, Ace Detective tackles LA Noir. First playthrough also permadeath. Lost to a fucking chandelier. Spoilers. And then, guess you could call me a chestnut. That's actually a pretty good one. I forgot about that. Ace Detective tackles LA Noir. LA Noir first session wrap up. And then the real journey begins. First playthrough also permadeath. Road to 1700. Or like Road to 1200, Law. Ace Attorney with guns, or GTA with a badge. Episode 2, first playthrough. Pokemon are like mirrors of their trainer. Beedrill is a cold killing machine, just like me. And then Chess Purgatory continues 11 to 1200. 30 FPS Andy burns retinas and solves cases. That's LA Noire again because it did run in 30 FPS. Struggling at 1100 strictly as a joke. I really was getting hard stuck there somehow. Getting farmed by viewers, no doubt, but still, I was playing ranked games against viewers at that point. Finishing the easiest case ever. Mega Evolution looks to be a perfectly fair and balanced mechanic, Kappa. Chess instead of the hard mode. Getting tilted by chess instead of a hard mode. Rare development, expert 1100 gameplay. And getting back to 1100 for sure, starting soon. Oh wow, I had fallen even below that. Detective with ADHD takes 1 hour to get to the crime scene because I'm addicted to street crimes and I keep doing them over and over like the random events. The 1100 terror devours hopes and dreams with no mercy from okay, read that. Intuition Ivan. Again, alliteration is funny. I keep using that one. In full tryhard mode to tackle the toughest cases yet. Deep dive into the wide world. Again, why? Because it's Pokemon Y. Wide world. Okay, and then if the Titanic was a chess player, actually making progress this time. Street crime addict settles for harrowing homicides. Chess dumpster fire takes on ephemeral form. Intuition depraved upstart solves the mysteries of the universe. Totally the least linear playthrough of this game. This was Pokemon Y. Bizarro Magnus Carlsen invents new ways to lose at low ratings from totally the least linear playthrough of this game. Okay. Damn B-God, Beedrill outshines Mega Venusaur and Lucario combined. Definitely one of the MVPs of the series, or like Pidgeotto or whatever, was really good. This player past his prime struggles to compete at the levels lower than previously thought possible. Will I lose a leaf? Lose to a leaf. And then prosecutor in detective's clothing yells at witnesses over minuscule doubts. I was making fun of Cole Phelps for sometimes doing that. Amateur threatens the fabric of chess with moves of untold horror. And then continuing to scare Team Flare and putting the PP back in power plant. Like PP also stands for Pokemon Power, obviously. A hard mode veteran faces the toughest hard mode yet. 1,000 rated chess from okay. What a horrible night to have a werewolf. I kept making ones to do with this now, which I totally predicted is like that Ray Pinker guy, which I don't know now. I'll never know. Who is like one of the medical staff. If chess is an art form, call this Empire by Andy Warhol, just because it's so slow. Also, I have a similar one, like chess must be an art form because only artists draw this much. Get it? Like draw. They draw so many games as if drawing a painting or whatever. Chess must be an art form because only artists draw this much. Beedrill lays waste to hordes and eats gym badges for breakfast. 1200 rated player Smurfs at 1100. Okay. And then taking out the metaphysical trash. First playthrough also permadeath. Wearing thin the oh yeah, this is a good one. Wearing thin the whereabouts of the werewolf. And that sounds better when you say it than just by reading it. How high rated can you get without any fundamental knowledge? I'm still asking myself that even now. Ghastly Gym and Showdown in the City of Light. Lumio City. Road to 1700, a little SpongeBob up and down text. I at least made that road successful with chess, at least, not chess.com anytime soon. Man with a dozen false convictions throws it all away for Nocturnal Beast. Treating chess like the last boss in a permadeath run equals progress. The werewolf reverts to human form, waiting for Cole to finish chasing cars and street crimes. Hard mode chess. Can you win without any knowledge of opening or end games? Which again, even at 1200. Will I blow my second permadeath playthrough in 2 days? That would have been obviously what was it again? The other permadeath first playthrough was this is like, wait, but this isn't, that means I just died in LA. Oh, I'm just playing Pokemon Y still, but because I died in LA Noir, I was questioning if I'll die in that too. Improvisational chess, not knowing what I'm doing. And then Dawn of a New Series is gonna be Until Dawn. Dawn of a New Series. Sam's Biggest Simpleton. Wait, I didn't put Sim though. I even put Simpleton because I wanted to make sure. Oh, maybe I changed it later. Sam's Biggest Simpleton. Totally doesn't let everyone else die. Biggest Admirer totally doesn't let everyone else die. Sam's Biggest Simpleton. I was trying to do that without using the word sim because somehow people don't like it sometimes. Playing until I reached 1700, didn't see it had to be today. Say, inexperienced sophomoric young adults exhibit no reaction to an onslaught of life or death situations. It's just very accurate to describe. Until Dawn. Inexperienced sophomoric young adults exhibit no, okay. 1,000 rated chess play. Yeah, speaking of being like half asleep, I basically am. I wanted to get through this, but look how long it is, man. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. Maybe I should just scroll through. So like, oh look, you have it on video, so proof that it's mine because I'll try to, I don't know, do it some other time, I guess. We can at least get like halfway through or what? Damn, dude. Whatever. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'm going to continue what I was doing yesterday, which is just going through all my Twitch titles and kind of ranking them and appreciating them a little bit. A lot of them so far have been sort of mundane, just me describing what I'm doing, but I always have this tendency of wanting to make them something memorable or something funny, a reference, a RP quote, something a little deep. So I wasn't doing this at the beginning, I guess, so much. And it's annoying when I change titles so much. Like I'll play chess for half an hour, then I'll play something else for 5 hours, then I'll play something else for half an hour, Scribble.io. So it makes it hard to justify, putting a lot of thought or effort into those kind of titles. So we're still in 2021 or the beginning of 2022, possibly. Until Dawn. This kind of gives you a good chronology of like everything I've done too. Like all the series that I played through. It'll kind of spoil stuff if I haven't uploaded it to YouTube, whether I finish it or not. So Sam's Biggest Simpleton doesn't let everyone else die. I kept praising her character model was actually really good. They put the most amount of effort into her, you can tell. Playing until I reached 1700 didn't say it had to be today. It wouldn't be several years later either. So it says 3 years ago, but it would feel, I guess it would be 3 years and a couple months, or like a month at this point, but inexperienced sophomore adults exhibit no reaction to an onslaught of life or death situations until dawn. And I try not to reuse titles either. Every day should be a unique one, no matter how many times you do the same category. It really, that's part of the reason why I like doing chess, because there's so many funny quotes and interesting things I have around chess for whatever reason. 1,000 rated chess player tries out a brand new variant, improv chess, playing 100% with instinct and 0% knowledge, which is kind of still true. Luigi's Mansion Pokemon Edition, which is, again, I was obsessed with Luigi's Mansion and these titles, like, in Earthbound, there was a moment where you go into this haunted house, and I guess every game has a moment like that, so every time it's anything like a haunted house, there's a one in Pokemon. It wasn't actually like the Psychic Gym, though. It was just some random place on the road. I remember it, too. It had chess piece type Pokemon in there, like a Bisharp and stuff. Something based on a Bishop. Chess Disaster Piece featuring 1,000 rated player. finale episode playing Until Dawn, as it, like I'm streaming Until Dawn. Unable to find a chess player worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. By like sabotaging myself, which is a line from Luke at me. That's actually an iconic line from not Spirit of Justice, Trials and Tribulations, Phoenix Wright, where he's this very smart character, Luke at me, who's like a private eye who ends up being a culprit and a killer, and he like plays everybody. He's probably one of the smartest villains from the whole series, even though he's only in the second case of the game, which makes him seem like he'd be underwhelming, but he's actually way smarter than everybody else. Like, he pretends to do one crime to have an alibi for his real crime, and then then it's like he's investigating himself almost, or like pretending to. Like, he's really, really smart. One of the least linear playthroughs of this game ever, which is what? Oh, Pokemon Y still, and X and Y, they share the same category too. Or I think there was an individual category for them as well. If there's X, Y, but then there's also X and Y by themselves, or there might have just been X, which is why I chose Y. And I had played X in the past, like I had just started it and then I never finished it, so I'm like, oh, I may as well just play it here, play Y instead to get a fresh experience. But I barely did anything. I got to like maybe the second gym, but that was a pretty good playthrough. I was even trying to be a completionist, like is my nature, but then I didn't actually follow through. Like, it would take too long, try to catch every Pokemon, whatever, but 986 rated player with a 3-game win streak loses every game. DLC day, Heavy Rain, Taxidermist, and Left Behind. Of course, I wasn't able to do the Taxidermist because I was pissed by... I got screwed by region locking, even though I bought it just for that purpose. So it literally showed up on there, but then it said, oh, you can't run it on this console for some reason, or some, I don't know why they do that, region locking nonsense. But no, we did Left Behind, and I died to the first combat encounter against a stalker, which I didn't expect. First playthrough, grounded, permadeath, and I had that sort of as an unlock condition. I had like a series of different things. See, this is how I create my own formats in such an interesting way. I have to beat grounded permadeath in the original Last of Us before I'm allowed to play Left Behind, and then I have to do a grounded permadeath first playthrough of Left Behind before I'm allowed to play Last of Us 2, which would also be like a first playthrough permadeath on the highest difficulty. So in the case of The Last of Us 1, at least I've beaten it, but I've always tried and struggled to do the grounded permadeath, where I almost did it like right when I first was trying in a long time ago, but then I never, I came close, but then I couldn't do it, and then I never got back that far again. But no, I use that as like an unlock condition, but I guess I kind of broke that rule because I did try Left Behind there. Bounty added goes farther than ever before. There's also Red Dead. I may be 1,000 rated player, but I have 25,000 bounty. I don't know why I'm weird flex, but very okay. The Last of Us, Left Behind, first playthrough, also grounded, also permadeath. Washed up hard mode expert is even more washed up at chess, part 1 million. Can I finally complete my grounded permadeath run? Now I start trying to do The Last of Us itself. Success equals the first playthrough of The Last of Us 2, which I still haven't done. So I love that as like an unlock condition. Not that I have to beat the game, because I've obviously done that, but I have to finish that run. I guess I could do it on PC now, but I really wouldn't even want to. Will I lose to Literal Paper? Which is in what context? Papers, Please, which I didn't finish that really. I kept trying to go back to my old style of alternating between a story game and a hard mode. Like, one day's a story game, one day's a hard mode, like, or at least I start doing that, like Life is Strange and stuff coming up. Cosmetic streamer with no face cam loses at everything, especially chess. Into a Strange World. What? What kind of a title is that? Into a Strange World? Oh, I must have mistyped it. Almost like I'm auto-correcting on my phone, but I wasn't using my phone. It's a Strange New World. Life is Strange, as I was just talking about. So yeah, this is now the beginning, maybe like February of 2022. This is literally going to take like 10 hours to go through all these. Chessmaster trolls at 900 with moves so bad they break chess.com's analysis. That happens all the time on the chess, where it can't really have the time to actually... it doesn't have, like, it takes forever to actually do it. Even with a free engine on a free site, it's kind of bad to complain. And now I can't use it anymore, and my streaming account is gone on there, which it wasn't hard to like really apply for that, but you know, it's a lot of effort put in that account that's just out the window. Nearing the end of an immersive adventure, first playthrough also permanent. This is a Pokemon Y as well. The biggest punching bag on chess.com finally strikes back. Making every possible mistake for science. I think that's Life is Strange. Just like we're experimenting and then going back in time every time. 900 rated chess player gets serious and lays waste to every opponent from making every mistake possible. Permadeath veteran, that could apply to chess too, making every mistake possible. Permadeath veteran finally completes grounded permadeath through sheer stubbornness alone. I kept trying that, but I wasn't able to do it. I wasn't even getting very far. I totally had lost my touch. Lysandre's Looney Land. Again, once again, alliteration is funny apparently. Getting my chess groove back. Yes, Yevtal or whatever. Yeah, that's the legendary Pokemon in Pokemon Y is all mine. What is the joke here, though? There must have been... There's got to be some pun with it, but I'm not understanding. Yevtal is all mine. I wouldn't use a title just like that. That's so banal, right? There'd be some other deeper meaning or joke to it. A chess player is so bad, he breaks chess.com's analysis once per stream, at least. Which was kind of happening, to be fair. And at that point, I was subscribed to it. Premium, diamond subscription, or whatever. Grounded, permadeath completed today. Nope. Chess Mania 900 rating. You might think, oh, that shows you how bad I am and how different I am now. But in reality, I was getting farmed by viewers, or I was just, you know, in a moderate sense, I was always kind of around the same thing between like 12 and 15. Right. If you look at my style of play and everything that I would do. So, you know, just because, oh, you're blundering your queen, just hanging it doesn't mean that you're, you know, it misrepresents it a little bit. 900 rated chess player breaks chess by denying fundamentals completely in favor of improvisation. From lip syncing is strange. What? Oh, I should use that as a title. I thought that was almost a bug with the category. Lip syncing is strange because that was like a laggy version on PC that kind of... The lip syncing wasn't good. It wasn't like the remaster or anything. I think the remaster was out, but I didn't... At that point, but I didn't play it. Staying grounded because you only live once. Grounded permadeath again. Finale episode 8th gym and Grand Champion. Which I don't think this actually was the finale episode, but I was trying to push it and it was very long. Permadeath Petrosian, one of my old nicknames, as I play so defensively, performs perfectly perpetually. 900 player evokes a more defensive style than Petrosian. I love the sound of clickers in the morning, also grounded permadeath. 900 rating is the new 1500, which in a way it might have felt like that because Life is Stranger. Intense focused gameplay by an experienced chess player at 900 rating. Joel's fists are a super weapon unlike any other, abusing the melee a little bit there, which you can do even on grounded because, you know, you can save your ammo and stuff, just everything that isn't a clicker, you can beat up like that. Chess Enthusiast does the unthinkable and actually learns the basics, which I didn't do at all. Bonus episode, Diantha's dethroning and the Legendary Battle Institute at last, which is some little bonus thing you can do after the fact, and obviously... Diantha is the grand champion who's like the love interest of Lysandre, I guess. And, you know, you see her earlier and she's like an actress or somebody famous. So it's kind of a twist that she's even the grand champion. But why would it be such a mystery? Like, everybody should know who the grand champion is. Affiliate celebration can I complete? So it took me however this long was, like maybe around March 2022 we're looking at. Can I complete the first hybrid permadeath run I ever streamed, which is what? Hybrid permanent. Oh, obviously Diablo. Well, why am I saying hybrid? Well, just because it's a first play. Well, that's what I meant at that point. For me, that's not really considered a hybrid now. That's just what I do. Scuffed PC today. Wait, was I actually doing that at the same time? Where like it happened to be the affiliate celebration, but I happened to be doing Diablo. Or maybe because I felt like somehow Diablo wouldn't work on my modern computer because it's an older game, which there's better versions of it now, but maybe at that point I had to do that, or maybe something was just wrong with my other computer. I don't know. But yeah, affiliate celebration, I try another attempt at a first playthrough permadeath of Diablo, the original Diablo, which was how I introduced my format in 2016, where I, officially introduced my first playthrough permadeath in general. But I chose a game that I hadn't played ever, and a genre that I generally didn't like, the hack and slash, that bird's eye perspective, everything like that I've criticized. So I chose a game like that by a company I like, obviously Blizzard, but I had never played a Diablo game before, and so that was a good excuse to try to do it. Chess is like love, it gets worse the longer it lasts, and you always lose your pieces. You lose your piece. It gets worse the longer it lasts. So we tried Diablo there, obviously. And then at some point I did another celebration, which was like the Hamumu hard mode thing, which was like, they're like these really hard games that, here, see, I just came up with another title. Let me write it down. But no, I always take pride in this. I feel like there should be a certain amount of effort put into it. I especially dislike that for big streamers like XQC. He'll just put like random letters and act like, oh, ironically, I'm just putting random shit in there. You might think it's difficult to come up with a new title every time when you're streaming every day, but I mean, it's the same principle. You're trying to, not saying that every time he switches categories he has to do that, but it's just a case where you should put a certain amount of effort and come up with something creative, a joke, whatever. But what was I gonna say? Like, yeah, chess for me is like real life. I'm lazy, but do just enough to survive or get by, and I mate people from all around the world. That's a pretty good one. This is literally how we come up with them, just randomly. I'll make a note of it, and then I'll have to use it later. It's especially important for YouTube stuff, actually, because then when you go to upload it, right, everybody's going to see that title, and so it's like forever. So like you get a certain amount of views just based on that. Some of my most viewed chess videos are not because I'm doing anything impressive, just because the title is something funny or interesting. It's like love that I can look through all my YouTube titles, but this is at least something that nobody's ever seen before unless I show it. So I'm almost doing this to preserve this, because yeah, somebody else is going to steal one of my titles. Well, I guess they could steal it based on this more so than anything, but I'm just saying somehow it's good to at least have a record of it, since I don't upload hardly anything out of all this older stuff, especially. Dark Souls 2 Super Immersive First Playthrough decks only, which was a bad decision, but we did the Smelter Demon, we did everybody, Fume Knight, lost to Ava. Am I Getting Through to You? Ava is probably one of these. Like the Am I Getting Through to You Alva from whatever that Nicolas Cage movie is. Pursuing a flexible chess style for any rating, starting with 900. Pink Flamingo is what I finally ended up calling it, which can get you as high as 1500 or 1700 on Lichess. Showdown of the Century, random RV guy versus time traveler. I'm kind of clowning Max from Life is Strange, like, oh, how can you struggle with these everyday encounters if you literally have time traveling powers or time controlling power? Well, yeah, she can travel too. Chess player below 1000 manages to beat 1200 somehow. The game where enemies are harder than bosses, Dark Souls 2, obviously. The game, okay. Why does it say it like twice like that? Change stream title from that to that. I don't know. New kind of simul, the gargoyle simul. Chessmaster slays opponents like they're gargoyles in Dark Souls 2 because you fight so many at the same time. And of course, Dark Souls 2 is notorious for almost recycling bosses and just multiplying them just, from the first game. Like you fight the 2 gargoyles, now you'll fight 5. So it's basically the same thing. The bell rings the sound of your doom. Some of them are subtle too, like the Lost Sinner is almost copies Artorias's attack pattern in some way, right? I saw some similarity with that people might not think is super obvious at first. The bell rings the sound of your doom. Elitist Victim Blamer, one of my old nicknames, gets more characters killed with no ill intent. Spoilers for Life is Strange, where I accidentally got Kate killed because I was actually muted that stream and I didn't realize it, and nobody was really watching or nobody even said anything. Riv was in there sometimes and he wouldn't even say, like, Alice Madness Returns, I accidentally have my mic turned off or muted, and he's watching, and he's there the whole stream or for a part of it, and it's like he doesn't even say anything, like he doesn't even mind, or he thinks it's intentional. But that's the problem with being a small streamer, you might not even notice because there's not enough people in there always to tell you. But yeah, I was muted there, but then somehow I ended up getting Kate killed because I was trying to teach her a lesson too. That was my commentary. Like, I might have gotten in trouble if it wasn't muted because I'm being all a dick, but it was no, like, she can't always rely on me. I'm trying to teach her a lesson, I'm trying to give her tough love, but then it ended very badly. So I didn't expect that to happen at all. In fact, I did the same thing with Hank in Detroit. Also spoilers, I guess. Who knew chess at 900 rating would be so tough? Spooky Girls Night on campus. I don't remember what event that's actually referring to in the game. Spooky Girls Night. I don't remember what you're doing there. Final boss showdown in chess. Will I lose my 900 rating? And at some point I had to get to 1,000 and I failed to do that. You're getting caught in some sort of provisional BS at the beginning there. Like, you're not really 1,000 or 900, but because you get pushed down there, it's hard to overcome it, right? It takes forever. You know, you just make a new account and you lose a couple of games and now you're screwed. Do Hollows dream of darkness darker than the abyss? 900 rated embarrassment analyzes moves longer than GMs with exactly the opposite effect. Analyzes moves longer than GMs. Just run in a circle, lol. This is I don't know what boss I was fighting there, but probably something where that would be an appropriate strategy, I guess. Getting back to 1,000 rating if it's the last thing I do, said no good chess player ever. Mad Max Master Manipulator. This is a great title, just because she's manipulating time, and that's like a good nickname. See, this is a classic title for that series at any point, really, but it's good alliteration. It's making a reference to the nickname and obviously the Mad Max series. It's, you know, just really, really good. Giving her a badass title. No horses were harmed in the making of the stream because I never used them. I always trade them and put them out of their misery. Ever dance for the Grim Reaper and the dim incandescence. And then I use a similar one here for something else. Or like for Destiny, I use a really good play on this one. This is like the Batman quote, ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. What did I say for Destiny? It'll be further on, but ever dance with death in the pale reflection of the traveler. And the traveler is like that big moon-like structure in the sky that's like a fountain of all your wisdom and everything in the universe. So ever dance with the Grim Reaper and the dim incandescence. This was like some kind of, it was like 3 or 4 of them at once, like these skeletal lords that you fight together as a boss. Chess player brings ruin to every game and leaves observers traumatized by nightmares of untold horror, also known as 900 rated chess. I don't hesitate, I iterate. This is something to do with, again, the grounded permadeath attempt. To save a life or a future, this is obviously Chloe, saving Chloe or saving the city, which I compared that actually to The Last of Us ending a little bit. This is spoilers for both The Last of Us and Life is Strange, I guess. In fact, this whole thing is going to have a lot of spoilers for a lot of things. Even just like this, what series have I done and how far did I get in them, and did I die and end the run early, you know, something like that will be exposed. But you might wonder, like, how can you fail a hard mode like Dark Souls 2 where it's not permadeath, so there's no failure state, but I still kind of just stopped doing it. So Life is Strange's ending is like, oh, I'm choosing Chloe over the city, right? That the storm is coming and gonna blow up the city or whatever's happening with it. And then The Last of Us, oh, if I had the plot choice, and they really should have given you a plot choice just as an alternate ending, hypothetical ending, even if a bad ending, even if not continuity with the second game, right? There's so many games that do that where it's not the official ending, but it's like, it still lets you see another one. I would have chosen to sacrifice Ellie because Marlene seemed so sure. She wouldn't have done it if she didn't believe there was a chance, right? It wasn't like some fluky thing. It was like a pretty sure thing, the way she was saying it. that you would get a vaccine and it would be very helpful. And so I'd be willing to sacrifice Ellie there because you're affecting the whole world. Whereas with Chloe, the way I played that, I was more focused on her and that friendship and everything like that, and possibly more than a friendship as they let you flirt with that idea. But not only that, it's only one town, one city, right? Whatever's happening, I couldn't even tell the extent to which the storm was going to do anything. And also, like that's a big difference, right? Between saving the world from the zombie apocalypse and potentially like millions of people being affected by this versus one town and one life and the personal interest that we were showing in Chloe, right? That's the difference. You might think, oh, how can I sacrifice Ellie there? But the circumstances are just so different. I feel like I had a better way of explaining it too, but I forgot. Chess Dumping Grounds 900 rating edition. A lot of these are not really that impressive, though, I'll be honest. There's a few in here that are nice, but Defiled Undead seeks purification in a putrid acid bath. This was the area before Mytha, which was an insanely hard boss. I did it with the poison too. Poisoning chests with the taint of exploitation. Beating people in bullet with the quickest, least accurate moves possible. I've always clowned the faster formats. How to deal with see how that influences my other titles though too. The fact that I'm fighting Mytha is dripping into the fact that I'd use that in my chess title too, right? Just because that's on my mind. How to deal with toxic royalty in one easy step. Obviously fighting Mytha. My morning cup of Joel. That's pretty good actually. I'm doing every day. I was attempting, or once in a while I was attempting the grounded permadeath. So my morning cup of Joe. Compensating for ability with speed. And then that's also bullet. The darkest room is your own mind. Ooh, some of these titles get pretty good. There's one coming up that I love, like the only light in the dark room is the dim. Or wait, the only light in the dark room is an occasional flash from a camera. Like when the guy, spoilers again, the teacher kidnaps you and drugs you, and so has this studio where he's doing all these sick things and taking pictures of you and whatnot, and it's like, it's called the dark room, so it's like the only light in there is the occasional flash of a camera when he's taking pictures. The darkest room is your own mind. Super advanced calculation 900 rating that serves no purpose. At last a worthy challenger appears. I don't know what that is referring to. It could be Mytha yet again, because that did take me a couple days worth of streams to do. Did you ever hear the story of the undefeated king? I thought not. It's not a story the pieces would tell you. Obviously, Star Wars reference. The only light in this is a classic one. The only light in the dark room is the transient flash of a camera, right? That is like an RP. That feels like something, that would deserve to almost be in the game, but it's totally not, right? That was just what I called it when I'm going into. It was like at the end where you get knocked out by the teacher, and then I just assume that's what's going to happen, that he's holding you hostage and stuff. So I go into that final part with this, right, where you're held hostage. And then once again, clowning Max that, you have time traveling powers, but you still can't deal with this guy. So imagine if you didn't have those powers, then you'd be even more screwed. Or you wouldn't even be on his case and he wouldn't even care. The only light in the dark room is the transient flash of a camera. 900 rated chess was so intense, nor should it be. Was never so intense. This is what hard money gaming is all about. This is probably Mytha as well. First playthrough, poison pool is still activated, dexterity only, all these other kind of rules, no other items. Stubbornness is in great enough quantity, will compensate for any level of experience. You can't call yourself a story game fan unless you played this, which is The Walking Dead Season 1. Man, my memory's pretty good with some of these things. Like, I'm not even looking at what it was first, but just like the order in which I was playing these story games. And I kind of broke my format with that, because I was supposed to be a permadeath first playthrough, and if Lee dies, it's over. But then I just said, I'm not going to reset if any other character dies, but I won't count that. So I died pretty early, like on the back of the truck. One of the zombies gets me or something like that. If I have more fun than my opponents, who is really winning? This boss made me break my one rule, which is maybe farming for effigies, I guess. Why is it hard mode chess at 900 rating? Because it's me playing. Well, and Zombie Day starts off with a click. This was me playing both Grounded Permadeath and obviously The Walking Dead, so it made it feel like a good zombie celebration. Pacifist Lee throws away every weapon in existence and gets shot in the back with them. I was kind of getting mad at him as a character, like, why are you such a clown? Why aren't you keeping that with you all the time? I was getting mad at Carly for wasting the bullet at the hotel. Can I get, even when there was a good callback to that moment too. I'm so pissed when she's like, you could have just stabbed, the one girl is asking for, please kill me, put me out of my misery. So I just pocket the gun and keep it. And then I would stab her with a sword or something, do what you got to do. So the point is that you wouldn't, or knife or whatever's there. So you wouldn't need to have wasted a bullet on a zombie that is not even turned yet, that is willing to offer themselves up. You might think, oh, it's less painful, but you're wasting a bullet that could save your life later. So then there's a callback moment when, what's the chick's name? The army girl Lily, when Lily shoots Carly, I say the same thing, like, you just wasted another bullet. Like, I'm not mad at the fact that you killed Carly because she wasted the bullet the first time, so she deserves it almost for that reason alone. But no, it's like, why do you have to do it wasting a bullet too? Everybody's always wasting bullets. That was my absolutist kind of interpretation there, right? I like that because it injects me almost as an RP, as a character in RP there. Like, if I was there, that's what I'd be worried about. And I'm so like goal focused and survival focused that you're trying to really appreciate, like, oh, that bullet could save your life later. And unironically, it probably would, right? You'll run out of resources, but you're wasting them on all these dumb things. Can I get to 1,000 rating again? And Omega Lol. Queenslayer Opus was actually my character's name. In Dark Souls 2, fears no foe, be it hollow, beast, or otherwise. And I get humbled very quickly because guess who's next after Mytha is Smelter Demon. Like, that is an absolutely brutal couple, right? Most toxic couple in history, where you go from fighting the queen to the king. Or it's not even the king, though. The old Iron King is after the Smelter Demon, so that's not even him. He's just a blacksmith, basically. The Smelter Demon is what he comes off as. To slay a queen, never said it had to be there. See, once again, I'm kind of playing into that as I'm playing chess. That other hard mode I haven't given up on, which is what, Doom Nightmare mode again. Goddamn. Married couple dynamic, Kenny versus Lily. Just get on a boat was his plan, and it's not a bad idea. A man stares at a chessboard and a horse looks back at him. Always wanting to call it the horse instead of the knight. The most sacred, precious human effigy ever. Well, I squander it because I was kind of saying, like, oh, I'm not allowed to farm for them. Or if I do farm for them, then I'm not allowed to use the boss soul or to level up after the boss fight. Like, I had all these rules. I can never level up normally. I can only do it after a boss fight. And then if I had to break the rule and farm for the effigies, then I'm not allowed to do it even after the boss fight until the next boss fight. Then if I don't farm, right, that's a pretty good way to limit your levels. The great 1,000 rating push, and this time we won't lose it. And at some point here, I fail a permanent challenge related to that. I can't believe how long this actually, like, look at this, man. I guess it is like 4 years worth. I should have done this like once a year, maybe. This was like my most viewed VOD ever, and I assume it was because of the title. This got like 140 views or something like that, just when it was on Twitch. Like, not even as I'm posting it as a video or something. Literally just the VOD. I don't think even since then I've ever gotten that many views. It's just a funny title, I guess. PSA Stranger Danger with Lee and Clem, where like she's gonna get kidnapped, which I guess it doesn't happen even in that episode, but I didn't know that because they were kind of hinting at it. Getting worse at chess the more I play it, until I mistake dumb luck for ability. Molly oh yeah, Molly was a very alpha character, very capable, unlike everyone else who I keep clowning. Molly carries everyone on her tiny shoulders, and Krista continues to do absolutely nothing. One of the two of the couple that you meet that kind of adopt Clem, I guess. A wise man once said, chess is 75. Even at the end, I say that too. Like, oh, don't waste a bullet killing Lee if you're going to finish him off. A wise man once said, Just a 75% memory and 25% whoever goes first. Yeah, I said it in a short story of mine. So I guess I win 25% of the time. Like in the Judith Polgar short story, like just a 75% memory. What's the other 25%? Whoever is black or white. I may be washed up, but if I go down, it will be in flames. This is a Smelter Demon. Chess is a simple game. Okay. Oh, I'm making fun of based on the Elon Musk thing. Was it really that long ago that he said that? Or maybe I said it before he did. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is one of the iconic ones that I even based my art around. This quote, the fact that I have that Smelter Demon quote, like he has fire in his chest too. Like he has a heart of fire, and so do I as the player. And mine's like a burning effigy, and his is like just how the Smelter Demon has fire coming from his chest. A soul of fire never dims for its kindle as well. How I just refuse to give up, and you know I'm doing that for like 20 streams. A soul of fire never dims. Yeah, that's a really good one. Lee achieves final redemption, and Kenny finally sails away. That's the ending of The Walking Dead. Can I finally get to 1,000 rating again? Also known as trading horses every chance I get, which that hasn't changed. Okay, we're using that one maybe a little bit too much. I tend to not want to use the same ones over and over. Maybe if it's the same day, I would keep using the same one over and over. Right, like I'm doing a 10-hour stream and I keep taking breaks and playing chess in the middle. I'm not going to come up with a unique title every single time, I guess. Terrible player plays the one game that takes no skill, which is what? What, am I calling chess the game that takes no skill? A soul of fire and nerves of cotton. Now I'm making fun of myself. I go from some serious dramatic RP line to just this. Chess is a hard... That's it. That's fine. Some of these are underwhelming. I keep saying how I even try to make it something thoughtful. Chess is hard. 400 Days of Loose End and Insatiable Hunger. That's the DLC for The Walking Dead, which I'm surprised I even bothered doing that. Stream title to The Long Road Back to 1,000 takes the form of an L one way or another. Horse Ego L. My friend made a comment like that that's pretty, got a ton of upvotes, like just making fun of Andrea, saying that in some exaggerated way, like Horse Ego L. Chosen undead finds peace in fiery purgatory, but then all flames fade. Still fighting the Smelter Demon, by the way. Moonwalking to 1,000 rating with style. Chosen undead. Okay, we read that. Is this the boss that sends the undead back to the fire from whence she came? Wait, am I a female character? I don't feel like I was a female character. Why am I saying from whence she came? Greatest ratio of hours played to the lowest rating possible world record. And especially now, that's probably true. But sadly, it's not, because I see people who have played like 20,000 games or 30,000 games and still be as bad as me. Getting back in the Ace Attorney groove, Dual Destiny's DLC, permadeath case, greatest ratio, hours played, whatever. Yeah, and I lost to that as well, the Dual Destiny's DLC. When the fortune cookie said don't horse around, I don't think this is quite what it meant. Obviously, chess. GTA 4 permadeath master tries GTA 3 permadeath. Oh yeah, I forgot about this actually. I had tried all the GTA games, Vice City 3. I tried a permadeath. First playthrough ever, true permadeath. GTA 4 permadeath master try, I guess same thing. Epic arduous push to 1,000 rating results in this outcome you won't believe, like one of those Dar Man titles. Reclaiming my court savvy in a case about pirates and the whole whale and everything like that, which was kind of a dumb subject matter. Today I finally stopped pretending to be bad at chess because I'm actually terrible. This boss broke my spirit. Little does he know my flesh is undying. Also the Smelter Demon. Trial by fire. Bail set to 5.4 million souls. Now this is actually, you might think, oh, that must mean it's a guess the title, like guess the elo. It's trial by fire, but then the second part gives it away that it's actually Dark Souls, not Phoenix Wright, that you would assume. A veteran attorney defends a sea creature in court of law and calls on a penguin for testimony, which wouldn't be the craziest thing he's done. But I like that penguin moment originally because that actually did happen in real life. Here, I'll even show you. This is like one of those YouTube shorts things you could make where you say, did you know, like make a really short and to the point, lowest common denominator type of thing. Parrot takes the stand in court and actually was used as evidence in a case. And so as crazy as you think that Phoenix Wright is for doing that, yeah, Parrot was key witness in murder trial. Witnessed by family Parrot, 2016. Right, a Michigan woman gunning down her husband. Don't effing shoot could be heard on family video recorded weeks after the killing. They insisted it was mimicking the couple, but you could easily train it in that way to say it anyway. So, yeah, Parrot was actually used as evidence. Whether he actually took the stand or not, I'm not sure. Honestly, if you're going to bring it up like that, you almost should have him do that. But again, anybody could just train it to say that. It's a 900 rated chestacular. Misery, 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 that's what you've chosen. Bootleg Stephen King takes the stand. Some mystery writer, that girl... It's a woman who's compared to Quercus Alba Phoenix says, oh, she's the most assertive witness we've ever seen. Like, hello, what about Damon Gant? What about, so many other great villains? You're trying to build her up. But I always use this one for something. Wait, like, oh, I'm confusing it maybe with YouTube titles because that's what I used for a YouTube title too. This is like the line from Spider-Man where the Green Goblin says that. I offered you friendship and you spat in my face, right? But I used a play on that in Chai Guy's Toy Box on my Paper Mario series, but not on a stream, I guess, apparently, because we didn't see it here. I did it on YouTube where it's like, whatever. It's a joke like with the thumbnail where Bowser gives you like 3 options. What do you choose for Mario to deal with? Like a Koopa Troll, this or that. Like what does Mario fear? And I just replace them all with misery, misery, misery. So it's like that's what you've chosen because you have no choice. Because it's a hard mode, so it's going to be misery no matter what. All the old familiar blunders, which is like all the old familiar places. Hard mode expert and veteran loses to a blacksmith. Obviously, Smelter Demon. That one's a little funny. Permadeath Addict finally completes ground. Permadeath 8 years after release. Tries online for the first time ever. This is Last of Us Online, which I really did like too. Even if I wasn't good, first ever playthrough of Vice City with only 1 life. And of course I failed that, as well as GTA 3. Discovering how chess works 1 rating at a time, because that's my average daily increase. Which you could get by doing a draw rather than actually winning even. If he's the blacksmith, I'd hate to see who he makes weapons for, but I guess if it was the old Iron King, it wouldn't be a big deal. Rationalizing every move I make, every game, also known as having 0 fundamental knowledge. Short stream today, speedrun world record for losing a rating on chess.com. See, even here I was doing as like a filler category. Will Phoenix Wright lose to an orca? Permanent day in court. Kind of like what we did with case 5 of Spirit of Justice. So I was on a high from having done that, and then I screw up in the DLC, and then I screw up in the Gray Ace Attorney too. Will Phoenix lose to an orca? Losing to a scarf that I can take. That was like the last thing I had to like point out something with the coins and the scarf. Losing to a horse on turn 8, too far. Which I think I actually did have that happen to me. You get mated by like just the horse. It might not have even been turn 8. It could be before that. The only modern GTA permadeath I've never attempted. GTA 4 done. GTA 5 done. GTA 3 failed. GTA Vice City failed. So which one am I talking about? San Andreas? I guess it must be. To fallen chess player tramples over the graves of horses to surmount 900 rating again, and then 1,000. Dark Souls veteran does the unthinkable and rolls on the floor laughing after beating the hardest boss in the series so far. The day a deity died. I don't know which of these is actually true though, where I Treat every game like it's your last. Chance to stay at 900 rating, as if that means anything. On my hollow pride, I stake my decrepit soul against the very heart of flame. I keep going with the Smelter Demon. To actually taking chess seriously for once, perhaps I shouldn't take that credit. Lifelong gamer finally defeats his arch nemesis in the dim light of his fading flame. A lot of references to fire. In an alternate timeline, this legendary attorney lost to a scarf. Which one am I doing here? Spirit of Justice DLC, I guess, too. What even was the Spirit of Justice DLC? I don't even remember. Or, oh, I think I said I have to do the first case again, just as an introduction, and then I can do the DLC. So I failed to the DLC in Dual Destinies, then I failed to the first case that I'd already beaten, obviously, previously in Spirit of Justice, so I wasn't even allowed to do the DLC at all. This boss is something else. That's not an observation, it's a eulogy. I don't know what that even means. In an alternate timeline, okay. Epic comebacks a 900 rating, probably accurate because that's the only way I'll win. Flame is as corporal as dreams, for neither can be grasped. Replaying case 1 to unlock the DLC. Permanent day in court, which I actually fail, surprisingly. In life, you can be a lion or a horse. In the Age of Fire, an unstoppable undead met an immovable demon. And then, see, now you're getting into some RP type stuff because it's just you're doing it for so long that you actually get very invested. Chess is not a game, it's a mystery. That's a good motivation for RP. You get so immersed and you're doing it for so long that you end up, actually getting that invested. It's a mystery wrapped in a puzzle, betrayed by an eventuality. Road to 1,000. Will CJ lose to a camera? First ever permanent attempt, part 2. I don't know why I'm bringing up the camera. It's like some item that you have, but GTA San Andreas Remastered, second permanent attempt, first time playing remaster, and I do fail to one of those OG low missions, I guess. What will we lose to this time? The 1,000 rating push for the 1,000th time. Oh my god, look at this, dude. I'm not trying to rush it, but I don't know. I just wanted to get through these ones just so I have them on record somewhere. An epic new era in law, permanent playthrough. This is the Great Ace Attorney, which I also fail. Will I suffer winner's burnout after beating the hardest boss in Dark Souls history so far? Which actually might be very validating. That might actually be a fair claim. Exiled, I mean, Artorias could be hard Manus, but those are DLC bosses, so you put them in kind of a different category. Or even the Four Kings. Exiled Ace, I was so disappointed that the Four Kings weren't like 4 distinct kings that have different abilities and stuff, and they're just the same king 4 times. Like, the way that O and S are at least 2 different characters. Exiled Ace Attorney Addy forced to play shameless crossover after losing to a scarf, a tutorial, and a coin. That a coin was in Great Ace Attorney, tutorial was in Spirit of Justice, scarf was in the Dual Destinies DLC. Now we're forced to play obviously Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, which I said I wouldn't even want to have played, and then I lose in that to a non-failure state. Like, I can't solve a puzzle in a certain amount of time, so I just consider it a failure state, even though I didn't actually game over. Whereas at least in court, you presumably could game over. If I don't get 1,000 rating today, I'll delete my chess.com account. I'll just play on the chess instead, lol. And clearly, I'll never have to delete that one too. Wink, wink. Even though I just did. With key and branch in hand, chosen undead unravels mysteries the old king couldn't. Chess.com refugee tries to tackle the most existential question in chess. Do horses actually serve a purpose? See, before Andrea said it, I did, assuming she hadn't actually already said it, but I always had the same perplexing feeling towards knights. Even the name of it. Ace Attorney fan gets his dream come true at last. A trial featuring real magic. Yeah, because everybody makes fun of that. Like, you already have spirit channeling and all these other leaps in logic, right? But now you're going to introduce magic, like in the Acro case, case 3 of Justice for All, Turnabout Big Top. Like, let's combine magic and spirit channeling and this and that and try to make it in a genre that's supposed to be about logic and reason and deduction. Which came first, the L or the horse? Can't spell L without horse. Super hard mode, revisiting a legendary hard mode Blackout challenge. Yeah, this is the one I mentioned earlier where I had come back to that. Even though I had done it as a finale episode, I also did it later here. The best and worst Scribble.io player ever, best guesser, worst drawer. I was pretty good at guessing, actually. I would do this as like a break category in between other long sessions of stuff, kind of like how I do with chess. I know they say there's a rating difference, but what? Some of these are so hard to understand the context of. There's a rating difference, probably I'm playing on the chess then. It's taking run back design too literally. It's like running in quicksand. That was the area that didn't even have a boss to it. I think it was just some open area with a lot of sand. I thought I thought, oh yeah, this is good. 900, and I've used this in other iterations too over time. And I thought my inflation was bad when a American plays on the chess for the first time. 900 rated chess player holds their own at 1400. That's kind of the immediate impression that you got. But 900 wasn't really representative of. I was probably more around 1200 at least. Angel Star smiles down this day. There's like some chef as a witness who's obsessed with food, so similar. Avid chess player gets hard stuck at 1400 rating and goes full turtle mode to cope. Maybe I start playing classical. Blighttown 2.0 gets automated blow darts. Even Drang Lake is cutting back. Well, like cutting back on staff, I guess. Because yeah, I'm making fun of how that place looks just like Blighttown, and of course there's an area in Demon Souls like that too. So they keep recycling that same rickety structure kind of level. An archaeologist so eager to find artifacts they risk getting trapped in a magical dimension, kind of like an Indiana Jones type of thing with Layton looking for artifacts. Story of the tortoise and the hare recreated in a game of chess. Guessing God scribbles a eulogy for his competitors, which people took issue with this one. The competitive Scribble.io community was clowning me, right? People who were good and playing regularly even came in there and saying, oh, imagine using that title or whatever. So I didn't realize it had any sort of competitive thing behind it. If speed could kill, I'd live forever. And then final exploration before the fateful march to Drang Lake Castle. And then surely we're going to beat the game in a reasonable amount of time, and I still haven't though. If there was an honorary title for slowest chess player ever, I might get it from I might get it. I keep mistaking the other, Twitch text for mine. Okay, Layton completes the longest day of investigation while Phoenix bakes bread. Just how they're introducing him is a little bit stupid, and he's like lost his memory or something. Turtle tier chess player goes full tryhard mode to avoid losing their coveted 1500 rating. See, I already got to 1500 that quickly on the chess, whereas on chess.com, I just wasn't getting anywhere. The hardest puzzle in gaming history has an ironic subject. It just takes time, probably involving a clock. But there is no failure state for a lot of those. So on Hollowed Souls, an undead takes one last pilgrimage. And getting into the RP of it a bit. Is chess the last true meritocracy in the world? Which I have all kind of quotes to do with that, but I won't even get into it now. Hard mode hangover, completionist struggles to 100% as their character goes hollow. Just to imply like I'm taking so long that won't actually turn. The game of chess is solved. Just flip the board over. Okay, good one. I said I'd complete the longest day of investigation last time. Who knew it would go into the night, like the longest day? And then this is about where that ends too. Did you know simply taking your time multiplies your chess rating by 1.5? Even the time format that you have. I'm not even saying play a longer format. Literally just use the time that you have, which a lot of people don't. Undead who felled the Kingslayer and the King and the Queen takes on their toughest challenge yet. Recreation episode 1, redefine terms for my revisionist philosophy series. Also, debate format usage. Debate format, topics, and debaters welcome, which I've never really gotten off the ground with doing that, but did you know there's actually a competitive community for this game? Plastic tier player bullies random lobbies. This is Scribble.io, of course, or Sketchful.io too, Gartic.io. I was trying all these, and maybe that title would apply to all of them. Looking for, there should always be a freedom of that. Like, I understand the necessity to change categories, but like, even if you want to change categories, you should be allowed to keep the title the same, even if it doesn't make sense and it was for something else. So if you're changing categories a whole bunch, you shouldn't have to keep changing the title. Looking for the next choice story game to play. Suggestions welcome, no spoilers. Almost like I want you to make the choice for me, though. Right? I have to choose from it, like it's an analogy for a choice game. Even choosing which game to play among them. So I did a lot of those, though, in this early period. This was just like the end of 21 to the middle of 22. Where I did Until Dawn, I did Detroit, I did Life is Strange, so a lot of Walking Dead, a lot of these things that I hadn't played before. There is no luck in chess, only going first or second, which greatly impacts the outcome, unfortunately. Guess you could call it a late stream. Late Shift was the game, it's a story game. Extremely slow player grinds, meaningless rating in an arcade game online. Scribble.io, more like guess.io. I haven't played that actually in a long time now. Are we finally going to get a boss today? I said no Dark Souls 2 player ever until now, so I guess we were actually struggling to find one. The only boss I get to face today is a 1500 rated. I like how there's even synergy between the titles. I can't find a boss in Dark Souls 2, so now I use that to say this. So it only makes sense in context of the other title in the same stream. The only boss I get to face is a 1500 rated turtle. And I guess I was playing classical at that point. Ace Attorney sleuths out the perfect game. Am I becoming a full motion video fan? This is like Contradiction. Spot the Liar, which was really good. Also one where I failed a permadeath first playthrough, even though there was no failure state, because I just couldn't answer a question for a super long time, so I just considered it a failure. New variant, play without using your brain. So basically, there's no difference for me. What is an absolutist? Discussion, analysis, revisionist philosophy series, same thing. To do with the recreation. And you thought that Undead Purgatory was bad. There can only be one true king of losing games and factually objectively winning positions. That's one of my catchphrases, factually objectively. If you know, you know. Permanent story player finally reaches episode 2 in a game with no failure state. So this is a contradiction. Okay, hang on. I'll actually come back and do this like all day because I want to finish it. Like, so we're almost halfway there, not really even. Permanent story player finally reaches episode 2 in a game with no failure state. That's a contradiction. Because I had failed the Great Ace Attorney and the DLC and stuff of the other Phoenix Wright, Deal Destinies and whatnot. So those were all in the first episode that I was failing those first playthrough permadeath attempts. The only game where I play the more I play, the worse I get, because I'm already as bad as possible at every other game. Well, Sketchful.io, more like Guessful.io, okay. Did you know that horses are objectively the worst piece? Which I was way ahead of the curve on that one, huh? I've always said that. This boss will have me fuming. Wannabe dual wielder faces his own true form, because I'm trying to be a Dex character that would want to dual wield, but you really can't, or it's not very effective. If 30-minute games make you a turtle, what do 60-minute games make you? First time ever playing 60-minute games, which I didn't really do very much of that, as much as I like classical. What makes the killer obvious? The two things you want most of them to have: stature and formidable personality, which is like that Paul guy in Contradiction, obviously, which we never found out whether that's true or not, but it was just my guess. Like, oh, somebody's the big police chief, and they introduced them as a character, like Damon Gant. So now you know it's got to be him, because it would be underwhelming if it was anybody else. The longer to the time control, the better you play. It's a scientific fact. Turtle Andy tries to justify snail-like calculation. Everyone said this boss would be impossible, but I've heard that one before. That would be Fume Knight, I guess, and I didn't destroy the healing nodes except for one, so there were still 3 healing nodes active. Moment of truth, will I remain at 1500 early in my OS chess account too? which at that point that was also in classical. But yeah, at that point I didn't have to, but who would have thought 3 years later. 900 rated chess player. I wish it would tell you exactly when, like it just says the general, but I don't know exactly. This was probably the middle of 2022. In fact, I would know exactly when it would be, like May, because May is when I did Danganronpa, so we're not quite at May yet. 900 rated chess.com peasant basks in the inflation. This time on 2 cults, 1 town. This is also contradiction. And you have forget flagging, try turtling instead. Taking so incredibly long your opponent falls asleep and you win by default. Fume Night, more like Doom Night. Again, this one took me a couple times to do. Which is worse, the Emperor with no clothes or the horse with no knight? What happens in this room will either purify or hollow you as an undead? And then I made some... other reference, like as an undead, you're alone in the ring, but I guess I didn't use that as a title. It's sort of hard to explain. Like the first scene in Raging Bull, where like you're never gonna die, so your real enemy is yourself. Ever dance with the devil? Once again, the Batman quote at which had no real meaning to it. It's just a random line that he says, the Joker. At 9:30 in a quaint village, the most aesthetically pleasing pawn structure is. I like these sort of incomplete titles. Like, what does that even mean? Ever dance with the devil at 9:30 in a quaint village? That's obviously a contradiction. For the undying, you were truly... Oh, I did use it. You were truly alone in the ring. Right, because you can never truly lose to your opponent because you're going to keep coming back. So it's really your own weakness you have to overcome. Otherwise, you just suffer and torture forever. First ever foray into the Witcher series is a permanent story game. And then after this, I think I do Danganronpa. Which this one unfortunately didn't last too long either. What is slow pacing in chess? I tell you, but I'm busy calculating a move. No, this boss hasn't taken me 5 streams to beat. I'm just milking a great game so it doesn't end. You know, obviously, Fume Night finally. I thought it took me 4 streams to beat. It must have been at the beginning of the 5th one that I beat him. And then the most defensive chess player ever, because I'm so bad at attacking, I missed mate in 2. Or I miss mate in 2. It is true that I tend to not really look for things like that very much. Like I'll be very it's not so much whether you can see an attack or not, but I have to look for it specifically. Otherwise, I'm not even thinking like that because I always assume it's just not there. And attacking is so hard in general. Like I don't know. The moment of truth. Will I remain at 1500 rating and Omega Law? But I actually did, I guess, because then if I didn't, I would have had to delete my account. Of course, that's in classical that we're talking about. 2 episodes to get through the tutorial, such as the price of my first playthrough, also permanent format that I take my time. That's The Witcher, where I'm reading all the flavor text. That's my classic moment that I always bring up. Like, people complain that, oh, you're rushing through Path of Exile or whatever at the beginning, but then I also spent 3 hours reading the flavor text in The Witcher, right, in the first episode, and then people are like, oh, why don't you hurry up and get to the gameplay? 2 episodes to get through the tutorial. Enhanced edition. Where did I... What? Oh, I'm just adding the subtitle at the end. Almost lost to Alt-Tab because it crashes every time you do that with The Witcher. And then Enhanced Edition, but obviously it's still having optimization issues on PC. When a horse meets a knight, the greatest chess piece is born. Wait, you're telling me they actually call it a knight even though... Yeah, like what about the horse? Like a horse meets a knight and it's just called a knight. And even though it looks like a horse, like what sense does that make? My mortal enemy returns from beyond the grave for a rematch of the ages. This is the Smelter Demon. I was kind of shocked by that they would recycle. It's not enough to recycle bosses from Dark Souls 1 into Dark Souls 2, but even to recycle a boss from Dark Souls 2 again into Dark Souls 2. Continuing to prove the objective worthlessness of hordes of 1 game at a time. And then my first ever encounter with a monster is truly a life and death. And that is, actually, we didn't actually fight a big monster there, though. We just fought a whole bunch of... I think we just fought a whole bunch of dogs, that like the Barghast or whatever they're called. Yeah, we're in the town in The Witcher. The way I played that was very slow-paced. It's hard mode because the game will randomly crash, which it was doing there. You can't tab out. My pieces identify as this/that because I don't know rows or files. This is pretty good. So when I say we're going to move this from here to there, and because I don't know A1, this or that, so I'm going to move this piece, that piece, I'm going to move there, I'm going to move here. If chess was a ticking time bomb, I'd be dead. He thinks if he kills me for the 1,000th time, this is a line from Waiting for Godot, believe it or not, that inspired this. If he kills me for the 1,000th time, he thinks I'll regret my build. Such is his miserable scheme. The toughest opponent in chess is time with enough. Could anyone play the perfect game? Correspondence chess for the win. To genocide from the toughest opponent. What? Wait, what is this? Change stream title to genocide? That might have been a mistype, or... Wait, what? I must have... Oh, you know what it was? I was testing words that start with a G because there was a certain one that was banned, and I was wondering what it was, and it wasn't that. Oh, I see what I was doing. There's a certain other word for a promiscuous male or whatever it is, right, that I won't even say what it is. But that one was saying, oh, it's against Twitch TOS, so I tried genocide just to see if that wouldn't be allowable in a title, but I think it was because you saw it. That actually proves it. I could change to that, but I couldn't change to something else. This man can't go 5 steps without finding a new love interest. He's definitely a ladies' man. The Game of Kings peasant point of view, which is obviously chess again. This man can't go 5 steps without finding a new love interest. First playthrough permadeath. The Curse of the Horse. If you start with 2 of these, you lose 50% of games. I was wondering what would break first, my mouse or my effigy. And now I'm doing 3 series at once. So like I'm playing chess, but I'm also doing Witcher, and I'm also doing Dark Souls 2. No advice, hint, spoilers. Somebody must have been trying to give some. Fundamentals are boring. Reactive blunders are fun. Also known as I'm not bad, I'm improvising. That's a good one. I mean, obviously the Bane quote. I was wondering what would break first, my mouse or my effigy. Geralt's got game. And this is also where I was trying to use that word. So it's possible I was trying to use this one. There's another word that starts with a G that comes first here that I wasn't allowed to use. Rip Vesna, she was some chick on the road that I failed to save. Geralt's got game. You would think it's like a romance, you know, this is the real super seducer type of game, but I mean, he just can't help himself. Deciding on my next story game, so I must have died in that very same episode? So early. Next story game suggestion, welcome. I always have the greatest time playing chess. Turtle mode is my final form. Okay, like just classical, how they use the turtle icon for that on the chess. Hardest encounter in gaming history, first playthrough permadeath. Or not even permadeath. That is Ava, I guess maybe that we're on now, and then we probably stop playing promptly after that. If chess was a social experiment, which piece would you be? Yeah, which chess personality type are you? Let's take another quiz. Hard mode hangover, being with a heart of fire will save me time. Lighting his funeral pyre. Or no, this is still the Smelter Demon 2.0, of course. This is no demon. This is what demons fear. I like that one. Hard mode hangover. What's more impressive, 1300 in rapid or 1500 in turtle mode? Neither. Both are trash. Like, some of these are just done tongue-in-cheek, but at some point I try to start taking them more seriously. Or at least in the form of a good joke or a reference or something like that. This is Danganronpa, bringing the courtroom to a school near you. Demonic teddy bear not included. Also a first playthrough permadeath that I totally don't fail. Trying custom pieces today, I guess you could say I got bored of them. I'm surprised it took me that long to use those again. NBA playoffs round robin, play until you lose, which is like, you know, my online quick match, or I don't know what the playoffs aspect of it means, but I would always do that. I just play on every team online in quick match until I lose, and then I have to move on to the next one. Bring the courtroom to a school near you. That's the time I guess I would only reuse titles if it was the same day and the same category. So like I'm doing a 10-hour stream and I switch a little bit. But, you know, I'm not going to come up with a new title every single time for the same category for the same day. That's no pawn. It's the Space Invader. That was the one set that I really liked. which doesn't work anymore with the board, but the pieces still do because they updated how boards work on Lichess. Not that I could use it now because I'm banished from there anyway. A true demon doesn't send you to a fiery abyss. They give you false hope to choke on for eternity. The one, like, false hope that I thought I beat him the first time. The one time saying no horsing around is actually sound advice. So when does this game become a first-person shooter? Because apparently it had that in the tags, which you imagine being spoiled by the tags on OBS and on, you know, on Twitch, just the tags of the category that you're in, because you don't want to know what genre it is. The horse is strong with you. 1500 rated player you will become. Also, you know, Darth Sidious line, a lot of Star Wars references in here. The Mask Quest, first playthrough, also permanent with only 3 hearts, and I couldn't even figure out how to do the first part of the game. That's one of those quality control fan-made game type of things where it's trying to be way too hard, quote-unquote, way too early, and it's sort of like, you know, stupid how they do that. Just, they hide away how you unlock the first Great Fairy or whatever in the town. Trying Paper Mario Pro mode for the first time. So yeah, this is where I was playing other kind of fan hack type things, but it wasn't very, they were trying a bit too hard. Just as hard as you make it, I'm not too lazy to learn the fundamentals. I choose not to. Most thorough playthrough of this game ever. Episode 3 and we still aren't in court. That's obviously Danganronpa again. Permadeath Petrosian blunders every game and their Lichess account by falling under 1500 turtle rating is a title I'm never going to use. He may have gotten the moral victory twice, but undead have no need of morality, so we just keep going in there and beating our head against the wall. Let's just call this a one opening challenge because I don't know any openings. Which honestly, that's what it's turned into over time. Undefeated high schoolers take on their first trial ever, and the reward for winning continued imprisonment. Right, because you either die, you all die, or you get to stay alive, but you still have to stay and play little Monokuma's game. Turtle time takes a turn for the worse. Losing 30-minute games with 25 plus minutes left. Yeah, that was always a bad tendency of mine. The final showdown between a nearly hollowed undead and a nearly divine demon. Still, the Smelter Demon yet again. Just as a solved game, just knock over their pieces. Or even, just, you know, it's solved at a human level. If you use the engine or whatever, which you obviously shouldn't do, but I'm just saying hypothetically. It feels good to be back in Majula. See, some of these titles are sort of uninspired. I don't know when I started to really put more effort into them. I guess because here I was just doing so many categories and streaming so much, so long at least. I mean, I still do it every day. Who's in charge, me or the horse? I'll let the shape answer that. Like, who's in charge, me or the devil? Whatever that billiards guy is, or the darts guy who's playing darts says it. If you play the perfect game, does it really matter how long it takes? Okay, that's maybe enough for now. So, I mean, I didn't even get halfway through it, so I'll do this for like 10 hours later. I didn't realize it would take this long, honestly. Okay, so this is my third session of trying to review all the Twitch titles on this channel, and obviously this took a lot longer than I expected, but let's just get it finished. So, who's in charge of me or the horse? So let's see. A lot of these have been sort of underwhelming, so I think they started to get better later, or there's a couple really good ones sprinkled in here and there, but at some point I started making a point of trying to really make them, putting a lot more thought into them, maybe when I was streaming for shorter sessions, because when I would do those long streams I would change it so often, the category and the title, that maybe I didn't care as much then. Well, it's offensively challenged. I'm trying to figure out exactly where I was. Play the perfect game. Doesn't really matter how long it takes. Who's in charge of me or the horse? Good to be back in Majula. I seem to recall looking at these just now. Just knock the pieces over. We're not even halfway though. This is unbelievable. And it's not like I'm rambling on or talking about each one too much. I'm just kind of going over it briefly. A Game with God. Speaking of writing streams and being a writing streamer, that was a short story that I wrote, which this art is based on. I should have had my arts ready to show off because a couple other titles would allude to it, like the Dark Souls 2, A Soul of Fire, Never Dims for Its Kindle as well, was kind of like that. So we have the Dark Souls 2 art, but yeah, this is a game with gods, like where, think of it like Space Jam with chess, where like you're playing chess to determine the fate of the planet. So the human is about to lose to them, and even though they're playing as black, which shows you how much better they are. And there's a couple cool moments in it too, like where there's a draw. So like you think, oh no, they're playing the game in the middle of the story. So like it's not, how could it end that quickly, right? If the game concludes then the story's over. But oh, it happens to be a draw because chess is such a drawish game. So that's like a great kind of twist moment where, you know, oh, you think there's going to be a conclusion and then it's actually not, and then they have to play again. A game with, like, you pick the worst game to determine the fate of the planet. Oh yeah, we'll play a 12-game match like Magnus and Fabiano in 2016 or whenever it was, and every game will be a draw. It's like you're really trolling them. That would be the perfect thing. Like, what game do you want to play to save the planet? And it'll be one that never has a fucking outcome to it. Okay, a game with gods and testing speech to text. I don't remember exactly. I guess I was trying to write it with speech to text without even having to type. So a twisted detective game playing as the bad guy. Topical points infinity. I think this was, oh yeah, Orwell, which that game was a lot of fucking reading. So it wasn't bad, but it didn't have, I don't know, it wasn't what I was expecting. Okay, a game, wait, why did I do that again? Twisted detective game, like where you're kind of a cyber person who has access to like everybody's personal information and you're trying to do stuff. Ever seen a turtle play chess? Ever seen them win every game? Because it won't happen here. Remember the last time Miami was down? Oh shit, I was making predictions here. NBA 2K. Last time Miami was down 3-2 to Boston. The man who called this Heat team one of the greatest rosters ever. To be fair, I mean, they made the finals twice, although this was after they already made it once. Right? They made it against Denver again. One of the greatest rosters ever, but then they ended up losing that in Game 7 to Boston that particular year. Past broadcast VOD test. Okay, farming in a hard mode. This was like the Pharaoh's Lockstones to just kind of, as if I didn't farm for the fucking effigies before, but at least there was a failure condition with that, like, or like a consequence that if you farm for the effigy, you can't level up after the boss or use the boss souls or do anything like that at all. And that was the only time when I was allowed to level up. So the number of rules and formats I come up with are pretty staggering, especially when these are just first playthroughs, but they feel sort of organic so that you don't break the game or overdo it. So I kind of like that. You know, like I'm doing Path of Exile too, and like, oh, I have to play with the camera zoomed in all the way, and it's permadeath, and I can't read the tooltips, and like it's, I don't know, it seems like a lot, but it's just how I am. So yeah, the Pharaoh's Lockstone is just for completionism, which it kind of was. I didn't really need anything, or I even said, even if I get like a really cool item from it, I might not even use it. That's the thing with a hard mode, is like you want to be able to find and use everything you get while still having it be difficult. Like you could make any game difficult by just saying, oh, you can't use any items or you can't use any weapons, so you just have to fight everything with your fist or something, right? But that's no fun. You want it to still be challenging and restrict yourself some other way, like I can only put my character stats into one stat or something like that, restrict other aspects, so I can still use whatever weapon I want, but it just won't be as good. My character won't be as strong. You know, you still get the variety of theory crafting and using other resources. It's like the classic problem with Ocarina of Time or something, like Zelda games in general. You have 20 hearts and 4 fairies and the buff that makes you take half damage from everything, so it's like, when are you ever going to need that? There's nothing in the game that's actually going to challenge you that much, you know? Even though I did die on Ganon as a kid, but did you hear about the horse update? The L will form a W. Okay. Did you know the most advanced chess engine in the world runs on only 2 horsepower? I guess 4 horsepower, arguably. Cyber stalking has never been so fun, and then I think I changed it because I was worried about that sounding. Cyber creeping has never been fun. Not that I would know. I just heard from a friend. Who would win, an elephant, a horse, or a turtle? An elephant from Chaturanga. Or yeah, that's one of my favorite titles. This probably comes up later. Is no, this isn't a circus. Just ignore the elephants, the horses, and the clown behavior, because I was playing Chaturanga and chess both, and it's like, so ignore the elephants, the horses, and the clown behavior, as if I'm the clown at the circus too, by how badly I'm playing. And then Pharaoh's door opening stream, the closest I'll ever get to doing a loot box opening, because I farmed out the Pharaoh's Lockstones in that previous one, right? And now I'm ready to actually open all the doors. The horse is a pathway to many lines some consider to be suboptimal, such as myself. Hard mode hangover, the long-awaited final exploration of Blighted Town 2.0. Who was even the boss of that? I can't even remember. It was like this big, I forget what he's called. Actually taking chess seriously today, by which I mean slowly. 30-second move rule. Oh yeah, I forgot about that actually. Or I bring it up sometimes, but I forgot I was talking about it even all the way back then. In classical, at least it makes sense. If you do that in a 10-minute game, you'll flag every time. Bitter old man, recently divorced and paying child support, takes benevolent revenge on society, as if to RP that the guy you're playing as in Orwell is like, you know, taking it out on in his job, that he has all these things burning him out. Winners burn out when a mediocre chess player wins 3 games in a row. This happens. Diablo newbie does the unthinkable and invokes their first playthrough, also permadeath format. Highest difficulty, which I even thought there were difficulties, but they're not. So that was when Diablo Immortal came out. So this must be, I mean, I guess I forgot when that came out, but it wasn't this in 2023? No, I think it was still 22. It was maybe like the middle of 2022. Can I surpass my all-time high Lichess rating of 1569 with a little face? Discovering the state of Hearthstone 2022, playing my old theme decks. So was this like the first time I played Hearthstone or on this channel? I might have actually been. That's kind of hard to believe that I didn't play it for that long with how much I love it. Diablo newbie, okay, same thing. Playing theme decks in Wild in 2022, and you thought my hard modes made me a masochist because they're gonna suck even harder than they did when I first made them. It's like playing an opening in chess. It's just like a gimmick, like pawn to h4 on the first move, and some, you know, whatever weird Richard Rapport type stuff that he does. Ladies and gentlemen, we found a piece worse than the horse. We only had to travel back hundreds of years to find it, which is again the elephant from Chaturanga. I love clowning on the knight because it's so justified. My favorite theme deck ever. It sucks now more than ever. I guess it's probably the Iron Juggernaut, or yeah, probably. And then my favorite card or mechanic might just be Renounced Darkness itself. My custom pieces give me super strength. That's like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged reference almost. Like my voice gives me super strength. Elephant meta or horse meta, which is more annoying to learn. Hamumu, I almost wanted to try this again at some point. The Kid Mystic and stuff, permadeath run Hamumu games, they're very difficult. So yeah, for my 50 follower slash affiliate celebration, I tried the original Diablo again, first playthrough permadeath, like how I did in 2016. So I did that for my affiliate celebration. Then I did this for my 100 follower celebration, which was the Hamumu permadeath marathon. I went through like all the different games, and I almost speed ran it. I died in like almost every single one. I'm surprised there's even a Twitch category for that. But no, that's actually a pretty good game that I played when I was a kid. Epic high 1500 chess gameplay. What I lack in fundamental. So it was 3 years ago that I was high 1500 on Lichess. Or I guess that was in classical, but still. And now I'm only 1700, and even that I fell off from being. So what it shows you is you can still make progress, but it's just slow, and it's like, I don't know, you're just better off studying, even though I hate doing it and I still don't want to. What I lack in fundamentals, I make up for in calculation, which is kind of true and necessary. Unstoppable undead reaches an existential crossroads. No foe can stop them, yet won't the end of their journey. See, this is a good like RP quote. Right, no enemy can stop me, but the end of my journey will stop me itself, right? That's the only end in sight that we have. Cyber Sleuth brings it. This is the Star Wars line again. We've quoted Star Wars a couple times. Cyber Sleuth brings safety, compliance, and order to their dystopia. Like I brought freedom, security, and something to my new empire. Full tryhard mode activated. 30-second rule engaged. No blunder protocol perpetuated. These kind of make more sense and mean a lot more if you understood the context of the stream at the time, which I don't even remember at this point, right, what some of these were about, but some of them are just general things that could apply to any stream, though. Full tryhard mode activated, 30-second rule engaged, no blunder protocol perpetuated. A royal audience for the ages. This is what? Dark Souls 2. Oh yeah, when we're gonna go meet the queen or something in the castle, which I don't remember even doing. We had to fight like Dragon Slayer, or not Dragon Slayer. What is that called? The Dragon Rider duo, and I made sort of a hard mode out of that too. where like you have to wait and kill them both at the same time. Which you could try to do that with ONS, but that's almost impossible to do because they change phases. I wonder if there's a way to actually make it so that they skip the second phase if you do kill them at the same time. Overly aggressive chess player, because their health would reset too, I think. Overly aggressive chess player hides behind their pawns after realizing attacking it is actually complex. And then I think I realized that a long time ago. Actually trying to get the worst possible ending for the first time, evil playthrough. Also in Orwell, which I don't know how much impact it really had on that, but I was trying to be like a bureaucratic dick. Almost like Connor in Detroit. I was trying to play him like that. Bureaucratic Connor, pacifist Marcus, and Mommy Kara were kind of the three that I called them. And I was going to make a thumbnail actually to do that if I ever upload the series. But that's one of the first ones that I did too in 2021. So that shows you how long it takes me to get around to some of these. Elephants have the perfect memory for chess. Meanwhile, I have the memory of a chimpanzee. Elements have the... Okay, I find... Chess round robin. Every time I lose, I have to switch variant. That's kind of a fun format, actually. Chaturanga, chess, shogi were the three that I was doing, but you could do it with any of them, all of them. Or I always just do the round robin rotation itself. Like, just play each one on chess.com, and there's like hundreds until you lose and then move on to the next one, and then it's over. The invincible versus the invisible. If I'm going hollow, I guess my eyes were the first to turn. That's very appropriate because we're fighting an invisible boss. So that would be the RP explanation. It's not that the boss is invisible. It's that at this point, my eyes are actually going hollow. But I guess if the playthrough continued after that, you'd have to have some explanation how you got your eyesight back. But it's like something your hero is going through, right? You've died so many times that you're starting to go hollow for real, and you can't stop it. And so during that fight, you have to deal with the lack of eyesight. See, I try to explain it in an RP-friendly way. Permadeath chance, will I blunder my chess account away? Yes, but it would take a couple more years before that happened. Below 1500 classical equals delete. Hard mode hangover, the stuff memes are made of. That was the title I used for one of my Paper Mario episodes, actually. That doesn't really tell me what I was doing in there. Tremble, but there was a lot of Nicolas Cage references. Am I getting through to you, Ava, instead of Alva, because I can't see her, so I'm trying to ask if I'm hitting her. And just how insane that boss will drive you. Tremble, horses, and despair. Bishops have come to this board. What was the other? I think I did an RP of the whole thing, like that whole quote. Like, let me try to remember it. It's the Nicolas Cage quote where he's saying, like, how does he start? You're the chosen undead or something like that. Of all the hollows, you're the only one, or like, you're the lowest on the totem pole, Alva, is what he's saying. Like, let me try to remember. Okay. Out of all the hollows, you're the only one who has some humanity left. The only one. It's a horrible, horrible fate. Going in to die again and again, only to come back. I couldn't think of a more horrible fate if I wanted to. And you have to do it. You have to, or you'll go hollow. You understand? The way he's saying, you know, you have to do your job or I'll fire you. Do you? And then, obviously, am I getting through to you, Ava? Is like, it makes you go Nicolas Cage levels of insane because of how long that boss would take me to beat or because of the mechanic. So it's something like that. Every single hollow who tried before you, or every single undead who tried to fight this boss before you, went hollow. Every single one. You're the last one left, so you have to do it. You have to, or you'll go hollow too. It's a horrible, horrible fate, sending you to your death time and time again. Just look at the boss, obviously, because you can't see it. This goes on for a while. Aviary attorney, what are we going to call it? Parrot to the stand or something? Like Phoenix Wright? That'd be ridiculous. Even in real life. Where chess elitism goes to die if you can't get any better of a game by playing it over and over. Something is wrong with you or the game, which really it just shows you the nature of the game and the fact that your opponents are studying too. So even if you're not, it doesn't prove anything. Why is it called 81 Dojo? Because that's how many loses you get before a single win. That's like a site where you play shogi on there. Do you fear what you cannot see, or is it hiding from you? And then, man does the first ever reactionary, uninformed playthrough of chess. Part whatever of 1 million or of infinity. There's nothing worse than an undead who won't give up for their enemies. But actually, right around there, I do give up because I, stopped playing at least. I haven't played really Dark Souls 2 since then. And I'm not allowed to play 3 or any of the other Bloodborne or something until then. I try to do it in like some systematic, orderly fashion. Even though I didn't beat the original Demon Souls. Just memorize every line in existence. I'm not Fabiano Carana though. Learn how to win games up to 1700 with this simple two-turn calculation. And the pink flamingo. Experienced chess player does the unthinkable and looks at the board. Just memorize every line in existence. Wedding might be because we explore the seedy underworld of France. Obviously, wedding might be because it's Aviary Attorney. The elephant game digitized. Okay. Obviously, Chaturanga. Superstar Saga boss only run. This is kind of a fun format that you're not allowed to level up, so you have to run away from every fight or avoid it and just only fight bosses. So you have to rely on your mitigation skills. Master of Mitigation series. Boss only run. Will I win my first game of the Samurai today? What? My first game of the Samurai? What are you talking about? Wait, from Superstar Saga to chess. What are you talking about? My game of the Samurai? Do I mean shogi by that or what? This isn't a circus. Just ignore the elephants, horses, and clown behavior. I love that one. What came first, the prosecutor or the verdict? And then we somehow fail and die in that. The man who see, I like that because these sort of first playthrough permadeaths create like a canonical ending. How, if the story ends and I game over, then that's the actual official ending for me. Like that's how the character dies and that's how the story ends. It's not just like, oh, you get to try again. It's actually over. Man who beat a 2200 shogi player plays chess, and this happened even though the guy just like resigned or something against me, but I didn't really do anything. Boss only permadeath run after losing to the economy system in a turn-based RPG. My resolve is greater than ever. Oh, it's because I got hard locked because since I can't fight anything, I didn't have enough coins to deal with the one guy. So I don't know how I even solved that the other time. Yeah, like really, what would have changed? I maybe didn't hit all the blocks efficiently enough or the right number of times. You have to like collect 100 coins for the one guy who's like blocking your path, but somehow I didn't do it and I can't fight to get more, so I had to restart. It doesn't take an elephant to remember a single opponent. Too bad I'm a stubborn mule who doesn't learn them to begin with. It doesn't take an okay, why do they sometimes repeat like that? Change stream title, but I didn't change the stream title there. Is it saying like from that to something? To begin from the, I don't care. You'd have to be cuckoo to take a case like this. Oh, it's still going though. Aviary Attorney, which was really good. It had like a lot of branching paths and player impact, at least it felt like. Will I lose 2 permanent story games in one day? So what is the next one? I'm doing the Obra Dinn. Try hard first playthrough of chess, exhausting every error possible until none remain. And then the King's New Groove. King becomes a gesture in my hands. Once again, same thing. The latest and shortest stream I'll ever do. At night, I transform into a were-horse. Hard mode player tries Ocarina of Time. What happened with the Obra Dinn, though? I thought... What, I just didn't play it? Or maybe I considered it and then I changed my mind? Because I know I did play it, obviously, eventually. In fact, that's one of the titles I was highlighting here was the Murphy's Law in the form of his ship. I love that one. Hard mode player tries Ocarina of Time randomizer for the first time. It's also permadeath, which I got sort of hard locked in that, I swear. Discover either I fail like in a permadeath run normally, or I get hard stuck. Those are the only two options. I can never actually just complete a run normally. A new time control 30-minute splits games where I lose without using more than 5 minutes on average, like just because I'm not time disciplined enough. This game will break your brain. Good thing I don't have one. Obra Dinn as well. The only game you can play hours a day and not improve at all. Adult learner grows full anti-fundamentalist and improves every move, improvises every move. The only chess rank I'll get is a back. Oh, this deserves to be a YouTube title, actually. The only chess rank I'll get is a back rank. Wonderful player discovers defeat is more exciting than victory, or more exciting than a draw at least. Hard mode hangover. Am I getting through to you, Ava? Obviously, we know what that's based on, like I just explained. If you want to beat the general, there was some thumbnail or something I was going to make with it, like a insanity scale where it shows like, you know, you go from normal to crazy to insane to completely nuts, right? And then at the edge of the scale off the side is Nicolas Cage. So it's like this boss has pushed me over to the Nicolas Cage level of insanity. Right, that's how triggering and tilting it was. If you want to beat the general, spare his horse, because it'll sabotage him. Continuing my first ever Ocarina of Time randomizer run, did I mention is also permadeath? A game with humble beginnings that stood the test of time. It's only fitting you play it slowly. Can I do the impossible and actually stay consistent for once? 4-game win streak equals 4-game losing streak. I keep taking a break from playing Obra Dinn, I guess. Being an old-time coroner is hard work. Basically is what you are in the Obra Dinn. Did you know I'm better than 50% of classical players at 1500, no less? Bottom feeder effect. Link in the worst timeline ever. Nearly hard stuck counter. Hard stuck 99999 times. Am I finally becoming a normal functioning chess player? Horsey go L. Okay, nearly hard stuck counter again. Yeah, I kept reusing them if I was going through the same day and doing the same categories back and forth. Introducing new piece values, a horse equals 2. Everything else can say the same. And even better players would tell you, like Bobby Fischer or somebody would probably tell you it's like 2.5 or maybe 3, and then the bishop is 3.5. Yeah, this is the one. Murphy's Law in the form of a ship. Just because everything that could have gone wrong goes wrong. There's all kind of mermaids attacking you. There's a storm. There's a kraken. There's a leviathan. There's, you know, these crabs attack people. People start killing each other. I can't even remember what else happens, but like an insane number of different causes of death happen. This time there will be no regression. Peak rating, peak performance, 1600 push. The whole game became a puzzle, and then this happened. Ocarina of Time permadeath randomizer. Okay, the horse can teach you many things in life, like how the weakest link can inspire the greatest strength to compensate for the whole game. Or just compensate. I always read it like that. I'll never get used to that. The Maelstrom, our character's cause of death, will be information overload because of how much we're researching into the causes of death and racking our brain. And that was like a true blind first playthrough too. And I feel like almost nobody has probably done that. Like if I upload it, I bet people would make fun and say, oh, look, it took you 10 hours to figure this part out or to do this. But genuinely, it was really good, but it was really hard. And I highly doubt people really play it like that. If I don't get 1600, I'll admit horses are good or blame them for why not. The push for 1600 is a pathway to many tactics some consider to be mediocre. We're basically playing the game backwards. Ocarina of Time written backwards, obviously. I mean, again, a lot of these aren't really as good as I thought, but misery, 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 that's what I've chosen. I was offered variants and I spat in their face because I wanted to get to 2000 first in the regular formats, but it's virtually impossible to do that the way I'm doing it. In every investigation, there's a shotgun phase. It's not guesswork, it's process of elimination. At least I'm acknowledging that because the game doesn't have like a failure state as far as making random guesses. You can do whatever you want. It won't tell you unless you're right, though, is kind of the problem. Chess player gets tilted in eternally hard stuck at 1500 rating, part 6969. Chess player gets tilted eternally hard stuck. You know what they say? Sometimes in life you get stuck between a lullaby and a bow. Obviously, two things that I was trying to get there out of order because they're all in different places, obviously. Catching up with variants, topped off by an epic push for 1600. When you're so good at chess, the gods must strike down your power. My power did go out in the previous session there. And it actually went out in one of those Spirit of Justice episodes where literally, like, the characters are in a cave. That's one of the weirdest coincidence moments. The characters are in a cave, and obviously it's thunderstorming outside, so it's not like a surprise, but I happen to be doing that, and Apollo and his dad and stuff are in a cave, and it's all dark, and the lights are going out, like, in the game, and then they have to try to find a source of light. And at that exact moment, my power went out, actually, in real life. So, I mean, the game's still open, but the stream crashed because I was streaming that. Gods must strike down your power to make it fair. 1600, let's just for the first time. You know what they say. So, okay, I did that. Winners burn out mediocre variation. Wandering away what I worked 4+ months to achieve. Solving the greatest mystery in gaming history, which it really was an amazing game. I was actually kind of stunned by it, and I've still never beaten Papers, Please, which is made by the same guy. Average chess player overcomes their Achilles hoof. Internal contradictions within a linear randomizer. Either you're hard locked or it's an eventuality. Or like my expression with hard modes, like either you either it's impossible and you just can't do it no matter if you play perfectly, or it's inevitable, you'll just do it, you know, if you get the right RNG or something. So it's either inevitable or impossible. How to keep chess fresh and interesting. Never study so every position in game becomes a puzzle. And have terrible memory. How to keep chess fresh and never study. Yeah, that's always an expression of mine. Just treat every game and every opponent and every position like a puzzle. What remains of my brain after the Obra Dinn, which is obviously me playing What Remains of Edith Finch, which was very linear, but still better than Gone Home, I guess. Applying the one rule that always served me well in my chess life, 30 seconds for every move. Okay. I keep saying that, but I don't always do it. Link sees the bottle half full. I like that one, despite the hard lock precedent that we have going on. If this is what 1600 inflated looks like, I'd hate to actually be good at chess. A walking simulator becomes a standing simulator in my hands, just as I'm kind of soaking in all the sights of Edith Finch. And if chess is a mountain to climb, good thing we have the horse to jump over it. And then minimalist Link opens his third eye to avert reliance on magic and technology. Okay, some of these speak for themselves. Is it possible to get hard stuck at a, opens the third eye, as in the lens of truth, I think is what I'm talking about. Is it possible to get hard stuck at a rating you've already surpassed? Find out on this daily episode of Mediocre Chess Gameplay from Minimalist Link, except I'm combining them together. Gone Home on steroids wins over even its biggest critic. Not that I was a critic of this game, but Gone Home. And not that I even hated it, but it was kind of it's too convenient. Like, you're going to a house that you haven't been to in a couple years, like your parents' house, and then everything is strewn about from years in like a systematic pattern that you can discover what they've been doing since you've been gone. Like, you would leave out all this random stuff from years ago in a systematic way to tell the story, so it doesn't feel organic at all. If you can get to 1600 once, you can do it again, but if you can blunder your queen after 2 minutes of calculation, you might do that again too. Chess is a simple game if you take your time and focus, and study and play every day and do puzzles and write a thesis and etc., then you can actually be good at it. Playing for 1600 rating again means something. Spoilers, it doesn't. Legend of Link, Honey, I Broke the Timeline. Some of these are pretty funny. To get your a lot of them are disappointing though too. I thought they were all meant to be held to a high standard, but I guess not. Get your sandals ready, we're in for a nightmare. And then a detective game with rain in the name, like Heavy Rain, has to be good. Kathy Rain. Okay, so this was like a transition phase where I changed my setup and I went to like a different place. So now I started playing card games more, when otherwise I might have had to go AFK or stuff when I didn't enjoy it. So that's why either I would play stuff I could pause, or I would play stuff like chess where I could just go AFK, and that's part of the reason why I like classical. Sorry to rain on your parade, but you'll never get to my level at chess because nobody can possibly be this bad. One who rides, or yeah, that was one that I was going to use more recently. Like I said, the pink flamingo would What did I say? I said the pink flamingo technique would take you places. I never said it's something like they'd be places you wanted to go. I said it would improve your rating. I never said you would enjoy the ride, something like that. I said the pink flamingo technique would improve your rating. I never said you'd enjoy the ride. The one who rides the river of time has no shortage of patience, but I do. This is actually exhausting to do. I cannot believe this, but every like couple years I should do this. I haven't done this once at all since I came back, which you might think is kind of a pointless thing to do, but some of these are pretty good. And just so I don't forget them, or like I'll upload this all as one video just to have it as an archive in case they take this down, or I guess I have it saved here anyway. But River of Time, no shortage of patience. What did this tortoise say to the hare? Don't flag me, bro. Milking this playthrough like I'm Ingo at Lon Lon Ranch. That's good. Hard mode hangover milk. Okay, same thing. Classical calamity converts to a rapid rodent after getting hard stuck at 1550 to 1600. Kathy reigns on the parade of ace detective, like meaning me, and she was kind of humbling me and running circles around me. Reduces him to a Lenny, who's like some pathetic character in there who's like simping for her. And then a wise man once said, in all things you cannot win with defense alone. To win, you must attack. Which, I mean, that's a classic reference if ever. Obviously, Light Yagami when he beats L in fucking tennis. You quote him and you gotta win. As they say, the early, even though I don't attack at all, so that doesn't suit me at all. As they say, the early horse gets the carrot on a fork instead of on a stick. Perhaps people didn't realize I was only pretending to be bad at chess, because being good is not a state of being, but an active choice. And then the worst chess streamer on Twitch redeems themselves by surging to 1500 in rapid, which again, I had been that before, I'm pretty sure, or I was always around there. Hearthstone veteran returns to Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time in years, and it's a real blast to the past. GOAT format. Okay. If you blunder a piece and no one is watching, does it still count? Right, if you're not streaming it and you don't post a video of it, then oh, it's like it never happened. Putting the magic back in card games. Is this Oh, is this, wait, when would I have done that? Because this was me just starting it for the first time. I'd never played Magic before, so why would I use such an innocuous title like that? What? That's literally, that should have been my first time playing Magic ever in my whole life. New expansion, new arena, same brilliant plays. I had this joke about elephants chess in memory, but I forgot. Okay. Who needs variants when you have great variants in your chess play? It's a wild idea to try and rank up with a theme deck. Iron Juggernaut Flip is my eternal love. And I got like hard stuck at silver 10 probably. If you hate learning chess, Rapid is the perfect format for you. A wild idea, okay. Free to play Magic in 2022, farming for my first ever arena run. I'm surprised I didn't put anywhere here like playing Magic for the first time. Why would I have not said that? That's so weird. I just did it so nonchalantly. Like, oh yeah, I'm just playing Magic, putting the Magic back in card games. Chess and mobile game streamer gets back in the hard mode spirit from free to play Magic in 2022. Chess and mobile game streamer gets back in the hard mode spirit. Old school games where the hard mode activator was the power button. Okay, I'll be back in a second. That's kind of a good line though. Calling myself a mobile game streamer because I'm obviously doing chess. So wait, what was the other one though? Oh, like just all the card games would count as potentially being mobile games. Right, like in old school games where the hard mode activator was the power button because they're already so hard, so you would just turn it on and there you go, that's the hard mode. Okay, I'll take a second here and then I'll try to finish this. I'm not even like halfway through it though. This is insane. So I was doing Kathy Rain here, and this was like the transition phase where I started to play card games again. So I'm playing Magic for the first time, then I started playing Pokemon for the first time. I'm playing Hearthstone again for the first time in a long time. And maybe something else. Eventually I do PvZ Heroes, but that comes later. It's sure to be a wild experience getting to legend rank with a theme deck. Okay. Which I didn't do with, well, I did it with like one of the deck recipes. The imp one, so I think that was a little bit after this. One of the coolest protagonists ever acts as both ace detective and comic relief sidekick is obviously Kathy Rain. Why don't I win games? Because I learned from GM, so clearly the point is to draw. Hard mode expert becomes a face tank fiend as they replay the original Castlevania, no sub-weapons. Why don't I win games? Okay. Chess is the refuge of the weak and worn, and thus suits me perfectly. Like, it's a good filler category. You can play with one button, one finger. I could play it just with voice, like the voice activated thing. Chaturanga World Championship only because only like people play it apparently, so I'm the best player if I win one game. And I thought a 4-mana 7/7 was a big deal, and of course there's a 5-mana 10/10 in that in Magic. How far can you get with an old school theme deck that nobody used in the first place in 2022? It's not a rhetorical question. Find out here. Did you know chess is way more fun if you don't know what you're doing? In a way that is kind of true, but apparently, unfortunately, your opponents are not going to be so easy on you for that. Adult Learner celebrates day 300 of their journey to become the next Ben Feingold. I don't know if that means like day 300 since I started playing chess on there, or if it means the 300th day that I played chess on stream on this channel. I don't know, but next Ben Feingold, become a old GM, like he kind of was closer to 40 when he became one. I forget. Everybody made fun of him for that though. Like he got there late. Like Levy could still do it, but Card Game Addict tries Pokemon TCG for the first time and instantly regrets it. The clues are about to come drizzling down. Kathy Raincatcher puts my evaporator self to shame. Putting the arena in Magic the Gathering Arena, 7 Arena Avenger, Averager in Hearthstone. It was more like 6, but still. Continues their first ever Magic Arena run, and it hasn't been like that in a long time. So if I was to average it out now, it would be much less. Apparently, a no sub weapon of this game is harder than I thought. Also known as if I'm washed up, it sure isn't in holy water. Silver to Silver and Beyond, going as far as I can, and Wild, one of my favorite decks ever, which probably wasn't any farther than that. Why is it called Chess 24? Because that's how many games I'm going to win in a row, or that's how many people play on the site. And I guess now it's not even that, because you can't even play anymore. Chess.com barred out its fiercest competition, Chess 24, because clearly they were coming for them, even though obviously with chess they can't buy out because it's free. Bringing to life the oldest school mindset in card games. Get a big creature out there and win the game, also known as removal is fun. More like 0 Days to Die. This was Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet, where I'm playing every game in order on there, and right, they're all permadeath, so I played, and I only got as far as the letter A, but it still was fun, and that was in playing Ark. It feels good to be back on a real chess site with just as much inflation. So is that going back to chess.com? I'm not even sure, because it wouldn't indicate from here unless I say it specifically. The category is just chess generally. Pokemon TCG round 2, free to play fun. I did enjoy that, but unfortunately you can't play it anymore. They, right around when I started playing that, they took it offline, so it was just by chance. I didn't even know that. Right, sometimes I'll do the format where I'll play something because it's about to go offline, but in this case it was just happenstance because I was just playing card games around that time. Oh, also Yu-Gi-Oh, of course. Trying Duel Links for the first time, kind of. Ojama Troll returns. A format where every game is permadeath is my dream come true, because that's totally not what I do anyway with every game I play. A Memoir Blue, also part of that. Having fun tossing. I can't read. I'm kind of unbelievably surprised by this. This is nuts, man. I would have never expected it. What was I looking for? Or a Memoir Blue would kind of do it for me. Having fun losing with the theme deck at Silver 10, while people complain about the meta winning in Diamond. Make your own fun. That's kind of a good point, right? Like, I'll have fun losing with a bad deck that I like, even if it's bad, versus people using meta decks, but then they find it boring and repetitive. Free to play Andy takes on their second arena run ever with magical results. This is obviously Magic the Gathering Arena. And I did keep that free to play the whole time. I never spent any money. I almost spent money on like a cosmetic just because I liked it, but I guess I can't say that with Hearthstone because I bought a lot of cosmetics, and some of them unfortunately come with packs and stuff too, so I guess that tainted the purity. I wish they kept it separate at least, so you could see like, oh, I bought some cosmetics but I've never bought a pack. To play every game like you're like your life depends on a permadeath chest challenge episode 303. I was really stuck with that thing, huh? The whole 300. I must have really calculated it out. That almost doesn't seem right though. Well, between all the times where I would play a session and then take a break and then play another session in the same day, it'd be hard to calculate. Hard mode hangover, success is a mindset. You either get it or get in your own way. No sub weapons, and I wasn't able to actually do that either. I'm totally washed up. New player with free-to-play account dominates the competition with the newest Power Creep Out theme deck. There were those theme deck formats where you just buy it and everybody can use one of them only in that format. A send-off for my favorite deck ever, climbing the ladder to Legend, Iron Juggernaut Flip with the Pandarin and stuff. When the love of your life asks if you like horses, you say yes. Atusa, Hikaru, and Atusa, that's how they met. But are sure to specify not wooden ones because they suck in chess. Kathy Rain has her Sherlock Holmes moment while I hold her umbrella so his cigarettes don't go out. Fuck. While I hold her umbrella so her cigarettes don't go out because she smokes all the time. Okay, and then first day of really playing this game, building a deck for 3 hours. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Why is it called Magic the Gathering? Because for all eternity, you're going to be gathering cards. Free-to-play account demolishes the competition with the newest, most power creeped out theme deck. I should have tried to make a run for Mythic or something before I stopped playing it, but it's not like I've really stopped playing it. I just kind of was at a point where I did the finale for PvZ Hero, so I can always come back. Permadeath story games are always fun because you never know. In fact, I was going to do a finale for that too to see if either I get to Mythic rank or whatever, or I have to delete my account, but I wasn't in the mood after just doing the PvZ Heroes one, even if I had succeeded. I was kind of burnt out from doing that. And doesn't PvZ Heroes sound more like one of these MOBA type games where it's like either like League of Legends or even Overwatch or something, right? The way that Garden Warfare is, but that's what it sounds like because you control the heroes and each one is like a character that you play instead of a card game. Newest, most power creeped out cards. Permadeath story games are always fun because you never know if they'll be a failure state or not, and you kind of make your own ending. Plague Tale Innocence. Actually ranking up with Renounced Darkness and Wild in 2022. The Real Plague is streaming on console, which in the first place, am I right? Compulsive tree hugger overcomes their obsession and takes to the skies. Wait, what? Oh, I started using something flying in there. Long before there was metagaming, chess elitism reigned supreme. Obviously metagaming in chess, even, whatever, from the, what's the guy's name? William Steinitz days. But Paul Morphy didn't even have access to that, so then they'll hold that against him, that his arrow was weak. The Lost in the Damned Detective Edition, obviously Kathy Rain with the biker people. Dragonite, Degenerate, but I think the word degenerate is actually not usable on OBS for some reason. It'll say, oh, this might be against Twitch TOS. Like, I'm calling myself that, dude. Dragonite Degenerate delivers defeat diligently. Also, the alliteration thing we got going. Remember that other story game where you had to protect a young character through an infection, like The Last of Us, or what is it that we're doing? Oh, obviously Plague Tale, like Walking Dead or The Last of Us. Either one works just fine. There's probably others. Free-to-play account build that aims to make unique themed decks. Oh my god. This case gave Kathy closure in a career she never knew was meant for her. For when it rains, it pours, and I kind of imagine that as the true ending, like she actually becomes a detective or something. The State of Hearthstone in 2022, the most fun card game ever, but you're playing it wrong, and for once, so am I. Because I'm actually trying to get to Legend there, and I do. This is like September 2022. It's always lovely playing a game you know nothing about with only one life. You might think that doesn't add up because from the end of 2021 to the end of 2022, we're almost halfway through. But yet we have the end of 2022 to the end of 2024. So it's like double the time that we have left, but it's only about the same distance. Why? Because we changed our categories and titles so much more here, right? Where I'm doing 2 or 3 things in one day, whereas now it's only like one thing every day. It's always lovely playing a game you know nothing about with only one life. Somnium Files, obviously like in Japanese Inception, the game with the most perverted protagonist in history, apparently. Saving up for my 3rd arena because my 2nd was stolen from me. And it actually was, like, you know, you had some update or something and then they just end it. You know, they don't let you play it out. Like, even in Hearthstone, they do that. They say chess is a game that takes forever to learn and even longer to master, so why not play like an ailing turtle? Replaying one of my favorite hard modes ever and finishing it this time. That's PvZ hard mode. Of course, we finally started. That showed you I was really getting in the groove because I had saved that one for a while. I didn't want to do it right away coming back. Trying my 2nd ever tournament, Dragonite Cheese. And I had a really hard time in those tournaments, actually. The most broken arena deck I've ever had, and then I didn't do well with it at all, so I didn't understand how arena works in this day and age. Getting to 1600 real quick, classical. It seemed like I stopped playing chess for a while in there, actually. Cliche Japanese detective game gives off Inception vibes, permadeath first playthrough. Surely I'm not going to die in the story game. Getting in the groove of things, low tier deck, non-meta, free to play, rank play. Fun and variable gameplay with one deck. It's a wild road to legend. Me playing something that is neither a hard mode nor permadeath. Pigs flying emotes. Which is Crusader Kings 3. Actually, that was Ace who wanted me to play that, and we played like a session together, and he's getting mad at me for kind of derping around. Who's like a really good chess player, 2400. It will take some real magic for me to farm out my 3rd ever arena run. Preparing for episode 2 tomorrow. The hardest part of this game is getting it to run properly. It really was. In fact, that's when I switched to this current computer that I'm using from my previous one, which is still good, but I switched from my old laptop to my newer gaming laptop, so I did it for PvZ hard mode because apparently my other computer couldn't handle it or something was just glitching out. Who knew a game where you only use one button could be so difficult? Obviously, the same thing. A psychological conundrum is the fear of losing all that stops you from winning. Now, what does that mean? Fear of losing is all that stops you from winning. Because you're not willing to like try and risk it or something. How many Pokemon does it take to carry an old school trainer? Power creeping is fun. Not that I really play the card game much at all. The best free-to-play build ever would be as far from this as possible. The longest day of investigation ever, part 3. That's the Somnium Files again. Making the dreaded diamond push. Will this deck finally burn out? That's the Imp deck. We need some more Imp puns over here. We really have to pool our efforts in order to defeat the Dark. With the level where it keeps flashing lightning is the only way that you can see. One deck Andy finds the diamond in the rough. And then one deck ladder speedrunner is what I'm sometimes called. My first time playing for Legends since 2014. I guess I didn't really try to do it much after that. I'm sure I did probably, but maybe not even, because I would always just mess around with gimmick decks and play a lot of just random shit. No win streaks in Diamond 5, impossible. And then first 2-player stream since 2018. This time I'm the newbie. This was the Crusader Kings. So the first session I guess I was doing just to practice and then try it. This isn't Hearthstone, it's rock, paper, scissors. It's just a metagame nonsense. And it takes me back to some of those good 2-player streams back then, which were like, you know, I kind of made non-2-player games into 2-player games with the other person I was doing it with, which was like Fire Emblem. You could do that, where you each split the units down the middle and you each control half of them. And then if they die and they're gone. And every time some are introduced, they get the dibs because they haven't played the game before on which one to choose. That they get to keep, and I get the other one. And the same thing with like Pokemon Coliseum, where you control 2 Pokemon at a time. So they always have one, I always have one, and we split down the middle and each control one of them, you know, organically. And another one, like, what was the third one? Pokemon Coliseum, Fire Emblem. See, these are not 2-player games normally, but it works so well. You just keep passing the controller, or somehow you could set it up where you both have one all the time that's controlling it. Damn, what was the third one that I did? Pokemon Coliseum makes sense because you control the 2 Pokemon. Any game like Fire Emblem, you control all the units. I'm sure there was a third one. I can't remember. It's something like where you control for certain parts of the game. Like it could be where you have like 2 forms that you go between, and whenever you're in one form, they control it. Whenever you're in the other form, you control it. Damn it, what is that? Or yeah, you could even do that with Majora's Mask, like by extension. Every mask has a different person who controls it. So whenever you're a Zora, it's one guy. You have like 4 people doing it together. This isn't Hearthstone. It's rock, paper, scissors. Just because of the meta hard counters. Road to 1700 for real this time, except it's on hyper inflated chess. And then for a game called Arena, that's probably the mode I played the least because it's free to play. It's kind of hard to save up. Theme Deck Addy gets another one today. What will it be? Obviously living off of those, which is pretty good for somebody who just started playing the game to use those. And I like how the format restricts you to only those. There's a mode like that. Free-to-play player comes into their own and bullies pay-to-win metagamers. I kept rotating with all the card games here. Last day playing the ladder seriously, getting Legend Rank 1, which I didn't even. Staying at Legend using theme decks. Right, that's what I was trying to use, like Renounced Darkness, once I had gotten a Legend and you can't get kicked out. Milking the tree decks until I get bored of them, also known as never, which is really true. I was still playing them even towards the later part of that. So I played it for maybe like 2 years, right? The end of 2022 till the end of 2024. Magic the Gathering, and that was my first time ever playing it in any form. Detective's Delight. Date isn't in it for the money. He's the main character in Somnium or solving the case. That name kind of triggered me too because I kept wanting to say date. Detective's Delight. Date isn't in it for the money or solving the case. He's in it for the perversion that he kind of has some weird fascination with certain things. The art of visualization. Chess can be a holistic experience. Finishing one of the greatest hard modes of all time. It was worth the wait. Which is obviously PvZ hard mode, and then I do the new game plus. Hard mode Hangover. How many planets does it take to beat the roof? Puzzles, mini games. Really though, I say that so nonchalantly. Puzzles and mini games, but you don't realize that. We introduced the Crazy Dave Challenge where I haven't been this freaked out by a CDC since the COVID happened, right? I haven't been this perturbed by a CDC. That was going to be one of my titles. But like the Crazy Dave Challenge where whatever plans he picks for you, the first time you go in the level, you have to use those 3. And you can only use the shooter that he gives you. So if he gives you like a pea shooter, that's the only shooter you're allowed to use. And then you can only use other ancillary defensive plants and stuff like that. Right, so and what else? You also have to. You have 9 seed slots. You have to go along with what he uses, and you also have to use only the shooter that he gives you. And you can't use special plants that would become a shooter if they're not, unless he gives you the base for them. And even then, I think I generally avoided using special plants at all, like the purple ones. How many plants does it take to beat the roof? Renju on the run, criminal mastermind, or greatest scapegoat ever. We'll never know because I fucking died. Becoming the best player in this game because it's all about to be dead soon. It's about to be dead soon. Unfortunately, yeah, I discovered that. I swear I didn't know that at all going into it. I didn't know anything about it. Tremble, Undead, and Despair. Bloom has come to this roof, like a play on a line from Archimon from Warcraft 3. Did you know this game is most fun when you ignore 75% of the mechanics? Synchro is fun. They definitely didn't get the expression savior riding in on a horse from chess. Some people go to church on Sunday. I play chess. Interestingly, oh yeah, this is a quote from my Judith Polgar short story. What did her friend ask? Like, you want to go to church with me? And it's like, no, sorry, I don't go to church. And then she thinks to herself, I do something incredibly tedious every Sunday that involves a cross, and it even starts with a C, but it's not church, it's called chess. So some people go to church on Sunday. I play chess. Interestingly, they both involve a cross and are incredibly tedious or laborious. Random game I know nothing about. Permadeath first playthrough. Sound fun yet? Which is what? Alan Wake's American Nightmare. That was like an episode of the Twilight Zone. It was pretty cool. The Four Horsemen. It's not possible. Nobody's ever been able to summon them, which is obviously a play on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Not even Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. That's actually just a line from the original show. Like, Exodia. It's not possible. Nobody's ever been able to summon him. And then random game I know nothing about. Every great hard mode must come to an end, as even the most beautiful flower wilts. The only madness here will be my ability to convert my first playthrough also permanent format from every... Okay, that's Alice Madness Returns, which didn't go quite so well. Truly a momentous moment. Will the free-to-play new players spend all their gold on cosmetics? Which I did end up spending a certain amount on that over the playthrough. Minigame day 2. Finally a reason to 100% this game, which is literally impossible, by the way, because some of the bowling ones are actually just... You can't mathematically can't do them. It's scripted. Can calculation compensate for lack of fundamentals? I wouldn't know because I can't do either. I've heard of pepper spray, but this is ridiculous. First playthrough also permadeath, because you use your pepper spray like a gun in there. It's actually a pretty cool game, but it's like very combat focused, almost like Souls-esque, since everything is compared to Dark Souls. Like I wasn't expecting that from an Alice in Wonderland kind of game. Trying out the duck variants and others. Oh yeah, that was like a little variant mini gauntlet that I was doing. Will today be my first tournament win ever with the theme decks? I never did win one, actually. Rip to the Ojama Troll deck. As usual, Synchro XYZ ruins everything. It's just not even fun to play against. You could say, oh, just don't use Synchro if you don't like it. That's fine. But then you have to play other people who are using it, and then people say, oh, you just don't like it because you just don't get it. But there is a difference. Like, it's just like a style of play thing. You just want something different. New game plus in a hard mode. Don't mind if I do. And that went on for a while. Crazy Dave challenge. The true horror is knowing you only have one life, which is Alien Isolation. That actually did kind of freak me out a little bit, and I didn't get too far. Like, all these are showing an embarrassment. Like, I'm failing every single run that I'm doing. Renounced tryharding, actually playing fun decks again. After I had gotten a Wild Legend, obviously the previous month. Doing the impossible like it's a routine. Hard mode, new game plus. Free-to-play player farms out gold for cosmetic skeleton pet, which I don't think I actually was able to get enough for that. The only way to truly lose at chess is by being impatient, calculating every move for 5 minutes and losing on turn 6. Like burning your clock out by then. More like one quiet protagonist, am I right? These are kind of underwhelming a little bit. Because your character like doesn't talk at all. Scalping, the last ticket I need to become a tournament master at last. You could say I'm milking this playthrough, but I'm actually watering it. A lot of plant-related puns, which I wouldn't have gotten to if I didn't do the hard mode. Or, I mean, the new game plus. Beating NPCs in a card game is always the most enjoyable part. Which I'm being sarcastic there, obviously. The scariest thing is when I set my mind to something. Skeletons are cool. Obviously, you're trying to farm out for the pet. Can I shake off the Alien Isolation PTSD? And there's some other, Aliens fire teams, which is like meant to be played with a group of other people. But after exhausting every losing position in chess, only optimal lines remain. And then playing chess is like a relationship. The longer you play, the better you get. The less you want it. The longer you play and the better you get, the less you want it. Like, the longer you're in a relationship and the better you get at it, and even, like, whatever, sex and stuff, right, the less you'd want to be in that. Because, like, oh, I could have anybody then. The Tree of Wisdom wasn't grown in a day. Hard mode, new game plus. A lot of these titles I actually use for my PvZ Heroes streams, huh? Will it take... It will take some real magic to get that 13k gold threshold. Don't ask me what it's for. Is this still the skeleton pet? I'm still on that. I swear I didn't plan to play this for Halloween. I just failed 7 permanent runs in a row. And actually, that's true. The Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet, Amnesia, that really was a coincidence. The greatest permanent players have the shortest memories, 9 in a row. Wait, what? How is it 9 in a row if I was just at 7 in a row? but I fail Amnesia, and then I fail Amnesia Machine for Pigs, but that one takes a while. Or I guess I did Amnesia and Justine. I failed both of those quickly back to back. I almost beat Machine for Pigs because there was no failure state until almost the end. It's kind of even hard to tell whether it's a failure state or not. It's like, alas, overpriced skeleton, I knew you not. Wow, that's okay, dude. You're going a little bit far with this. The whole skeleton obsession. But no, a Machine for Pigs was like, I couldn't even tell really whether I had died or not. I should have played chess yesterday because nothing is scarier than watching me do that. Playing that Chaturanga variant, which is all the rage these days, to imply that chess is a variant of Chaturanga, not the other way around. And then I am padding this run, and don't call me Lily, because you're in the water levels, the pool level, with obviously all the lily pads. Hard mode hangover. I heard you like hard mode, so I put a Crazy Dave in your new game plus. And then I could be making a pig mistake, but I don't like to whine too much. Playing one of my favorite decks ever for the first time in years. Anti-spell, is it just as bad or even worse now? After all the money we gave Crazy Dave, he trolls us harder than zombies ever could. I forget exactly what. Oh, just based on him giving me something suboptimal. Hard mode hangover, I guess you could say we're drowning in our own ambition. Can I win a tournament before the game dies completely? And I kind of made that a permanent challenge, like, oh, I'd have to delete my collection, but it doesn't matter because, or at least I wouldn't be able to transfer it over to TCG Live to whatever extent you were allowed to do that. So I guess it did matter, but it's like the game was going offline anyway, so even if I deleted it, it doesn't matter. 4-star Frenzy, is it possible to win with my GOAT format ideation? Like where you have just a bunch of strong 4-star minions with high attack. Classical is the best format to learn chess. Also, me loses in 5 minutes. Me, classical is the best. Also, me loses in 5 minutes. Like, I'm not actually having discipline. Playing my old elusive druid deck. It's super fun and absolutely terrible AoE buff kind of stuff to try to rub it in your opponent's face. Just use Lorthamar now because he'll just do all the work for you. Double feature playing my old anti-spell and elusive mage and druid decks. They're super fun and super terrible. I'm kind of reusing some of this a bit. I try to not reuse titles, but it's impossible to even keep track of them. Right, like, how can I remember what I've used for chess especially? Sometimes life is like a slaughterhouse. You're either the butcher or the meat. Machine for Pigs. I'll be pushing up daisies by... This is a pretty good one. I'll be pushing up daisies by the time I beat this level. Or I could have said beat this game or anything. Crazy Dave's Russian roulette doesn't involve a gun, yet it's far more deadly. Today is the day pigs fly, either to kill me or because I will actually complete a permanent first playthrough for the first time in a while. There'll be some mechanic where the pigs start to sprout wings. That's their final form. Finally discovering that there are colors other than green in this game. Which, yeah, it doesn't mean I have to use them, though. 1800s beware, your bane has arrived. One excruciatingly long classical game at a time. And then a triumphant return to 1600, unlocking the ability to play variants again. Maybe as a celebration for getting the 1600, but I should only do it for the first time. Overcoming my equinophobia is the secret to chess success. How much I hate horses. Trying that new class I never really played, which is a Demon Hunter. Minigame Madness. Hard mode within a hard... At that point, obviously, Death Knights weren't even out yet. Within a hard mode, maybe... Oh, yeah, this was before the Death Knight came out, but still. But how could it be? I thought this was... It should be getting close to when that comes out. Because that was the end of 2022. Minigame Madness, hard mode within a hard mode. No imitator or 10 seed slot, which I just refuse to ever get, which I won't even blame that for why, you know, if any struggle that I had. Tournament or bust. If I can't win a tournament this month, I have to play Pokemon Live instead, and it effectively doesn't matter because you were going to have to do that soon anyway. Amnesia Addict discovers a loophole in his own format and gets the second chance at a first playthrough, also permadeath. What is the loophole in my format? Like the fact that I get to... I don't really know. Like I get to play another Amnesia, but it's not the same one. It's like a remake, or I guess I maybe thought it was just a remake, but it's like a totally different game altogether. Last time playing this game for a while, Master Duel incoming. So that one I did a finale just because, like, there wasn't any special meaning or failure state to it. Duel Links. When life gives you the wrong Sarkhan, make a generic 5/5 dragon. I went to craft one of them and then I craft the wrong one, so then I just say screw it and then I make all of them. Around here, we don't hunt for turkey, we hunt for bounty. Bounty Hunter semi-permanent series. How high can I go? If I die, I have to reset the bounty to where I started. Right, trying to get your bounty as high as possible in Red Dead 1. Magnum, Carlos should be thankful that I don't play chess more often. Okay, and then so he doesn't have to witness the atrocity that is me playing chess. But the ultimate showdown, if I can't win a tournament today, my account gets deleted or transferred to TCG Live. One day a man stared deep into his soil and dug deep to find the flower within, like into his soul, and found the power within, which isn't really a line specifically from anything, but mastered my flower hour of power where the zombies cower before my power. That was a good one that I used later here. My weekly flower hour of power where the zombies cower before my power. One day a man said, okay, I read that. Trying Master Duel for the first time, no Ajama trolling here, and that was, you know, Duel Links I had played before, but I'd never played Master Duel before, and maybe it had just come out not too long before that. Earlier that year, I guess. Multiplayer permadeath playthroughs begin. Even I don't know about this format. Oh yeah, like Among Us or something. Also part of the Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet. Multiplayer permadeath, okay. Top 10,000 classical player graduates from the chess school of inflation and retakes the chess.com challenge 1600 reward. Now I won't be able to do that till I get to 2000, but now I don't even have a LeChess account anymore. At long last, witness the grand death of inflation. From a top 10,000 classical player. It kind of ruined some of my old records on there though. Like if you were to, I guess I have it all on video for what it's worth, but if I want to prove something like, oh, look at how many games I played, or look at this, or look at that, right? It's just gone for good and you can't reopen it. But it's the punishment I have to pay for failing that challenge like a clown. At long last, witness the grand death of inflation, which is me just going back to chess.com, I guess. I heard you like elusive minions, so I put a Lich King in your anti-spell deck, just so he can give you potentially anti-magic shell and stuff. Or even, he gives you an elusive minion itself too, I forget which one. Which is kind of like how Ysera gives you one of those. A new kind of permadeath format, one level or bust. If I can't beat one level or minigame each episode, the playthrough ends. And I definitely make an exception to that. But there's some concession I have to make, like... Or maybe I don't actually fail that. I can't remember. I keep milking some of the easier minigames to do. I have waited long enough to sink their petty assault in the water levels, obviously. Exodia Sarkhan is a moral victory unlike any other. Ever seen a man have all four Sarkhan planeswalkers in play at once, which I don't know if I even ever really did that, but I was saying if you do get that, you should just auto-win, which maybe in theory you might, but, you know, there's no such thing really as the Exodia Sarkhan. I just said that because I was stupid enough to craft all of them. After speedrunning to silver, my first time ever playing this game, this is where the fun begins. Speedrunning to silver. The Children of Goldshire dueled with Morphrosity, which of course is my channel art that we have here, that we could show off one of the two of them that I have. The Children of Goldshire dueled with Morphrosity, similar to the Kaiba art that we have, obviously, that, you know, was a meme where Kaiba's leaning over to the little girl, you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. And this is a line inspired by Falric from Halls of Reflection, where he says, what does he say? The children of Goldshire, or not Goldshire, the children of Stratholme fought with more ferocity. To imply, you know, that the Lich King has been chilling and playing with people in Goldshire. So it is much more innocent, but it comes from a pretty dark line. Dueled with more ferocity. That's when I'm playing the Death Knight. Why is it called Death Knight? Because he keeps the game from dying. Immersive first look at the class. Return to chess.com. Permadeath Trojan exacts his long-awaited revenge after a 6+ month exile. And clearly that's the last time it's ever going to happen. Experiencing the magic for the first time before the game shuts down. which is Spellbreak. That was when I sort of introduced my flex format where I would play something different every week for the first time that I've never played before it goes offline, or just in general, which we played many great games because of that. Path of Exile 1 for the first time. This was like the beginning of 2023. We're not quite there yet, but I heard you. I wish it would say the exact date, but this is like the end of 2022, so I heard you like Magic, so I played Spellbreak to sling spells, and then Magic the Gathering so I can cast cards. Just by coincidence. I mean, I'm playing Magic anyway on a regular basis. After a tournament travesty, my relatively short online TCG career came to an end, but now we bring my paltry collection back to life. Or you know what I should do with that Marvel game? This is where I should always bring my format to something new. Like, I'll do it, but I'll make it permanent heroes, where every character, if I lose a game, I can't play anymore. Right, as them, and then the playthrough's over, like how I did with Overwatch 2 and stuff like that. After tournament travesty, my relatively short online TCG career came to an end, but now we bring my paltry collection back to life. Oh, what? So I got to keep the collection, even though I don't know to what extent it mattered, because like a lot of the cards wouldn't transfer. I didn't have that many anyway. Ever seen a permanent demo before? If I survive, I play the full game. If I die, I can't. So what was that? Anacrusis. I forget what that even is. You're on like some ship fighting aliens. Multiplayer permanent playthroughs are kind of weird. So this is Anthem, which actually it wasn't though a permanent or a multiplayer at all. The way, you know, I played it like a single player game basically. The first real session of playing this game after a crafting bonanza, free to play. So yeah, Anthem was a full first playthrough permadeath, which I did die. I absolutely did die, but I made a rule like, oh, you know, I don't like when I do that either, but each javelin gets its own life. So I got a second life, which is really not something I would normally do, but find someone who loves you as much as we love this house. This is obviously the Plants vs. Zombies. Hard mode hangover. Every hard mode has that one level. Most, however, do not have this level, like just a really hard level that gets you hard stuck. First ever arena is a Death Knight. Do I get to raise my opponents to duel for me every time I beat one? Revenge on chess.com permanent challenge continues. 1200 by January 1st, where I delete my account. That is something I failed to do, obviously. I don't know how much time I had left here. Pokemon Online TCG Outcast forced to migrate their collection to TCG Live after a permanent failure. This kind of gives you a good chronology of everything I've done too, but in a way it sort of spoils it. So don't watch this video unless you know, whatever, don't care about being surprised by some of my uploads on YouTube and stuff. Road to 1200. Before it was a game, now it's personal. Permanent Chess Challenge. This is really, really exhausting to do, actually. I just reading this much. High stakes games at 1,000 rating. I guess you could say I'm under a lot of Chesser. Path of Ner'zhul creating a complete Death Knight collection, which I never did, featuring elusive Lorthamar for a 1018 Sogoth. Wait, 1018? Oh yeah, he's only a 5'9". That just seems kind of underwhelming. Player who turned Destiny into a single player game takes on Anthem in permadeath fashion. And this VOD is actually a little weird. This is still on my channel. Like, you can go to my channel right now and watch it. I don't know why it's saved there. I didn't do it. Right? It just never got deleted after the 14 days that typically your VODs do. So that one's just always been stuck there at the beginning. It's just a random episode from Anthem. Death does not wait except for daily quests from... okay, except for daily quests. And then the way of water connects all things. Zombies to your pool to your house to, oh god. Like you're getting eaten right then and there. Growing Pains, some of the PvZ ones are some of the best titles. Growing Pains at 1,000 rating, permadeath chess challenge. I already got a world first and the game just started. Only player ever to read all the flavor text, obviously Anthem. I spent the whole first episode doing that. That's one I should actually upload, because that's kind of a novelty of a game to play. Because like nobody's ever played it because it sucks, or nobody's ever beaten the campaign, or nobody's ever read all the flavor text. Time to quit horsing around one way or another. Permadeath chess challenge again. The most important chess games I've ever played, the end of an era or the beginning of a legacy. This time we play on my terms. Thorough Terry takes their time. That's the same thing I used from from Pokemon Y at some point. I used that title. All I want for Christmas is 1200 rating, so this must be getting close to the end here. So this was 2022, wasn't it? This is the end. I mean, obviously it's 2022, but it's the end of 2022 here. Time to reap what I've sown. By defeating the most difficult level ever, we make zombies eat their greens this day. And then Hardcore Gamer finally takes chess seriously, and this happens. I do these like Dar Man type of imitation titles. Somebody does something and instantly regrets it. Skyrim Christmas Special, the only time I get to play the game all year. Today, just today. And I did that wait, why do I not remember what I said? Well, didn't I do the same thing in 2021, or maybe I didn't? No, maybe I didn't start it then. Maybe it was 22. No, I think I did. I think I even in 2021 I decided to do that as like a routine. Like, oh, I'm only allowed to play Skyrim on Christmas, and it's like a tradition now. Every year I do it. Only time I get to play all year. Today, just today, I set my permadeath session where like if I die, I don't have to delete my character, but I have to go back. You know, I don't get to save it, so any progress I made is undone back to the beginning of when I started. So I could only save it at the very end of a session. My absolutist tendency applied to chess. Even someone playing chess for the first time can play at a 1200 level. To some extent, that is true, but that's not a very high bar. You've had your whole. This is a line from The Shining. Pretty good extrapolation of it. You've had your whole life to calculate your moves. What good is a few more minutes going to do you now? You've had your whole life to think things over. When Shelley Duvall saying that to Jack Nicholson, like, I just need a minute to think things over. You've had your whole life to think things over. Second chance at a first playthrough. Solo, hard mode, ranger. Oh, that's the class that I'm playing as. How could it be a first, you know, and I was making it so that, oh, I can only play as this one. Is it like that where you can only play as one and you can't switch in the middle? Why do I feel like you could switch? But it takes a while to unlock like the second slot. I can't remember, but I was treating it like I could only play as the same one all the time. Or I guess I only die at the very beginning, or didn't I die yet again after even that? I'm so confused. I died as a storm at the very beginning, then I died as a ranger to some spiders later, and then I died as the... I guess oh, you know what I did? I counted the unlock of a second suit as like an extra life. So I would have had this, not the storm. Who's the fourth one? The assassin, the melee assassin one would have been my last life, but you have to unlock it first. So I guess that's kind of fair, but it's not really what I wanted to do. If I go down, I'll burn every last second of the clock with me, not just because I'm being salty and trolling my opponent. Crazy Dave turns to the dark side just in time to catch a glimpse of Bigfoot. As you're playing in those dark levels, like where you just rely on the lightning to light everything up. You were just an ordinary, this is a line from Batman Begins, Ra's al Ghul. You were just an ordinary man in a crown. That's why you couldn't tame your horses, and that's why you can't stop this pawn. And what he says is, you were just an ordinary man in a cape. That's why you couldn't fight injustice, and that's why you can't stop this train. Like, you would never really know what some of these things are from, but it's just like really getting into it in an RP kind of way. As I used to say in hard modes, I will not be denied. This day I will not be denied 1200, nor my vengeance over this website, but I actually was denied it. A suboptimal gimmick theme deck in gold. It's New Year's, not April Fool's, but it was working pretty well because it was Death Knight. So these newer power creeped out cards. If I don't hit 1200 today, my account gets deleted. Permadeath Chess Challenge. That was one of my most viewed VODs ever too. I think like 120 views, but I actually did fail it. Death Knight Completionist breaks their one rule and embraces clown face Arthas, the little 3D model one that we got. No deck rules forever. My one rule being more so just buying microtransactions in general. No deck rules forever, but the wild format does. Return to Magic the Gathering Arena. Will we go green again or go down in flames? Permadeath color choice. Like playing two decks and seeing whichever wins, I'll start playing as that color from now on. Third time doing the tutorial on a first playthrough, don't ask. I forget why I even had to do it a third time. Avenging, I didn't die. Avenging the Fallen Storm at last, first playthrough Permadeath. After reaching the pinnacle of calculation, 100% improvisational chess player actually relents and studies, which I really didn't, though. I kept trying to say that I'm going to, but Dave brings in the artillery, but we might be a little in over our head. So he gives us actually a good choice there, it must mean. Brings in the artillery since he won't let us use anything else. Why was I using this one so many times? Is this game still Rapidash pace? It was kind of bugged out where the turns would end super fast. The TCG Live, I was basically beta testing it. Could this be the single player hard mode experience I've been looking for? First way through Permadeath Ranger, it was actually pretty good. I didn't even dislike it. As much as people might make fun of it, I never played it online, which maybe I should have. Study, they said, do puzzles. If only they knew the monster they would create. Long form postulate plus chess equals solved game. There was one similar to this too, like, oh yeah, it's much too vulgar a display of power. I guess I could use my joke quote from one of my YouTube titles too there, like, it's much too vulgar like, why did I never study chess? It's much too vulgar a display of power, Karis. Like Karis, the character in The Exorcist, where the demon says that. Why don't I just make the straps disappear? Because it'd be much too vulgar a display of power, Karis. Or the other title that I used was your horses suck carrots in the capture pile, Karis. The same way that he says your mother sucks you know what in hell. Study, they said, do puzzles. The greatest mystery since the solving of the Millennium Puzzle. How does one rank up without using any new age mechanics? Which I'm sure there are ways to do it, but like not using synchro and stuff. Introducing my flex format by playing the greatest. It just becomes so convoluted how the mechanics stack on top of each other, and you could say that makes it more complicated, which to some extent yes, but that doesn't always mean it's better. My flex format by playing the greatest game of all time. 1 to 60 permadeath immersive wonder what we're talking about. Did this game come back to life just so I could have a first chance to play it? Duelist 2, which I wanted to make a little mini series out of. So now we're in actually the beginning of 2023 here. How can it still be this long? I'm just thinking about the math of it. Like once a day, so there's like another 365 entries. Like this is just too much. Who needs the Iron Juggernaut when you can just flip Mograine? Oh right, no one was using that anyway. Like yeah, you know, Mograine I would flip with the Pandaren as well, which there are probably better ways to do it. So Duelist 2, so I never played Duelist 1. The zombies thought overcoming 3-4 was a drop in the bucket, but now we unleash the tsunami. In the age of machination, one man became obsessed with going green, and you know, you had the Brothers War or whatever expansion that had come out. I haven't been this excited for a freelancer. So, oh yeah, here we go, dude. I haven't been this excited for a freelancer is what they're called in Anthem. Not a very badass title since that gig doctor on Fiverr, the Ligma doctor. And then the final showdown is the monitor, like a hall monitor at school. Not a very badass name. Versus the freelancer, which is again like a person who does odd jobs online, like gig work. Misery, misery, misery. That's what you've chosen. I offered you improvisation. You spat in my face. Me to every low-rated player. One quiet gamer reaches their final form, testing if I play better if I don't talk, which I very rarely have done that, but that whole stream I didn't talk, which wasn't that long even. Is this game actually playable now? Can't spell zoomer without 0 seconds on the clock, so it kept bugging out even again. I said that the first time, like, is it still Rapidash pace? Today on Unsolved Mysteries, find out who gives a dirt about Bigfoot. You'll never guess what this is from. This is from actually Tourette's guy, where he says, who gives a shit about Bigfoot? Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries. This isn't a hard mode anymore, it's a mystery. We were trying to find the Yeti. Today on Unsolved Mysteries. I love the part where he says, you are the master duelist, the end. I'm just purposely using bad decks so we don't get there. Like, you know, dragging it out. Chat GPT first look, bringing back writing streams. Did you know Sherlock Holmes is public domain now? I was just kind of messing around with that. And then World of Warcraft's biggest fan tries EverQuest for the first time. Classic. And then this is all part of the flex format where I was doing once a week. I would do something like that on Saturdays typically. So like Chat GPT and WoW even, I was considering that. Mograine, more getting hard stuck at silver foe. I was trying to make some cute rhyme. Mograine, getting hard stuck at silver foe. And then playing Anthem as a single player story game, 1 mission per episode, getting really immersed, reading all the flavor text, trying to roleplay a little bit. Best of tree format. I'm totally not obsessed with green. What is tree format though? Like you could say it's a joke, but I don't really get. Oh, like best of 3 format, but best of tree. Why did I never study chess before? It's much too vulgar a display of power, of course. To learn the true meaning of victory, you must first lose in every way possible. Me for why did I never study chess before? To learn the true meaning of victory. To feast on the spoils of victory, you must first taste every flavor of defeat. I keep beating the same concept like a dead horse. To feast on the spoils of victory, you must first taste every flavor of defeat. Stream title to Serious Ladder Climb with starting decks. Blissey is still OP. I complain about stuff even when it's OP, even when it benefits me. Like, I don't care if it, if it's OP, it's OP. It still ruins something. The dreaded root, by that logic, you would never have to nerf anything. Like, you don't have to nerf Mercy in Overwatch 1. You could have just, both teams use her, so what's the problem? The dreaded roof in its final form. And then we have, so we're getting to the end of New Game Plus. Actually trying to metagame for once, but without synchro summons or link summons or pendulum summons, so basically not really. The man who missed out on the Minecraft Mania tries Roblox for the first time. And the comparison wasn't even that appropriate because I never really saw the creative mode much. I was just looking at the games that everybody else has already made. And I end up playing chess in there anyway. Even in that session, I think I try it. And then I tried to make a tradition out of it. I kind of want to do it even now as my chess series as I'm exiled from Le Chess. But MMO Maniac tries Lord of the Rings. You know what we can do to make this seem less daunting? Well, it's going to take like an hour to actually do that. But I'll like try to delete everything below us so we can just kind of get comfortable at the bottom. Let me see how long this will take. We get to scroll down. Holy shit. I want to finish this, but I didn't realize it would take me literally all day to do it. Like, how would I do this any faster? I guess it won't take that long. So we're about halfway through, so it won't feel as daunting now. But it's taken me like probably 3 hours plus between these last couple streams. It's such an odd thing to do, but some of these are pretty classic, and they might be lost to time otherwise. Because, yeah, I have my VOD saved, but at least I'll have it saved in a VOD rather than just in the name of the VOD. This will be the one. I'll even upload this all together just so I have a record of them on hand anytime I can look at. And prove that they're mine if somebody goes to try to steal them or some shit. I don't know. But no, it's saved in my profile on Twitch anyway, but... I shouldn't have done that though, because now I won't know when it'll exactly end. Like, it keeps making that go up. So it was about halfway, now it's something else. Which means it's still going to take like another 3 hours to actually finish this. I can't even believe it. Which is more just a mistake of day 3 still aren't in court. I mean, we're at least at the 2-year mark now. We've done the end of 2021 when I started and came back to streaming and made this channel. And then we did the beginning of Ocarina of Time still. We did the beginning of 2020, or we did the whole 2022. And now we're doing the beginning of 23. So we have the whole 23 and the whole 24 to do, basically. The greatest permanent players have the shortest memory. Okay, this is still a while ago. This will make it seem less daunting, at least as we look at this. Anthem. I already got a world first in the game. Just started as a flavor text thing. Where are we at? Duelist 2. Okay, bringing back writing stream. This should be pretty much close enough. Best of tree format we had seen. Let's just go backwards from here now. True meaning of victory. Taste every flavor of defeat. Trying to metagame for once without synchro summon. Okay, we just read that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Roblox. It was right around here. Missed out on Minecraft Mania. Okay, here we go. So let's scroll up this and see like how daunting actually is that, which is still insane. you know, it's at least like 700 more, because even if every day you're only doing one, maybe I should almost go backwards, but MMO Maniac tries Lord of the Rings for the first time online. Legendary server, like classic, basically. I love the part where he says it's freelancing time and puts on his suit. And then Anthem, preparing for the Brawliseum as we continue the cold path of Ner'zhul. And then I was doing like a permadeath Brawliseum. If I don't win or get a certain, like 3 wins, then I have to delete my account, something like that. Preparing for the Brawl, or like at least delete my collection. How long does it take to collect every green card without spending any green, as in any money? Find out on this exciting episode of Magic free to play Magic the Gathering in 2023. Calculating moves in chess is like cracking a safe. Oh yeah, this is a good analogy that I always would evoke. If you're really patient enough, you can see every outcome, right? Just try every combination, but it would just take forever and be kind of boring. You can't play comfortably, you can't have fun. For true greatness comes from a need, not a desire. Like Goku says to Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber, you know, transforming will come from a need, not a desire. If I was a Pokemon, I'd be a Slowpoke, because that's just how this ladder climb has been going. If this is TCG Live now, I like the UI of the other game more, though. It was like simple, old school, but I loved it. The online TCG, it was just so, it wasn't like cluttered or ugly the way these modern games try to throw a million different things at you. If I was a Pokemon, I'd be Slowpoke. Everyone wonders what happens if you have no plants, but no one asks what if you run out of seeds. Minigame cleanup, hard mode, okay. Ever seen a man speedrun to gold with a free-to-play new account and no use of Synchro Pendulum or Link Summoning? Which I don't know if I actually stayed true on that or not. I did get to gold, I'm pretty sure. Have you ever heard the story of the Old Republic? Obviously Darth Plagueis reference here. I sure haven't, so let's check it out. And I even play as like a healer class character, maybe to emulate the fact that I could save others from death but not myself, but I didn't die. Ben Rhodes' biggest fan tries this game on his recommendation alone. I really should have showed off all my arts with these. It's like him snapping his fingers and saying, I have a thumbnail or art for this where, you know, what do you call it? It's, he's snapping his fingers and says, when I snap my fingers, you'll like this game. And then there's Spider-Man in the corner saying, nah, it still sucks. I only played it once, but I really didn't like it. The 6 turn thing is really stupid. The fact that every game has to end in 6 turns. Ben Bro's biggest fan tries the game on his recommendation alone. Is it called Snap because Thanos snaps and everyone dies? After a lengthy tour of Fort Tarsus, we're more determined to protect it than ever and to get that dictatorial janitor fired. Enter the Brawliseum. I heard you like Mograine, so I had Darian play Alexandros, like the Avatar Darian, play Alexandros and use the Brewmaster so I could do it all over again. With my real-life devotion to green maxed out, sorry Greta, not like that, I set out to dominate the best of tree format with only one color. My fascination with 3D boards comes to fruition. I guess you could say I got bored of the regular ones. So I'm playing Chess Ultra, and then eventually I play that Chess exclamation mark game. Hold your horses definitely doesn't apply to chess. Try to trade them as soon as possible. At least one of them is always a good piece of advice. Is it possible to get hard stuck at Pikachu 200 is like the rating that you get using only basic decks? A question I never thought I'd ask. The final comment before the storm, good thing plants are absorbent. And then hard mode hangover into the eye of the storm. Ben Bro's new favorite game. 6 turns wasn't short enough, so modern Yu-Gi-Oh is the answer because that ends even quicker with the synchro summoning BS. But at least those turns will last longer. Like the first turn goes on for like an hour, which is kind of the whole modern principle of entitlement, like just getting rewarded for doing nothing or just for buying the cards. You have all these really powerful synchro cards, so you can just play 100 of them on turn 1, right? That's not really how it's meant to be. You have to play it, wait a couple turns, tribute it, you know, you earn something, you build something up instead of just having it handed to you. Mage at Heart tried the Wizard game. This was the Harry Potter game, and I did quite the crazy intro for that where I was going through some of my old school cancel culture type discussion or something like that about how the game was trying to be censored, and it brought back like an element of myself from my debate format. Ace Detective tackles the mystery of why this game is shutting down. This is crime site, of course, and it had that super long animation every time a game would be over, or where it was, I don't know, it had some weird aspects to it, but it was a cool idea. Every journey has a moment of reflection, realizing how precious your life is and how complacency kills. Right, and it totally like didn't happen, or like that could be our mother. The storm was our mother, and then whatever. We each suit has like one life, but she couldn't afford another suit, so she actually died. After one of the clutchest moments of my Hearthstone life, we celebrate the suboptimal deck that even I had no faith in. Mograine Brewmaster. I don't remember exactly what moment that refers to. Magic Mondays are growing on me, or are those just thirsting roots? That must be a card name. Combining two things I'm the greatest at, aiming and chess. What could go wrong? FPS chess, obviously. We're doing like the chess game gauntlet almost, or video game anthology. Chess addicts find a way to create custom pieces again. This is Chess Craft. Wow, this was longer ago than I thought, though, that I played that. Today is a big day. Will I get into the permanent threshold 1650 and my highest rating ever? More importantly, will I be in the top 69%? And then out with the Pikachu, in with the Score Bunny. When power creeping isn't enough, metagaming gets buried. Just trying to ladder in there a little bit, even with low class, shitty kind of collection. Out with the Pikachu. The pinnacle of hard mode gaming. Your plants will never wither if you irrigate them with your sweat and tears. And I use this again as a PvZ Heroes title, right? Like the great drought has come, but my plants still grow on the irrigation of my sweat and tears. Hard mode hangover. A legacy that began in the dirt never loses sight of its roots, even as it grows past the clouds. Like, look how metaphysical and poetic I get with some of these. Bro, it's just a little soccer mom fucking casual clicker mobile game. The Bluebird deck is coming together for the first time in over 10 years. What? Oh, the Bluebird, like, I was thinking of Magic the Gathering somehow. Why would I play as blue or birds? I hate both. It's the one where you flip the bird and it does like 1,000 damage, and then you can flip it back down again. I would say I'm rusty, but I've never even played this game before. Rust, of course, for the first time. I feel so bad. We blew off. Those were two games I didn't really understand as I was playing them here, like Rust and maybe DayZ or something else like that, which was and then I know H1Z1 was taken down in its original form, and now it's something completely different. But Rust and DayZ, which is like, I kind of didn't really get it. It relies on the multiplayer element, and I was just kind of wandering around, and it felt kind of either empty or I didn't know what people were really even doing. I feel like it's a game that requires a little bit of structure to it, right? You have to kind of know what you're doing or know what to look for. I feel so bad we blew off Bryn last time that the first thing we'll do today is see Matthias again. I was just having some RP with a character I didn't like. She's kind of annoying. Am I the only one who likes blood? Can I get to... Yeah, that's an odd question to ask. Can I get to Golden Standard with a subpar gaming deck? Obviously, that's just the blood runes of Death Knights. I would say I'm rusty, but I've never... Okay. How does it change from that to that? How would I have taken a break from playing Rust and then played Hearthstone and then played Rust again? I don't remember that. Diablo Hater tries Path of Exile for the first time. The video that drove everybody nuts with the comments. Right. Tries Path of Exile for the first time. Permadeath classes. But even instead of that, I didn't even die, so it didn't come to that, but in part 2 it did. And I thought I put hater in little air quotes, though. Diablo Hater tries Path of Exile for the first time. Or maybe for my YouTube one, I called it Plays Path of Exile for the first time. The push for platinum will purge my forest of all its impurities. I finally have something in common with Ding Liren. We're both the biggest choke artists ever to play chess, and yet he still won that world championship at this point. Psychology expert tricks themselves into being good at chess. If you can't go through the finish line, pretend there isn't one. What exactly do I mean by that even? The last king standing is never most capable, but most patient to weather every adversity and witness each rival destroy themselves in greed. And that is something I sort of used as a quote in my Judith Polgar short story as well. Not exactly phrased that way, but a trainer will face many pitfalls, but always remember, never blame your Pokemon but yourself for not catching better ones, as if, for not training them well enough. But no, just catch better ones is a bit of a cynical way to finish it. This level makes Dave look sane. That's how crazy it is. Crazy Dave challenge. The last time I play Yu-Gi-Oh! With Dignity, for next month I embrace the new age mechanics I hate, pretty much. Not fusion/ritual. Division is what you call it when your sequel has as many or as few players as the original first playthrough permadeath. Obviously, I tried to make some sort of hard mode out of that as well, which a lot of these games is easy to make it hard because you're meant to do everything in a group. So if you do it solo, it's kind of, automatically health patty and stuff. Delisted games checklist, July edition first playthrough. Wait, what? Deathverse, which kind of was going offline, I think, on PC, or they kept telling me to play it on console. Somebody who came in then, because apparently it's more active there or something. The great ghosting of Bryn continues. I haven't blown something off this much since I quit streaming for 2 years, 2019 to 2021. And then the gold standard challenge. I haven't seen this little blood since Paul Thomas Anderson's misleadingly titled 2007 film, which is obviously There Will Be Blood. And then to become king of the jungle, if something's a reference, it's funny automatically. Haha, reference equals joke. That's what like a bridge series would always used to do, right? Like if you just make a reference to something, that's the joke. It doesn't even have to be funny in itself. To become king of the jungle, you must first uproot the unworthy. Path to platinum, which I do get to platinum with that. No one has said goodbye horses. This is a classic one. This is one of the ones I used for when I was uploading on my second channel. This is one of the first ones I picked because I liked it so much. No one has said goodbye horses this much since that Q Lazarus song. Because like you're saying goodbye to your horses constantly because either you suck or you just don't like the knights and you keep trading them. As a wise man said, your studies are nothing, your tactics are everything. Or I even adjusted this one later, like, Ra's al Ghul's line, your training is nothing, your will is everything. The will to act in Batman Begins, but I put it like, your studies are nothing, your will is everything, the will to calculate your moves and actually think about it, And then the biggest grind, so nobody actually said exactly that, I'm just extrapolating it from there. The biggest grind since acquiring 7 gym badges is trying to free to play this game. And I don't have the advantage that Ash Ketchum had where he gets handed them out of pity at times. The biggest grind, okay, wait, how? And on this day, the zombies finally got a look at his eyes and saw such determination for life they felt fear for the first time. And then preparing for the big transition to new age mechanics. Anything after 2007, and I don't think I did too much of that. I put this game off for too many days. It's about time I try it. Old school MMO player plays EVE Online for the first time. Permadeath, which I don't know why I was even questioning that, but 2 freelancers died from Matthias' sins just so the last one could talk to Bryn. Anti-metagamer goes down an unholy path. Doing my first arena draft in a long time. Loises? What the fuck? What is this title? Their Synchro Virginity. What is that title? I know what it means, but Lossy is their Synchro Virginity. Like Synchro Hater loses their Synchro Virginity. Or old school Yu-Gi-Oh player loses their Synchro Virginity. Sometimes to march forward, you must return to the basics. Too bad I never knew them to begin with. And this is when I started using my thing, I guess. The Lichess tag that it shows you're streaming on there. Sometimes to march forward, you must return to the basics. What did the boy yell when he saw the bishop in the knight's armor? Hooray, finally, a good piece. Again, always clowning the knight / the horse. This game needs a theme deck and tournament mode as bad as Ash had to beg for his gym badges. And then Master of Plants returns. Master of Plants learns the way of the onion, but there's no crying aloud. And it's actually garlic, not onion. I don't know why I always thought that. After cheating death countless times, we finally get our long-awaited date, but it's with Owen, not Tassin. I was sort of simping over Tassin, I guess, a little bit in that playthrough. Just her sense of authority and everything, and she shows some vulnerability. Death Knight Addict tries an arena run for only the second time since the class came out. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Lifer loses their... Oh, here we go. Loses their synchro virginity and becomes the very thing they swore to destroy. It's time to draft. Obviously, you know how they say it's time to duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! The song. I'm not going to do it, though. Another dumpster. Here, deck. It's time to... I can't fucking do it. And the way he says it so musically as part of the song. It's time to duel. And then... What did the GM say to the happiest chess player in the world? You will never learn. Ignorance is bliss. Permadeath Petrosian earns his nickname by being the most defensive-minded novice ever. Rip to Team Rocket, who were together longer than most Pokemon fans have been alive. There was some announcement about that, which I forget. Your stems break, your soil dries up, your plants wither and rot, but your house stands, for only from their fallen seeds... Only from the fallen seeds a forest blossoms. Don't challenge those with nothing to lose, the zombie said. Don't threaten a man with something to protect, the homeowner replied. I'm doing like a whole RP scenario here. Conversation. Synchro Newbie takes a tour of the history of the worst mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. The worst mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. I was just kind of looking at the cards. I wasn't really using them. This game has fewer boss fights than real life. Which is obviously Anthem. Surprisingly, yeah, I can't think of too many. Or they had like boss type enemies, but you know, like the big trolls or whatever, but not really straight up bosses. Hearthstone veteran who played since the closed beta finally tries other modes. Battlegrounds, also known as Auto Battler, that inspired Marvel Snap, and you know how I felt about that. How many drafts does it take to win 7 games? Infinite, because I draft for fun, not for value. And then human calculator disproves opening theory and wins by improvisation alone. Just got to survive the opening, as I say. Psychology of chess, your true potential is almost never reached because you assume the game is innate, right? That, like in real life, people say that, like, oh, I'm not smart, but oh, you don't have to be innately smart. You could just study. Like, oh, I'm not as smart as that nerdy kid, but you could be the nerdy kid by studying all the time. So it's your choice that you don't do that. You know, you just, there's so many quotes like that, like Michael Jordan, maybe I destroyed the game because I made it look so easy, but you don't see all the hours of work. Like even these chess streamers like Hikaru and stuff, oh, they're playing the game so fast, right? And you're acting like basically that's how it works. Oh, you're just so smart and you're just playing bullet and you're doing all this, but you don't see the 20 years that he spent studying, right? Then it wouldn't be as impressive. It's still impressive, but I mean, imagine if you put in that same amount of work and time and effort, you might not be as good as him, but you would still be pretty damn good, like 2200 or something, right? There's no way you would just be a 1500 after that. Like, so how would you know how good you can even be unless you do that, you know? Commit to it. Psychology of chess, your true potential is almost never reached because you assume the game is innate. Blissey meets Calyrex to create my best deck ever. The synchro time walk continues. How broken was the mechanic in 2008 compared to today? Permadeath game mode round. It might have been more broken relative to the cards at the time. Game mode round robin. Battlegrounds duels arena. If I lose, I move to the next one. And then permadeath game mode. Okay, same thing. My 4th ever Diablo permadeath attempt, but is for the charm. And I didn't die in that first session, at least the way I did in Diablo Immortal. My 4th ever Diablo, okay. Warcraft Megafan tries the rotten apple of the franchise, the Warcraft Reforged, I guess. And I was talking trash about the Murlocs and then I actually died to one of them. Like, imagine dying to a Murloc like Sen Jin does, right? The troll leader, or yeah, Sen Jin. And then I actually died to them too. The most anticipated draft ever, and I'm not allowed to use green. And then why subject yourself to public humiliation, the local jester, so you can look back and see that is how a king is made. Also from one of my short stories. If I get to 1650 today, I unlock the study mechanic I've heard so much about, but then I'll never use it still. If I can't get to 500 rating, I have to delete my account, or like TCG dead, and then I stayed up like all night to try to do it, and I actually did. With great flower comes great responsibility. Hard mode pioneer determines which mini games are possible. Because if I can't do them, nobody can. Like the bowling ones, honestly. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Grand Finale. It's not over till the Ojama Trolls. And then knowing how to pick your battles is more important than ability or strength. And see, even with those hard mode videos that I post, like I'll post myself completing a level, right? Just the one time I beat it. And so it'll make me seem better than I am. Like, oh, look how good he is. But the amount of time I spent on it, anybody should have been able to do it, or maybe somebody would have done it sooner. So I still take credit for it, especially when I'm doing something that maybe hasn't been done before, like a world first clear, so you can't really question it. But you know what I mean? Like, it sometimes I'm objective like that, even with myself or anybody else. You only see the end result, so it seems different than what the process is to take it there. So if you saw the process all along the way, you might not be nearly as impressed, is the point. So it's not over till the Ojama Trolls. We'll go ahead and delete all this just to try to make it seem less daunting how much we have left. Like, I am going to finish this. I don't know why it took me like 4 years of being back to do this, but it's really 3 years, isn't it? Because it's end of 21 to end of 22, end of 22 to 23, end of 23 to 24. So it's really 3 years. A little bit over now. Why is this scrolling so much slower than when it was before? Okay. Like, is there a way I can count how many are left? Because this is insane. But mathematically, this is like middle of 23, just about. Knowing how to pick your battles is more important than ability or strength. Let's do every mission in permadeath first playthrough, like I'm trying to be a completionist. Permadeath game mode round robin attempt 2. If I don't get first place, 12 wins, I move on, which I didn't do. And then why is it called Final Fantasy? Because if I die, it's all over. Titanfall is what you call it when the original game servers go down and you're forced to play the second. Yeah, I think I was going to try to play Titanfall 1, but I couldn't. And then becoming the most toxic Magic player already, just using the toxic mechanic, of course. 1650 player basic studies for basically the first time ever. Same thing. Do I really look like a guy with this is the Joker, obviously, from The Dark Knight. Do I look like a guy with a strategy? I'm a horse chasing pawns, like a dog chasing cars. I just move things. And then putting the hardcore in a 160 permadeath playthrough. This was very RP focused. Kind of the best RP that I've done on this channel, I would say. At least in a consistent, organized sense. That whole playthrough was like that. The inevitable or the impossible. Scripted levels are fun and interactive. Yu-Gi-Oh! Addict turns to mobile gaming to get their fix. My first time ever streaming a mobile-only game, which was some, I can't remember, cross duel, I guess, and I didn't realize, I guess I don't know what I thought, but then I only did it for one session. I was trying to make like a regular series out of it, but I didn't realize it was mobile only. Basketball Historian gives their annual playoff predictions while destroying the competition. Permadeath round robin. If I lose as a team, I have to play as the next one. I haven't been this excited for Bastion since that planet in Anthem, when I'm obviously playing as Bastion in Overwatch 2 here. Permadeath heroes lose equals next one. And then when they're all gone, it's over. Nearing the final preparations for a rematch with the Heart of Rage, but this time there is no second chance. And I did like an RP title with that too, like, let's see which of ours is true and which is a pretender. For a soul of fire never dims as its kindle as will. That was part of the Dark Souls 2 speech, like between me and the Smelter Demon. So we'll see which of our hearts of rage is true. The literal heart of rage, that's what it's called, or my heart of rage, right, that I have beating in my chest. Which of ours is true and which is a pretender. For a heart of rage never calms for its... I forget. I think I used that coming up here. Last attempt at the hardcore permadeath game mode round robin. Will I make it to episode 2 this time? Obviously, the game mode's in Hearthstone. I may be addicted to green, but that doesn't mean I can't branch out and expand my horizons. Green flying deck. It's not a late Easter celebration. I just need to learn the ways of the bunny format. Classical expert takes rapid seriously. Lichess.org. Obviously for the little tag. All my life, I was undefeated at chess because I didn't play, but a true king must fight their own battles on the front lines, like how Lelouch would say, if your king doesn't lead your, how can he expect his subordinates to follow? Which nobody actually plays like that. Lelouch with the Bong Cloud style play. Troll Hunter with clipped wings. Again, wing clip being one of your abilities. A lot of these were pretty good. Learns the way of water as they fight to reclaim their home. The zombies finally found my kryptonite, me not being able to see anything the same way that Ava, but I did actually beat this level, didn't I? Or I can't remember. I think I beat this one, but then I got stuck on a different one of the mini games. The worst aimer in gaming history continues their permadeath hero round robin. Die equals next one. Permadeath player tries Dead by Daylight for the first time, and it's permadeath 2, more like Alive by Daylight. And then Dreams, this is a song reference to In Dreams by some, I can't remember the artist's name, but it's the song featured in heavily in Blue Velvet, where Dennis Hopper loves it. In Dreams, I never die. In Dreams, I always try. In Dreams, you're blown away every time. It's 2015 In Dreams, which is maybe not when the game came out, but it's more like me saying like when I was in my hard mode permadeath peak phase of my life, like, you know, I'm going back to the good old days. A freelancer, there are only two ends to the story: total victory or a shameful death, or just retire and sell gigs on Fiverr for $5, of course. Downgrading my permadeath game mode round robin to casual mode. Top 3 in Battleground 7 or fail, and I still probably was not able to do it. To create a forest takes but a single seed and all the patience in the world. Don't play a 1500 rating today unless you want the most instructive defeat of your life. That's kind of a alpha title. Where's the one that I wrote, like, guessing God scribbles a eulogy for their competition? Wasn't that one of the Scribble.io ones? I don't remember seeing that. I know I used that as a title. Or no, I think I did mention it. Don't play a 1500 rating today. Hardcore gamer loses to Virtual Wood, part 500 of Infinite. I'm basically a Warcraft Pokemon trainer with the way I was doing the Hunter RP. Who needs Portal 3 when you have this game? Portal Combat, the whatever, where they were using that as a mechanic in one of the mini games. The permadeath hero round robin gauntlet continues. And one man's mindless MMO is another's treasure trove, playing Trove for the first time. I bet you thought I had enough of PvZ games, but now play them until I become a zombie myself. This is the Garden Warfare. Is a true Lancer truly free if their wings are clipped by the ripstream of society? And then playing like I only have one life because I do. YOLO mode round robin, same thing. The game modes in Hearthstone, just average 7 wins, they said. It'll just be like Hearthstone, they said. Magic, and it's literally unfair too because the max number of games you can win is 7, so it's not even an apt comparison, right? You can't average 7 because you'd have to never lose a single game ever. My harshest permadeath challenge ever: if I lose a game, I have to study. Improvisational Ivan lays their pride to rest in final studies, but only if they lose. It takes more to make a hunter than a broken troll bow. Obviously, that's from Lord of the Rings. More to make a king than a broken elvish blade. It takes, okay, and then you think invisibility is your ally? Well, you're right, because I hate that mechanic. Same thing that ended my Dark Souls 2 run there. Which really wouldn't be over, but whatever, I respect it. Bastion rises at last, but this time I only get one chance. Warcraft Lorekeeper plays retail for the first time since Wrath, and it's just for sightseeing. And people still got mad when I uploaded that to YouTube. Like, oh, you're talking too much and you're not doing anything. This is literally the title. I'm saying is the same on YouTube. I'm going sightseeing and people are still complaining. Like, I'm even acknowledging I'm not doing anything of substance in there. We finally found the zombies' weakness. Put plants... Oh, yeah, this is PvZ Heroes. The beginning of a beautiful series. Put zombies' brains on cards and they'll go after them instead. Freelancer who hates free play bites the proverbial manticore pheromone sack for the old crew, because I have to do a mission out there and I thought I might die in PvP or something because of it. Bringing the Iron Juggernaut back from the dead in duels. Game mode round robin, same thing again. I thought it was over by now. You know what happens every time a draft run starts off well. Okay, and then Ding Chilling gave hope to choke artists like me around the world, so this must be after he won, which this means it's towards the middle of 2023. I forget exactly when that happened. Why do I feel like it's more towards the end, like how it was this December? It couldn't be, because I did Destiny in 23 and stuff like that towards the end, so we can't be there yet. It was the best of chess, it was the worst of chess, innocence and improvisation, ineptitude and idiocy. Why is it called a survival hunter? Because every fight is a struggle to survive. Why is it okay? And then, am I seeing ghosts, or is this level really that frightful? Will this be my final time playing Overwatch 2? I did really badly in that one too. I don't get it. I love the part where Elon Musk terraforms the sun and says, "I am the Star Citizen." That was one of my worst streams ever too. It's like 8 hours, and I was like, I didn't get it. Like, I wasn't getting anything done. Or I kept doing the same thing over and over. I love the part where okay. Knights are trash, but not as trash as I am at chess. I love the part. How is it? I guess I was doing it for that long that I kept going back to it. The worst aimer in history recoils in terror in their first ever CSGO experience. I'm sure I had played it maybe briefly before, but effectively it was. I'll never forget what a freelancer said. The heart of rage burns brightest just before the calm. And then the Iron Juggernaut gets, they don't actually say that either. Like, I'm always doing this tongue in cheek. Like, I'm just coming up with a believable in character RP quote. The Iron Juggernaut gets one final shot in the fray, and it's mine to lose, all mine. Because you're obviously summoning mines using him. I heard you like magic, so I brought out my favorite mechanic in card game history, so you can't use any, which is like the hex proof in that. This game will haunt you. Oh yeah, this is what song is this? It burns you, Miley Cyrus something. I can't remember the name of it, but or that is the name. Nothing breaks like a heart. So this game will haunt you. It burns you bad and leaves a mark. Positions fall apart, but nothing breaks like a mouse. You will not stop me. This pawn will become more powerful than either of us. One king to another. That is obviously from Revenge of the Sith, the Emperor. On the doorstep of Orgrimmar, a troll would graduate from mediocrity and rise to greatness. And then the great drought has come, yet the plants still grow on the irrigation of my sweat or tears. I thought I'd already used something similar to this, at least. Why is it called Overwatch 2? Because if I lose 2 games, it's over. Just watch, which is actually accurate to what was happening then, I'm pretty sure. Playing a true classic for the first time, but it's also a permanent gauntlet. Team Fortress Classic. This was part of the Flex format. Nearing the end of an epic journey, and even though the story is predictable, my fate might not be. I haven't been this excited for a Juggernaut since that's the class, the little what's it called? The javelin that we're using, the suit. A Juggernaut since the early 2000s X-Men parody. What's your punishment for failing at any game? Having to play this one, which is obviously chess. Winning is not as important as making your opponent feel powerless. Me in every card game I play. Again, with the whole Jinzo spell canceller, just whatever, preventing them from doing certain mechanics. For a novice, victory is not possible, only survival. For you must let your opponent defeat themselves before you do the same. And maybe for an expert too, because they're just too good to ever be beaten anyway. The path to 1700 is all psychological. No one knows what they're doing, but some can fake it till they make it. Alliance player who killed every NPC in Orgrimmar talks to them for the first time and said, "They conquered," and I have a piece of art for that one as well, but I don't. Or I mean, I could use that for various things in the series, but to conquer death, you must stare it in the face. Also, here are some invisible zombies, like you can't even see them to do that. A multiplayer series that isn't a permanent gauntlet. Today must be the day zombie pigs fly. Just because I always do something of some format otherwise. But then I turn it into a format like that anyway, because I had to do it in my collection because I couldn't get to rank 50 in the allotted time for the finale season. Let's see what the economy system in this game is like. Albeit online. Also, me and Eve Online. Space lasers go pew pew. And then let's see what the economy system Okay, and then Rainbow Six Siege. Actually, Nightmare was just asking me about that yesterday. I could recite the colors of the rainbow before I can line up a headshot. That's actually a great line. Why isn't it Rainbow 7 Siege? 1 game a day is enough to make you a grandmaster. The kid who started playing when they were 3 years old, which that's not even accurate at all, but well, maybe in some vague way, but you're not just simply playing the game, you're really analyzing it and taking it seriously, and it's classical and it's whatever, highly instructive. As Owen reaches his final form as a clown cipher, our Lancer achieves a threshold of their own. Preparing for the Brawliseum by committing the most unholy sin of all, actually using a meta deck for once. What do you call someone who is obsessed with one mechanic for weeks under a hex, like hex proof? It takes more to make a king than a broken gaming mouse. Sometimes I do overdo it with reusing some of these. What's your favorite format? The faster the better. People who suck at chess or have mastered it, I guess. What's same thing again? To conquer death, you must look in an eye. Forsaken, because I'm going to the Undercity and Tirisfal Glades and stuff at that point of the playthrough. In Hardcore Classic, there was once a miracle seed from which all others would eventually grow, but for every 20 that blossomed, one had to wither away. There was no plants were harmed in the making of these cards. Obviously, PvZ Heroes. My first Nintendo Switch stream ever gets off to a smashing start. Permadeath character Gauntlet within Smash Brothers, and then to the other place you are banished to after failing. So first it was Roblox, but the other place you're banished to after failing your Test.com permanent challenge for the 2nd time in a row. So first you're banished to Roblox Chess, then you're banished to Clubhouse 51, which you can't even play anymore because it's just dead. Gaming's Resident Wizard plays the OG Wizard game for the first time, permadeath. And you had to keep buying like different locations to go to, like to unlock parts of the map, so I just didn't even bother getting too far. Bryn gets her long-awaited revenge for our ghosting, but will it be enough to prolong the monitor's life for another episode? Like we have to do all of her quests now because, or she keeps giving me like one after another because I kept trying to ignore her earlier, so she had them saved up and waiting. Permadeath Brawliseum attempt 2 of 3. If I don't win 12 games, I have to disenchant my entire collection, which I didn't do that at all, obviously. Will I do my first ever 10,000 gold draft today? I'll let my gimmicky theme deck decide. And then Card Game Aficionado tries the League of Legends card game for the first time, and you won't believe what happens. And then find someone who fights for you as hard as I fought for 1700 classical rating on Lichess. Permadeath Brawliseum. If I don't get 12 wins right now, I have to disenchant my entire collection, which I did do, and then that's when I started my gimmick gauntlet kind of thing with whatever dust I had left over from that, I guess. Permadeath Brawliseum, Road to 1700 finale. A lesser play. This is the line from Sonic, the end of the Sonic movie, which I haven't even seen, but a lesser man would die here. I'll be home by Christmas. A lesser player would die here. I'll be back on chess.com by the 4th of July, which I think I actually did make good on that. Like if I have to get to 1700 by the end of the month, and then if I do, I can reopen my chess.com account there. Among the Silver Pines, a lost troll would find their other half. My pet, the little wolf that I got, the warg. Among the Silver Pines, okay. Peas have again, like fucking, I'm trying to say peace, but I'm even stumbling over it. Peace has cost you your strength. Victory has defeated you. The line from The Dark Knight Rises. Peas have cost me my strength. Victor Tree has defeated me. Not the best, but why isn't this a permanent series? Yeah, because these plants are perennials. Is it still a guild war if it's just me against the world? So now we're somewhere in 2023. I don't know exactly where. Is it still a guild war? Will using a tank to compensate for my utter trash aim? Obviously, because that has a little wider hitbox. Gearing up for the final showdown will be enough to... Will it be with our own past demons? That's Anthem again. From the ruins of dismal failure will rise greatness impossible otherwise. Rebuilding a meta deck to take revenge on my permanent fail. A meta deck to take revenge on my permanent fail. Of what, though? Oh, like obviously the fact that I had to disenchant everything. This could be the best or worst 10,000 gold ever spent. My first 10k draft ever. And then, who's in charge here, me or the knight? I think I'm in charge. Oh yeah, I'm doing the whole quote by that guy now too. Who's in charge, me or the devil? And then he says like exactly what he's doing. Doubled rook, pin it down, come on you horse. He's come on you something, but I'm not going to say what he actually says. He blundered like no one ever had, and he kept on playing. This is like a line from Rocky 2. We don't need a man like that in our life right now. We don't need an opponent like that in our life. You just won't give up. In times of adversity, a person's true character will be revealed. Me playing for 1700 and my chess life. And then you either die a pawn or live long enough to see yourself become a queen. But that's actually a good thing, not like you see yourself become a villain. The path of a hunter is a road best traveled alone, lest you may die twice. To tread lightly, said the Tree of Wisdom, for the zombies you step on today will become the plants you use tomorrow. They'll become the soil, you know. That's, you know, atheist answer to the universe. Like, oh, you decompose and become part of the soil. Why is that such a surprise? Like, people always used to make fun of that, but that's literally, observably what happens. Even if you do believe in something else, like an afterlife, you would still see the physical, you know, why else do we bury bodies in the ground and stuff? Said the Tree of Wisdom. The Plants versus Zombies Heroes No Crafting Nuzlocke run continues. Continues the Blossom. Like, I can't craft, I just have to go with what I got. I may escape from Tarkov, but I'll never escape from my awful aim. That was another game that I like just didn't get, and I don't even know what I did with it. Some of these games just rely on multiplayer, something else going on, right? Like, just content wise, mechanically, like there's something missing if you just try to play it on your own or just do something else. The only anthem that will prevail is the Freelancer's Song of Celebration. Playing two of my least played classes in Hearthstone: History Priest and Demon Hunter, and I forgot about Rogue. Or actually, I don't think I played Demon Hunter at all. Priest and Demon Hunter, it was meant to be Rogue. I guess they just vanished out of my memory. What mechanic will I waste all my wild cards on this time? I always would have an urge to do that, just stuff on a whim that I don't even think is good. Society couldn't stop me, adult life couldn't, personal responsibility couldn't, but you think 1700 rated players can stop me, and apparently they couldn't at that point. No one panics in the opening because it's all part of the prep. Introduce a little improv, upset theory, and it's blunderful. This is also a Joker quote from The Dark Knight. I'm gonna owe Christopher Nolan a royalty by the time this is done. No one panics when a truck of soldiers gets blown up because it's all part of the plan. No one panics in the opening because it's all part of the prep. Introduce a little improv, upset theory, and it's all blunderful. I may be a pawn, but I'm on the 7th rank, and I will not be denied my promotion this day. The day Azeroth stood still. It's just like an RP episode. Getting to know my pet, my other half, if you will. If there was a purgatory for plants, this would be it. Invisible and Portal Combat. And then a green shadow is all that will remain after his path of destruction. Obviously, green shadow is the name of the hero. I've never played this game, and don't call me Winter, Neverwinter Nights. And I didn't actually play the game still. I played like Neverwinter Nights chess. It has like a mini game, and then I just like kind of made my character, and that was the whole session. We finally have a fitting name for Owen's final form. Clowen, Clown, and Owen combined. Why did I never play as priest? Because he betrays you, and then he doesn't even save you or help you at the end. Why did I never play as a priest before? Because then I could only play 3 games per session. Because they take so long, and it's just a, you know, very boring class. Why did I... Okay, fine. I haven't been this nervous about a draft bust since Michael Jordan was still owner of an NBA team. Draft bust as in my own drafting of cards there. I haven't been okay. What is my reward for getting 1700 in classical, playing my least favorite format, Rapid, which is obviously going to be on chess.com too at that point. It is a small matter to... You'll never guess what this is from. Harbinger Skyrus from the Arcatraz and Burning Crusade and WoW. It's a small matter to control the position of the weak, for I bear allegiance to a postulate held in long form. What he actually says is like, it's a small matter to control the mind of the weak, for I bear allegiance to powers untouched by time, unmoved by fate. No force on this world or beyond harbors the strength to bend our knee, not even the mighty Legion. One of the old god minions, basically. Fear not the barren land, said the Horde. See, this is my own RP quote, though, completely. Like, this isn't based on anything. Fear not the barren land, said the Horde, for it shall find nourishment in our sweat or blood. Just to show that, like, the Horde don't complain. The fact that we have so many desolate areas to deal with. Where is a permanent... Where is it? They were coddled, you know, the Alliance is coddled by their beautiful lands, lush forests and stuff in universe, but even out of universe, Blizzard even admitted that, oh, we spent more time on the Alliance zones, and then we just kind of threw the Horde zones together at the end in a rush. Like, Kalimdor was unfinished, supposedly, which is really not bad, but... Where is a permanent condition when you need it? Hard mode minigames. What is all this? I can't even tell what that is. The hell? I really don't know. Have I dug my own grave by never crafting, or was I simply tending to my plants? And then washed up chess prodigy, once called the human calculator, tries Go for the first time ever. This was like a little board game month. So this was in the middle of 2023. I was almost gonna say 2013. This was in the middle of 2023, so we should be getting close here. This is very exhausting, but it's worth doing once, I guess. Anthem finale. We will see which of ours is true and which is a pretender. For a heart of fire, never a heart of never. Nice. I probably changed it after. A heart of fire never calms as its pulse is will. And then similar to that one, a heart of rage, like we're going against the heart of rage with my own heart of rage, the same way that we were going in with a heart of fire, a soul of fire, against the smelter demon who has his chest, you know, exposed and showing fire there as well. The underplayed classes round robin continues, featuring one of my favorite meta decks ever, which was what? I don't know what the meta deck even was. One of my favorite meta decks ever. It must have been like... It's so... Oh, yeah, the Death Knight with the eggs and the Nerubian egg, too, from old school. Almost makes it seem like a gimmick that you're obsessed with the eggs. Monday Morning Magic. Something to do with Lord of the Rings. This was like a shitty 35-minute stream, too, because I had to go somewhere that day. One of my shorter, more pathetic streams. My first ASMR chess studying stream, I've done that before. No, not the ASMR part, the studying. Like, I have done, you know, semi-ASMR chess in the past, just because that's how my voice would sound. Title to Lichess. Oh, I keep falling for how this is written out. Lichess finale. I paid my dues, now it's time to feast. Totally optional push for 1600 rapid. Right, on Lichess before I go to chess.com, and that I think I did fail at that point. Stream title, we return to Orgrimmar, a whole troll and a true hunter for the first time. Hardcore classic. And then same thing. This was like the same this one, my stream kept crashing actually. This is pretty funny. And then to create a flood takes okay, let me get rid of this. Just as like a good psychological thing to show, like, look, we're kind of getting close. Or like, how long will it be before we get to 1 year? Because that'll really be a clear indication here. Where you have the ability to consider that we're, again, in like the middle of 2023. So we have the whole 2024 to still go through, which is like another 300 plus titles. This is like, honestly, it makes you realize, like, imagine for each of these titles, I streamed for at least an hour. Right, like, it's a lot to think about. This is why I like doing it as a routine. You're not trying to do too much at once, although I'm trying to read too many of these titles, I guess, at once, but it's fine. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, or every year I should do it, but not like this. Every 5 years, every three years, I guess it's been. It feels like it's been more than that, but I guess like 3 years and a couple months. Like, let me go up and see when does the year start. Last year. So we're pretty close. So it should be no more than like 400 more titles. To create a flood takes about a droplet more than expected. And a lot of ones to do with water because we're on a pool level in PvZ hard mode. To craft is a power only one hasn't achieved, and it's me, which again is the Star Wars line. To achieve that, there's a power one has achieved. How hard could it be to learn an objectively solved game? Avid chess player finds out in basically their first time ever playing checkers. Again, part of the board game month that I was on a trip with. Playing Ark for the first time before it becomes a fossil with Ark 1.5. Every game I am reminded why I never played Priest throughout the history of this game. Just too slow paced and boring for me. Every game, okay, same thing. Drafts are the best way to build your free-to-play collection. Me, averaging 1.5 wins per Magic draft, something like that. Drafts are the, okay, I hate how much these repeat, actually. Hey, Pupple, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. Happy Halloween. I think we're a little late on that one. Drafts are the best way to build, okay. Today, I celebrate my independence from LeChaz and return to the site that clowned me twice. Chess.com, obviously, and then it clowned me again. Surely, I'm not going to fail another permadeath challenge on there. Chess.com permadeath round 3. Clown me once, shame on you. Clown me twice, shame on me. Clown me thrice, and I'll take the circus down with me. Clown has been like my favorite insult word to use in my whole return to streaming. I just love calling everybody a clown. I'm a clown, you're a clown. Just because it's not really offensive, but it's just kind of, you know, middle of the road. Yeah, I use the C word all the time, but not the one that you're thinking of. Your next hunt cannot begin until you have licked clean the plate of your last. This is also finishing up Durotar and Hardcore Classic, and obviously like an RP kind of mentality that we have going with that. They told me to leave well enough alone, but I kept digging my grave so deep they couldn't catch me. That's also PvZ hard mode. We still kept going, but at some point it ends here. Where we just start doing PvZ heroes all the time. You cannot fail the permanent challenge if you are not eligible to take part in it. And I must have like a million titles for that then, for heroes, because I was doing it for like a month straight. You cannot fail if you are not eligible to take part in it. Me in this game, which is, I guess PvZ heroes, because I was trying to get to a certain threshold first. So we were just trying to collect cards for them. Board Game Addict plays the last standalone version of chess they've never tried. Jiangji, which is like Chinese chess. And then Jurassic Park, more like Jurassic Ark, good one. A classic format that isn't overflowing with bots. What a twist. What am I talking about? A classic format that isn't overflowing with bots. Oh, like... Oh, okay, because the twist mode was kind of taking on the form of classical. I get it. How many Sarkans does it take to make dragons decent value? I was using like all 4 of them. And then I blundered over and over, and this is the Michael Jordan quote, I failed over and over in my life. I've blundered over and over in my life, and that is why I checkmate. Magnum Carlos, just a joke quote that my friend would always use those in YouTube comments too. Just like make up some quote that sounds like he might have said it. I've blundered, okay, same thing. Oh, this is a great one from Hellraiser. Oh, no tears please, it's a waste of good blundering. Or a good suffering. Oh, no resignation, please. It's a waste of good blundering. This one I should actually use as a title. I don't think I have on my YouTube. Oh, no resignations, please. It's a waste of good blundering. Like, don't resign. Let me actually torture you and troll you by over promoting like 7 queens. Would you rather infinitely kill 10 continuously reincarnating people, which forget every time they die, or kill 100 continuously? Or kill 100 continuously reincarnating people 10 times. Let me think about that. Infinitely kill 10 people who are always reincarnating. Or kill 100 continuously. I guess the 100 because, I mean, if you really had to choose, it's quite a dark question, but because you didn't say that they're infinitely, so that'll come to an end. Right, you take care of the 100 once if you do it all at the same time. And you have to do it at least 10 times, but then you would at least put an end to their misery for once, whereas with the other ones are going to be forever. Right, unless he meant to say infinitely for both, but I think that's the trick of the question. Right, the first set is infinite, the second one isn't. Oh, no resignations, please. Let's see. Loose ends are a cardinal sin for any hunter. They're either this is a really good RP line here. Loose ends are a cardinal sin for any hunter. They're either wasted prey or potential predator. So like if you spare something, your potential prey, you didn't kill it, that means that you didn't get your dinner for the night to eat, or you left it alive and it could potentially come back and take revenge on you, which is meant to imply more than just animals, like potential other rivals and people you're trying to kill. By the way, you really sound like my cousin. Interesting. Loose ends are a cardinal sin for, okay, same thing. Time for my week. People said I sound like that one YouTuber, Zach Scott Gaming or something, apparently, which I don't think I really even watched him to know what he sounds like. But for my weekly flower hour of power, where I tower above the zombies as they cower before my power. So I did use this as a PvZ Heroes title. My weekly flower hour of power, or no, it's not, because I used power at the end. My weekly flower hour of power, where I tower over the zombies and they cower before my power. That is a real tongue twister. What better way to grow your collection than through the organic sprouting of random packs? Cousin is pretty chill. He once let me design some of the characters for his game. Oh, nice. What game did he make? Time for my weekly flower hour power, grow my collection. I haven't put off playing a paladin. This is a good one too. I'm playing paladins for the first time, which is like an Overwatch clone, apparently, is what people call it, but it was pretty good. I haven't put off playing a paladin this much since classic World of Warcraft, because I always hated paladins and made fun of them and considered them such a clown class. Growing pains are the most fun and frustrating part of any survival game. This is part of my ARC playthrough, which I made sort of a hybrid format that, okay, I better just hurry up because I want to finish these. Today, let's play like it's like a hybrid permadeath, though, where if I die, I have to restart at the beginning of the game, not so, with a new character, not so much that it just ends. Let's play like it's a true first playthrough permadeath run. If I die, it's all over for the session. Again, I'm trying to trick myself with that. Was this mode directed by M. Night Shyamalan? Because it's the first one I've enjoyed in a long time. Like, what a twist. The twist mode, obviously, in Hearthstone was this. Okay, same thing. Will I finally save up enough gold for my second ever 10,000 gold draft? And Omega Lol. You will pay the price for your lack of development. Like, you will pay the price for your lack of vision. Your feeble skills are no match for the power of the pink flamingo. This is the character I ended up designing. His name is Mr. Chaos. Let me check it on here, actually. Let's see. We have about a year of these titles left to look at, which has been really exhausting. I like that I'm doing this, but it's a little bit tedious, actually, because it's just so long-winded. Makes you appreciate how much time I've spent doing this. So, like, imagine how exhausting it is just to read the titles and how much streaming I've actually done. Oh, that's kind of cool looking, actually. I love anything that looks kind of like Lovecraftian. 25 views 20 hours ago. He's like going to be destroying a city. I can't draw for shit, but I always make I come up with ideas and then I make sort of thumbnails and stuff out of them. Right, or like I have somebody do it for me. So like this is my main channel art, and then this is for Hearthstone. What else do we have here? Channel art, Skyrim art, Red Dead Bounty Hunter series. There's actually quite a lot. That's my chess one. But yeah, that was pretty cool. You will pay the price for your lack of development. Who am I? An explorer. This is another one from Hellraiser. I'm an explorer from the further reaches of theory. Human calculator to some, improvisational ingrate to others. With a great game comes great responsibility. Study 10 hours a day for 20 years if you want to be good. Just as the Barrens has an oasis, every hunter has a soft spot, their pet. Okay. Purgatory is the place I often find myself. It is home for a hard mode gamer, which is, we're still doing PvZ hard mode. Just as Hyperion didn't grow in a day. What is Hyperion? Oh, it's like the world's tallest tree, I think. I almost was thinking it's a Pokemon for some reason. Every free-to-play collection reaches a point of beautiful stagnation. Chess over time. The true time pressure in chess is balancing it with real life. Makes me think of one of my quotes, like, a true passion is something... A passion isn't something you make time for. It's something you take time from for everything else. You know, like chess, you'd have to play all day, every day for your whole life, and then brag about how much better you are than people who don't play that much. The most fun and frustrating part of a survival game are the... Wait, I thought I already used this. Are the growing pains, but today we're about to have a spurt, I guess just for the second part. It's different. The only real twist will be whether I decide to lose a game on purpose just for variety. It's almost 1 year anniversary of the start of my casual free-to-play non-meta first playthrough of Magic the Gathering, which means we must be at the end of 2023 now. Progress level clown. Today, my whole life I've played rigged games and won. Now I get to rig one in my favor by studying. Permanent challenge. Chess.com. Ever seen an absolute to study chess? No, because they wouldn't need to. Paul Morphy says hello. And then ever seen... Okay, same thing. Every day is a crossroads in the life of a hunter, but with only two options, life or death. Or the way that I could have said it was... Every day is a crossroads in the life of a hunter, between life and death. I hate speedruns because they are repetitive trial and error. Me. Also me in this series. Basically, I kept doing the same thing over and over. Generally, that's not how it's intended to be, though. Like, permadeath runs have a sense of finality. Either you complete a permadeath run or you don't, right? You either live or you die, and that's it. There's no, like, doing it over and over. Or, I mean, you could still do it over and over to practice, but... And the whole irony is a speedrun is often going to be permadeath anyway, because, like, sometimes you die to make progress, right, to skip ahead, but generally you probably won't die in that either. How many packs does it take to make a decent deck? Free-to-play player finds out. No crafting challenge. Yeah, like that's the ultimate hybrid way to show my love for permadeath formats and hard modes and stuff, is to do it in a first playthrough sense. Like something just comes out and I just do it like that. Whether I beat it or not, I at least go in with that intention, a first playthrough permadeath. And then this game is supposed to be hard. Let's make it impossible instead. Frostpunk. A brief chesscapade playing until I lose, which probably wasn't very long. Playing cowardly is a defense mechanism, not an instinct. Playing cowardly, okay. A new format where I didn't try to get legend. Now that's a twist in the twist mode itself. And then... I haven't been this eager to hoard gold since I saw the current trajectory of the US dollar. That is referring to what, though? Just trying to save up gold in Magic for something like a draft. I am become Vichy Destroyer of Boards. Me when an Indian song comes on during chess. Obviously, Oppenheimer kind of reference. Not Oppenheimer movie reference, just Oppenheimer in general, because that, you know, what he said. That moment always seems so cinematic, like it was almost from a movie when he originally actually says that. I'm become Death Destroyer of Worlds. Why would you even... Oh, this is a quote from like some NFL game where an announcer is saying this about Brett Favre. Why would you even ponder passing? You can take a knee and try a 56-yard field goal. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl, is what he says. So why would you even ponder queenside castling? You can move two pieces and play the King's Indian. This is not Le Chess, man. This is chess.com. This is the big leagues. That one's almost too long to fit into a YouTube title. Hunters have no time to grieve. Oh, this is a great one. The only hole they dig is for their next trap. Like instead of burying their pet, they're preparing their next trap. Hunters have no time to grieve. The only hole they dig is for their next trap. And then my good thing my plants are perennials, because this series will take a year to complete. And just about, because it ended towards the end of that year, 2023. Or wait. No. It was 2024. Why am I thinking we started in 2023? I don't always get legendaries, but when I do, it's the best card in the game. Which is obviously Dark Matter Dragonfruit, and then I got 2 of them, luckily. Again, that's an unbelievable amount of luck that I got them both in just a random pack, in a free-to-play, no crafting playthrough. A true hunter wouldn't let there be a showdown. Permadeath Hunter got... Wait. This is the Hunt Showdown. I guess I assumed there were different Hunter characters and stuff. What chess piece are you if you're under 2,000 rating? You're a pawn. And I'm a backwards pawn because of how bad I am, I guess. Who can't promote. The Paladins Permadeath Champion Gauntlet continues. Loss equals next champion. Episode 2. Okay. Bootleg Fred Flint. This is a pretty funny one. Bootleg Fred Flintstone risks it all for some adventure. Like I'm a caveman clown in Ark. The underplayed class round robin continues, but will the priest hog all the screen time? And they ultimately did. I was supposed to do Demon Hunter, but I didn't. I was supposed to do Rogue, but I also didn't. And then my second 10,000 gold draft has even higher stakes than usual. And this was like around the anniversary of the game, I think, the 30th anniversary or something. The last year, but this actually wasn't last year. This was 2023 still, I'm pretty sure. My second 10,000 gold draft ever has higher stakes than usual. I have paid a heavy price for not studying my whole life. Now I get to reap karmic justice. Test. I have paid. There was some bug that was happening where it wouldn't let me log into my Twitch, so I couldn't reconnect it to my OBS. I think that's maybe why I was doing that. And then let me see here. The difference between, man, this is just going on forever. I can't believe it. Okay, here, let me delete these again. This is like more exhausting than actually playing something, even at a high level. I don't know why. Just like reading so much is something I'm not used to doing. This is my bad karma, I guess, for not paying attention to this all, you know. I should have done it on a more regular basis, I guess. Or if I just uploaded everything, I would just use these titles anyway. But even then, I wouldn't, because I would kind of combine stuff together, I guess. So this we have... Maybe we should go backwards now, but I guess I've been doing it systematically, so I won't. Okay. The difference between your potential and your present is the will to find it. And then test again. Okay, difference between your potential. What an excellent day for a Chestercism. Test again. What an excellent day. And then chess, you must be... In chess, you must be as a swan, never too high, never too low. And then a quest of the troll spirit. Like my character became an alcoholic because our pet died, right? We were playing into that as an RP outlet. And then what else do we have here? Hang on. I'm gonna lose my voice from doing this. Like, this is truly unbelievable. I'm supposed to be the quiet gamer, even though I talk a lot more these days. I still can't believe the way this is going. Why is it called overtime? Because you'll be wishing it was over the entire time. Hard mode overtime of PvZ hard mode. My collection has blossomed, but a garden is nothing without the fertilizer of your sweat. My collection has blossomed, but a garden is nothing without the fertilizer of your sweat. I'm kind of playing that up a bit much now. The tears and the sweat are going to irrigate my crops and blah, blah, blah. That I keep saying that. My collection, okay, same thing. Guns up, more like time's up, because the game was going to go offline. Even though it was only on PC, I think it's still playable on phone or something. Permadeath within a permadeath. Play until I lose, as the days tick down on my chest life. A paladin without lay on hands or bubble sounds like a recipe for disaster. Paladins, again, reference to WoW paladins. Survival games are trial and error. Me, make one discovery and start over. Also me in this game. Oh, because I was allowing myself not to end the run just because it was permanent. Warlocks always get the coolest heroes and cosmetics. Draxus and Azoth, how could it get any worse? Sargeras. And then difference between 2 and 3 wins in a draft is the difference of a month of me farming gold. Huh, is it really that big of a deal? All play and no, this is a Shining reference. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All play and no study makes me a blunderful boy. Okay, test stream again. All play. I always perform best when the pressure is highest. Me 2 weeks from facing my test mortality. Make my day. Hunters never tire, for their sustenance comes from the next hunt. The zombies may be determined, but just remember plants are renewable. They are not, and they even become the soil beneath me. A plant in hand is better than 6 in a pack. No crafting challenge again. I stayed very true to that format though. Like I absolutely never crafted anything. I never really felt tempted to. At the rock, even when my account was on the line and I had to delete it. At the Rocket Man's recommendation, I'm playing the game that makes chess look like checkers. Obviously, Polytopia. It's almost like guessing what game it is, like because we don't see it what it is until the top, right? It shows you the title and then the category. Rocket Man's recommendation, and then I'm better than anyone who played in PogChamps. Where's my ticket to LA and thousands of viewers, or $20,000 or whatever they get? Will I be finally forced to move out of the damaged characters today? This is in Paladins. You know, all the heroes, all the Paladins are permadeath. Can I finally survive a second episode with the same character? This is in Paladins as well. I heard you like imp, so I did the impossible and combined every imp deck in Hearthstone history, or just every imp in general in Hearthstone history. Forcing myself to play my least favorite color in the game. Spoilers, it's not green. My least favorite, well, because obviously that is my favorite color. What is my least favorite color? Either white or blue, I suppose. I actually can't even really remember. I guess white, because the blue at least had some hexproof stuff in there. You can never defeat the one who takes failure as motivation. This was chess.com, permadeath challenge again. I bet they're wishing now, this is a line from Hannibal. I bet they're wishing now they'd fed the rest of me to the horses on La Chess. Because I was going to take revenge here, but I guess it didn't last. I did kind of succeed at first, but then I failed the secondary challenge. Like I had to get to 1500 by the end of the year. And I got to 1350, but then I fell below 13, so that counts as the increment permadeath failure state. A hunter has no need for a leash in one hand if they have a weapon in both, like getting over the loss of our pet. And then, you know it's bad when even I am running out of titles. I guess I need to dig deep and sprout more ideas. And then, the moment of truth, will today be the first time I get an event card? When I was saving up. So that was one thing I could do with my resources. Instead of buying packs or heroes or whatever, I could buy event cards. But even though that guarantees what I get, that's not really cheating because you're not really crafting it. You have to rely on what you get there. I never thought I'd be streaming mobile games, let alone 2 days in a row. Clash of Clans for the first time. I haven't been this excited for a cock since the Conflict of Contrivance from my 2013 debate format. Like, that was the title I used on YouTube for... I guess it must have been Clash of Clans and not Clash Royale. I love the descriptions of some of my YouTube videos where I'll actually explain what that means in super long form detail. I never thought I'd be streaming mobile games. This isn't chess, it's baseball because it's 3 strikes and I'm out. Today is 1 out of 3. So I had like maybe 3 days left. The Way of Water has served me well, but now it's into uncharted territory. When like my strategy in games is often to stay by the water because you're safest. Right? You don't know what might be coming at you from the other way, from the land. But if you're if you have water at your back, unless something comes out of the water and kills you, right, you'll be generally safe from that direction. I always would do that in Skyrim. Okay, I'll be back and then I'll finish this finally. Okay, so let's finish this. Here we got... oh, I thought I deleted the ones at the bottom. It's 3 strikes and I'm out. The Way of Water served me well. Playing my favorite card game of all time for the first time in a long time. Renounced Darkness, my favorite card. I said card game, I think. Have I become the very thing I swore to destroy? Creating that heal buff deck I've complained about like a million times. That must have been the priest one. Or no, what am I talking about? Oh no, I'm playing white in Magic. The human calculator recharges the batteries, permanent challenge complete. So I got to like 1300 as I promised on chess.com, but then I had to get to 1500, but that's not even why I failed. By like the end of the year, this was like the end of 2023, like October 2023. Then by the end of November, I have to get to 14. By the end of December, I have to get to 15, something like that. But I didn't fail because of that. I got to 1350 and then I fell back below 13, which also is a failure state condition. Whenever I get to a 50 mark, if I fall below the 100 mark, then I fail, which is what I just happened on the chess. You get to see all the times that I'm just sort of testing it there with random stuff. Time to face my demons in chess, speed demons, that is. Bonus blitz, push for 1,000 on chess.com. The barons will humble even the greatest hunters with death or the lessons needed to avoid it. The time for victory is near. Too bad I chose the wrong mini game, which is going to be which one? I forget even. After a long fast, I can finally feast on plant cards again. Finally finding out why this game is so popular. First time playing, which is Teamfight Tactics, which I didn't really get at all. Playing a variant for the first time in a long time, and it's the Clash of Clans one. What? Oh, it's like the spell chess, I guess. How many paladins does it take for me to go on a good win streak? Permanent champion gauntlet. Will I find the crystal in the rough or die trying? First playthrough plus permadeath. Crystal in the rough is we're trying to find diamonds. Or maybe it's not a diamond. Maybe it actually was called crystal in the Ark. The elusive material that I still never found out how to get. That I needed to craft something that I was trying to do. I was trying to play Ark very blind, which was very fun, like without looking anything up or knowing anything about it. POV, you've had Sargeras in your deck for a month, but you still haven't played him once. And I don't think I still even have played him. But I didn't play as Warlock much after that. Angels, Dragons, Dinosaurs, quite a combination. Sounds like a good Monday night. The line from Until Dawn that I like so much, where it's not even a fixed line. He sort of just substitutes whatever you say you're scared of, like spiders, zombies, aliens, you know, whatever. Angels, dragons, and dinosaurs, obviously, in Magic. Prelude to Madness, the absolutist reward for victory is an even greater challenge. So now we have to get to 1400. Which, again, it's not even because I failed to get to 1400 in time. It's just because I got to 1350 and then I fell back. But I still had time left. Misery, 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 that's what you've chosen. I'm obsessed with that line from the Green Goblin. It just sounds so out of place, but it's kind of cool for him to just repeat that. Like who would think of that line? That's just a random thing to say. Misery, misery, misery. That's what you've chosen. Maybe that's something he says in the comics, but like it just sounds so out of left field. Like nobody would write that specific line right there. I offered you friendship and you spat in my face. When I left the site, I was but the learner, but now I am the master. Only a master of 1200s knew. That's obviously a Star Wars quote. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. What did the Tauren say to the troll farmer? You're really milking it. And then, if mini games were plants, I just downgraded from a three-peater to a repeater. Which will be the next to fall? And then this game has rewarded me with good karma for my temperance, so my sacrifice will continue. By not crafting, I got 2 dark matter dragon fruits from packs and really good stuff. And then I haven't been this excited to play an Ark since that dinosaur game, which I thought I was still just playing. Ark, Lost Ark, okay, another Diablo-style, Path of Exile-esque game that I could trigger people with, but I never got around to uploading it. To play until you drop. Permadeath session of chess. Lost Ark, speedrunning 4 episodes worth of progress in one so I can finally make some more. Finally, I guess some of these aren't as good as what I thought. They're just sort of me describing what I'm doing. Finally, a format where I can get Legend with the Renounced Darkness, or can I? The one where it was a twist mode that allowed me to play it and somehow restricting you to certain sets that weren't as good. 3 decks battle for which color will be the primary in my upcoming 10,000 gold draft. And then don't be too proud of this theory you've studied. The ability to gambit is insignificant next to the power of calculation. Obviously, another Star Wars quote that might be the most of them that I was inspired by. Don't be too proud of this theory you've studied. The ability to gambit is insignificant next to the power of calculation. Also, another line that that whole scene is written in a way that's very arcane and above. I had like this test when I was reviewing movies, like how to know dialogue is good or at least inspired. You could give 100 people a million people that same scene where they're sitting around the table, Darth Vader and everybody, and ask them to come up with lines of dialogue. And I know in hindsight, people might say it. Probably 0 out of a million people would come up with a line quite like that, where I find your lack of faith disturbing, and have him choke. Like, just the way that scene is written is it's just different, you know? It makes it feel very in-universe, like it's being written like Tolkien would write, or just something really out there. Don't be too proud of the theory. And then you play to win the game. This is like Herm Edwards, another football quote. A couple of these inspired by that, like the what was the other one? Why would you even ponder queenside castling? You play to win the game. You play to win the game. Chess. Can I interest you in a draw? The beautiful, you know, chess players are so competitive. Also, they play a game that ends in 50+% of draws. The beautiful plains of Mulgore are but the oasis of desolate Kalimdor, which is actually the last episode of that series, unfortunately. This homeowner has witnessed the death cry of 1,000 gardens. This is a line that's inspired by The Thing by John Carpenter, but it's not actually in the movie, so I don't know what it's exactly from. Like, the death cry of 1,000 worlds is when the thing screams. All for this moment. This homeowner has witnessed the death cry of 1,000 gardens, all for this moment. Will the zombies finally get some love as our plant heroes are bathing in wine? So this was, again, towards the end of 2023. We're going to play Destiny soon. The bravest gamer ever embarks into the world's first ever permadeath first playthrough of Five Nights at Freddy's, which didn't last too long. We lost to the Fox on like night 2 or something. My horses didn't care for my style of play at first. One of them actually turned into an octopus and tried to prove its worth, but I corrected them. This is obviously The Shining. Exploiting the weekly free champions in this permanent gauntlet format. Me, never. The free weekly champions, of course, that kept it going forever, and I ended up actually playing as every single character in the game, which was still an accomplishment. You could live forever in a hut of sticks and mud, or die searching for a palace of crystal. Very fitting, because I was looking for crystals specifically for crafting purposes. See, this is a good RP quote from that. You could live forever in a hut of sticks and mud, or die searching for a palace of crystal. The moment of truth, how far can Renounced Narcissist really go? Its biggest fan ever finds out. And it kept bugging out, so actually, it wasn't even my fault. A draft in hand is better than 2 wins in the books. And assuming that I would only win 2 in a draft, if I had done it. I cannot lose, for my destiny was written in the notation of kings. Permanent challenge. PvZ from I cannot lose, for my destiny was written. I'm doing that sometimes just to test it. The defining trait of greatness is to never be satisfied with being good enough, which I definitely am always satisfied with that in chess. Why am I playing this game in 2023? Because it is my destiny. Okay, here we go. This is definitely towards the end of 2023. Forget all these plants. I'm going to need a 4-leaf clover to get me through these mini games. Has my soil dried up, or can the plants put themselves back up atop the proverbial flower pot? Avid role player plays Dungeons and Dragons online for the first time in any form, I guess, arguably. First playthrough plus permadeath as well. That was pretty fun. There was a lot of puzzle solving and stuff in there, which you wouldn't really expect from an MMO. Or the narration and stuff was pretty good. For me, this day I graced the chessboard. This is going to be from Street Fighter, but I can't even read. For me, this day I graced the chessboard were the most important games of my life. For you, it was Saturday. For me, this day I graced the chessboard was the most important games of my life. For you, it was Saturday. Today I buy my first champion ever. Will I make them last? Also, still Paladins going on. Caveman learns the art of war, art of combat, but will a spear and slingshot be enough to brave the wilds? Finishing off a twisted format with my favorite deck of all time. Renounced Darkness, obviously, or my favorite... Or no, I must have been playing Iron Juggernaut then. Renounced Darkness could be my favorite card, but Iron Juggernaut is my favorite kind of mechanic or deck, the whole flipping back and stuff like that. from Hearthstone. Going full Goblin today for the first time. You never go full Goblin unless you're Alex Jones. And then we use another Goblin-related title for Destiny coming up. Will I go full Goblin? Semi-retired chess amateur. Plays chess purely for the fun for the first time in a long time. Also known as Wizard Bishops Go Pew Pew. I don't know what battle chess, I guess, but I didn't even really enjoy that. But this is part of the chess anthology series. Introducing a new format, Whatever Wednesday, where I play whatever I feel like, and I chose this. Permadeath Guns. And you come up with a permadeath format for everything. If I die using I can only use a particular gun during a particular game match, and then if I lose the game, not if I die, if I lose the game, then I can't use that gun anymore. That is an interesting format. I haven't been this excited for Destiny since that early 2010 Debate Lord, and he's been getting criticized and dunked on a lot lately, but whatever. He was certainly an innovator. He did some very good things for Debate at that point. Right, definitely even an inspiration for me, which might be looked at badly, but not so much ideologically. There is a difference between, respecting a format and the specifics of what somebody is actually saying. Introducing a new format, whatever, and he's done well for himself. You can talk whatever shit you want, but he's made his money. He's done well. Like Hassan has done surprisingly well. I haven't been this excited for Destiny since that early 2010s Debate Lord. And then I haven't been, same thing. My flower pot runneth over. Plants vs. Zombies takes on a whole new meaning. Which group of heroes will leave the others in the dust? Kind of competing between my two sets of decks with the heroes. War Thunder, more like War Thunder. If I don't have to play against bots the whole episode like World of Tanks, which is a really bad way to start the game. Like, oh, there's not enough players at a low rank, but it doesn't make sense because there's millions of people playing, potentially, or thousands of people playing, but we're gonna bottleneck you at the bottom and force you to play against bots until you earn the right to play against players. It's not a good way to introduce the game at all. Let me get my ass beat by higher rated players, then I don't care. I hate playing bots. I hate those kind of tutorials, like Magic the Gathering Arenas tutorial was garbage. This series is nearing an end, or do I have a last gasp of fright left in me? Is this series nearing an end? A fight? I don't know what I'm even reading right now. Dinosaur Hunter takes a vacation at the beach. That series was very slow-paced arc. Every deck has its day. Dinosaur Hunter takes a vacation. The biggest decision of my Magic the Gathering career. Will I do my third ever 10,000 gold draft or buy that skeleton pet I wanted last year? Third ever 10k draft. The chessboard, you opened it, I came. Also a Hellraiser one. I don't know how I decide on these. Chess from Tabletop Simulator. If this game was a zombie, I guess I'm Unturned, playing Unturned for the first time. Also a game that I didn't really fully get because I don't know what I even really did in there. All these mini game based games or multiplayer relying games that in and of themselves maybe aren't even as good as they seem to be popular. The one time I am a React Andy, I'm still playing a game. Which is what? Gary's Mod. I was trying to watch YouTube videos and Gary's Mod Cinema or something. I don't know. Madman turns Destiny into a single-player story game 9 years after release. And then the two hardest mini-games in gaming history aren't real. They won't keep me up at night. Me at night. Obviously, I was still doing that on a regular basis, once a week or something. With matchmaking like this, who needs to ladder? I think I keep getting 2024 and 23 confused for some reason. I keep acting like 23, some of the series I did in 23 I did last year, but I'm getting them mixed up. With matchmaking like this, who needs to ladder? Because you're getting matchups against ranked 50 at ranked 20 or something stupid like that. That didn't have a very good matchmaking system, but it seemed to have a very active community nonetheless. So you have old school Tibia player who plays the game for the first time in decades. Ironic, I could save others from death, but not myself. Paladins, I was playing as a healer probably then. Will I become a fossil before I ever make any progress in this game? Will I ever get sick of this deck? Actually, better question, will this game ever go offline? And to imply that I wouldn't get sick until it does. I do about one 10,000 gold draft per expansion. Me. Also me. 12,000 gold pumpkin pet go burr. And then What is this face even supposed to be? I don't even know. You would think it'd be like a clown face, but it doesn't look like it here. The WordPad Unicode can't even handle it. Playing an old game so I can play an even older game within it. Gary's Mod Chess. I was doing like the video game anthology, so the chess exclamation mark is going to come up somewhere soon. This game as difficult as everyone says? This is Geometry Dash. This was part of my Whatever Wednesday format where I would just play a random game every Wednesday. Different from my Flex format because that was when I played a game I've never played before typically. Whereas this could be something I have played before, although in this case it wasn't. But will I meet my destiny on the very road I took to avoid it? I was trying to put the word destiny in every single title for my Destiny series, so it's a good thing I died because I might have run out. That forget Friday the 13th. The true horror is every Friday when I play this game, which is PvZ hard mode at that point, but then it turns into PvZ Heroes. I was kind of doing both together. Taco Slayer makes their first ever push for rank 25, but their heroes are on thin ice. So I had gotten to around rank 20 every time, but I didn't play enough to get further than that, and I got to like rank 39 and almost 40 when I did play a lot the final month. But Elder Scrolls Superfan overcomes their crippling phobia of spoilers. I just uploaded this video, in fact, like literally last night. This shows you how behind I am of spoilers, and finally plays the Elder Scrolls Legends, first time playing. Yeah, that's how behind I am with my uploads, that I'm thinking like, oh, yeah, I just uploaded that, so that must have been at the end of last year, but it was at the end of 2023, not last year. That's insane. Like, I can never catch up. Who needs roll queue when you only have tanks and healers left to play? And I would have to quit out, like, if I didn't get one or something. The most important survival skill is not to overcome adversity, but removing the need. Absolutist tendency. If you know, you know. All suboptimal theme decks, all mediocre gimmicks are open to me. A Malcazar quote. All realities, all dimensions are open to me. All suboptimal theme decks, all mediocre gimmicks are open to me. For some reason, that's really hard to read. So Arcana is on the... Man, I've been reading for too long. I gotta finish this shit. So Arcana is on the hot seat as I mull over my next draft. The place you were banished to when you failed your third permanent chess challenge, probably Roblox or what? I don't even know what. Oh yeah, Roblox chess. Banished when you fail your third permanent chess challenge. Can a completionist play a driving game without exploring every alleyway and take an hour to go a mile? But I didn't actually play it. I don't think I actually used the title on stream. I was going to do it, and then I saw how expensive it was, and I said, screw this. I'll go play Test Drive Unlimited for probably free now, or $10. The game that Chris Smoove used to show his little trips to the NBA Arena and NBA 2K, even though it wasn't from 2K. It was a game called Test Drive Unlimited. But he would kind of role play it out that, like, oh, look at me, I'm driving in this car to the arena. Can a completionist play a driving game? Or he would even use GTA as well to show, like, the city that he's, like, walking around. He would come up with all these elaborate scenarios. See, people work the hardest at the beginning, unlike me, where I'm a lazy clown. And it's almost like I need some motivation then later on to try harder. But can a completionist play a driving game without exploring every alleyway? Grown man recaptures their youth by playing children's games for the first time, which is Crab Game. And then how do you know horror is a weak genre? Because 1 and 2 horror games is a gimmick rather than a game. Backrooms for the first time. More like Slender the 1 page, because I'll die before I get more than that. And then I Cannot Die for My Destiny is written. And then Destiny, Slender... We must already be a zombie to have come back and fight another day so many times. As with any garden, time is of the essence. You either wither a plant or grow long enough to see yourself become a zombie. Or I don't know if that even makes sense. Why is it called The Elder Scrolls? Because I waited until this game was old before I finally scrolled down to play it. This is Elder Scrolls Online. And then, didn't I upload that? Or yeah, I think I uploaded that. So now we've uploaded both Elder Scrolls things that I did. Legends, the card game, and obviously the MMO. If I'm ever going to go on a good streak, the time was 5 episodes ago, but I'll settle for now. This is also Paladins. And then, can you believe it's already been over a year since I began the Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet? What letter am I on? Still A. Arc as well. When does Arc end, man? I thought I died here. If I renounce Darkness, does that mean I have to keep playing as a Warlock? And then how long can, like... Wait. If I renounce Darkness... So I'm... Wait. Why does that even make sense? Like, I'm gonna stop using Renounce Darkness. Or, no, like, I'm renouncing Renounce Darkness, so I'm no longer renouncing Darkness. So now I keep playing as a Warlock. I get it. I got my own joke. How long can this Harkon deck drag on? And this is when I, like, started uploading stuff regularly to my YouTube, at least for the secondary series. So most of this, you'll see some of the same titles on my YouTube now. Is this my chess dream come true? A game with 3D boards actually has a player base because they steal it from LeChess, chess exclamation mark. I don't even know what I'm going to play. I'll let my console decide. Kind of just the Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet. I was kind of going randomly around. I love the part where they say kill it with fire. This was like right around Halloween, I think. Which this guy was just saying Happy Halloween, but I don't know why he suddenly said that now. It's January. Kill it with fire. Why am I playing this game? Because of a signal. Signalis. I got stuck at the beginning of that in a bit of a clownish way. I don't even know what I'm going to play today. Chess dream come true. 3D boards. Harkon deck drag on. I feel like I missed one for some reason. Why am I playing this game? Because of a signal. Those destined for greatness have no need of words. Like why we have the art where the character's shushing, or why we're the quiet gamer, or why our character would be quiet in RP, like a silent protagonist. And then, how did Crazy Dave become so crazy? He tried to beat these 2 mini games himself, so we're gonna become him. Will I buy a hero for the first time today, or get an event card? And then, will deliver us to the moon, deliver me to my doom. And then, Paladins, Permanent Hero Gauntlet, Enders Overtime, where I have to start buying the heroes with obviously with the currency that we've earned. It's still a free-to-play playthrough, but the most useful survival skill is fear of what? The unknown, most of all. Today I explored the fires of Un'Goro for the first time in years. And why I say fires is because, like, the fires of Zinazari plus Un'Goro, explore Un'Goro at the same time. Not that you can really use them at the same time, but if you wish to experience the magic, you must embrace all its aspects, not just a dogmatic, narrow view of the player base. It wouldn't be green if I didn't recycle, because I just love green so much. If you wish to truly experience the magic, you must embrace all its aspects. Why is playing chess my Halloween tradition? Just watch and you'll see, because it's so terrifying that I'm so bad, or it's such a massacre, slaughter when I deal with my opponent. What could make a game scarier than not even knowing you're going to play it? Mystery horror game, Scholar's Mate, which I really didn't even play. I played for like a few minutes and it was stupid. Remember that time I failed the permanent first playthrough of all 4 Amnesia games? Neither do I forgot. Amnesia, The Bunker. What's better, Coffee Talk or Tea Time? That was kind of a weird game. I liked the idea of it, but you weren't really having much interactability. We have another year's worth to do, though. This is hard to believe. This is Halloween 2023. What's better, Coffee Talk or Tea Time? And Ever Dance with the... Yeah, this one I like. Ever Dance with Destiny in the pale reflection of the Traveler. Let me try to say it again clearly. Ever Dance with Destiny in the pale reflection of the Traveler. Like, I could use these as quotes for some, I don't know what really, but are they still mini games if you spend literal months on them? And then I kind of stopped doing that. Find someone who yearns for you the way I do for Bad Moon Rising. Today, my blade points me in the direction of this game. Naraka Blade Point. It's almost like a charades type of thing. Guess what somebody was playing based on the title, right? It wouldn't be super clear. My blade points me in the direction of this game. It could be any game involving a sword. Like, it wouldn't have to be, I don't know. The only game here is survival, loser loses all. This is kind of inspired by a line from Sleuth. We played the only game we played was to survive, but not, I mean, it's just a general line. In the land of dinosaurs, no one can hear you scream over their thunderous footsteps. That's kind of a good immersive line. Who would have thought that Fires of Zinizari plus Lorthamar would be one of the most fun interactions in Hearthstone history? And then Tim Burton called he wants his card back from the one, and it makes sense in both senses. It's a card back that looks like Tim Burton asked, right? I can't explain which one it was, but it just looks like his art style. So he wants his card back, and he also wants his card back, like the back of the card. At the same, I don't know. It just works in both ways. What a horrible night for a blunder. That's kind of the name or a line from like old Castlevania game. I think Simon's Quest. What a horrible night for a curse. The format where deciding what to play takes longer than the game itself. This is all part of the Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet thing. Ghost Song, more like Swan Song, because if you die, you're gonna be over. We'll be lapping in no time. What does that even mean, though? Lapping. We'll be laughing in no time? Or we'll be... I don't know what I meant by that. We'll be lapping in no time. I actually don't get it. We'll be lapin. I don't know what that means. A town where everyone scrapes by is a town scraper. Okay, these were all part of that Game Pass, so I was just playing random stuff on there. No one's destiny this is a hilarious one. No one's destiny has been riddled by goblins since Alex Jones, because they introduced the enemy type of the goblins in Destiny, right? That's what they're called. No one's destiny has been this riddled by goblins since Alex Jones. The zombies are always meaner. This is a good one too. Like the grass is always greener on the other side. The zombies are always meaner on the other side. And then the real heroes are the players we farm along the way. Marvel Snap's biggest hater seeks a hero in the unlikeliest place. Like DC Universe, and I was like half asleep while playing that. There's a number of things I've been half asleep while doing. My first time playing Ark on PC, heralding the endgame of this series. Oh, it's still not over though. How? Marvel Snap's biggest. Where are we at in terms of time? Like, I don't. Shouldn't this be almost 2024? Like, how could it not be? I don't believe it. I really didn't think Ark went on for this long. Heralding the end of the series. A deck so fun it's to die for. No, literally, if you use it, you're toast. And then I was going to make a draft joke, but it's still a work in progress. Today I returned to Prime Form, destroy Cult of Personality, and bring Meritocracy back to chess. I always criticize, the Cult of Personality bases that it's turned into. I don't mind so much with Hikaru and stuff, but I do mind with Botez and others just because you're getting sort of undue credit for other things. If you want to acknowledge that, fine, but it still, denigrates the game to a degree that it's blame the audience kind of a thing for rewarding that, right? You can't really blame them for just simply taking advantage of it. But it almost did inspire me to stream chess so much because it's like, wow, so all I'd have to do is get to 2,000 FIDE, and that would be, and it would be even better because you get to see how I'm able to get there so that anybody can replicate it. If even a clown like me can do it. But I guess you could use all this time I've wasted on it against me, like, oh, look at how long it took you. But it would take me that long anyway. Like, I should be there now, but it would have taken studying more so than simply playing. Return to Prime Form, destroy Cult of Personality, bring Meritocracy back to chess. The Stallmaster reaches their grand comeuppance, win or die. This is, I don't know if this is Paladins or chess. Title to, on my first of 12 lives, will I go turtle mode or will Curiosity kill the caveman? First of 12 lives, and I only go through like maybe 2 lives and then I just stop. So I technically didn't fail with it. Like each spawn point I was going to say I have 1 life, but I didn't even bother. Are the zombies finally the underdogs? The minigame massacre continues. The way I died was like so cinematic too. Like I steal the Triceratops' egg. I was going to say rhino. Triceratops' egg, then I run across the water, then I get knocked off a bridge on the, like he chases me so far. It was so crazy. Are the zombies finally the underdogs? Minigame massacre continues. If I don't buy a hero today, it would really take the water out of my can. Why is it called Eternal Return? Because it will be an eternity before I return to this game. True, because that's my once just to try it kind of format. Am I really still exploring Un'Goro if I've been there for weeks? My third 10k draft ever is my first look at the new expansion. Always the best time to do it. No force on this. This is also part of the Harbinger Skyrus quote. No force on this board or beyond harbors the strength to mate my king. Not even the mighty Magnum Carlos. And then when it is when one is nearest death that they fight hardest. You will only live as long as the number of spears you have to throw. The art of the caveman. Tonight I hunt for bounty until I fill up or fall over. Bounty hunter challenge. The art of caveman. Why is some of this in like written in different type of text? That's weird, isn't it? This looks somehow written differently. Maybe based on how I wrote it on the stream, it'd be like bold or italics or something, and it doesn't know how to transfer it exactly. Tonight I hunt for bounty until I fill up or fall over. That's the Red Dead Bounty Hunter. That was kind of a random one. Or no, this was around Thanksgiving, that means. The mightier the zombie, the harder they fall, and the better soil they become for my next plans. At long last, I get my first new hero. Which one will I choose? It was Captain Combustible. Ironic, I played card games eternally, but never Eternal the card game. What happens in Un'Goro stays in Un'Goro. And then Dinosaur Lover tries to avoid becoming a fossil while drooling over the new additions for a dinosaur-themed expansion, which I forget the name of, Caverns of Zixalan, or however you say it. Young fool, only now at the end game do you understand. Another Palpatine quote. Will I end this gauntlet on a high note or go down in flames? Let's see. My beat arc in 12 tries challenge continues with life number 2, and that was as far as I went. The second life was it. Again, one per each spawn point, but I had died a number of times before that, obviously. Anyway, but I didn't start that officially until I started playing on PC. So I was doing it as part of the Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet thing as well on the letter A, and then I started to just jump around. I don't know how I decided that, because that was all out of order, like lap in and stuff. Time will teach you patience, but ability will remove the need for it. And then time will teach you patience. A new hero appears, but are they ready for prime time? The season of Discovery first look. Just when I think I'm out of Azeroth, they pull me back in. The Godfather 3 quote. For I beheld Malchezaar, this is from Street Fighter. For I beheld Malchezaar as he fell from Karazhan, like Inferno, like an Infernal. I don't know exactly how I wanted to say that. Like an Inferno. The real magic is my ability to never get bored of dinosaur decks. And then Malchezaar. It is obvious this content. This is another Star Wars quote by Dooku against Yoda. It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of theory, but by our skills with improv. Either because you're so good that your knowledge of theory is equal, or like me, you're so bad that both of you don't have any knowledge in the first place. It's obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of theory, but by our skills with improv. Like our skills with a lightsaber, they say, which is a good game theory way to sort of explain, like, why would they even need to use that if they're so strong? Could this be the series finale? And I think it wasn't actually, though. Day 2 of 2 in Day 2 of Life 2 in Ark Survival Evolved, where Caveman goes full OCD and introducing a new character class. A paladin with no abilities. So basically, there's no difference. Always clowning on paladins because you just be auto-attacking most of the time anyway. Did I die in that, or did I just... No, I think I just stopped playing. I didn't continue it. What is my excuse for the series going on so long? The zombies already ate my brains 1,000 times. A lesson in spontaneous combustion, but not for me. Obviously, messing around with Captain Combustible. I'm not obsessed with chess. I only play it once a week. The rest of the week, I find another way to do it, regimental chess or something. I think that one didn't even work. I had put it on one of my polls. I don't even know what's on my polls now. It doesn't even matter. I think I disabled most of them because they're just not even relevant anymore. Like, I've already locked in, like, oh, my next hard mode would be the 1,000-Year Door, and my next story game was going to be, I think, The Wolf Among Us. I had, like, a list of the votes, but it doesn't matter because I'm not in any mood to really do them right now. I'm just kind of doing random stuff. I only play once a week, the rest of the week. Season of Change, finally playing a different deck. Even I don't know what it will be. Will I finally get to, like, maybe using Whizbang or something? Will I finally get to play the new Galta, or will he become a fossil first? A lot of fossil jokes with the dinosaurs. Something wrong? Oh, this is a good one. This one got a number of dislikes on my YouTube, but it's like, am I saying this literally, or am I quoting a joke from a line from Street Fighter once again? So I have like 3 Street Fighter lines. For me, it was Tuesday, then for I beheld Satan, for he fell from heaven like lightning, and then something wrong, you came here to fight a madman, but instead you found a god. I haven't even seen the movie, but those 3 lines are good. Something wrong, you came here to play a king, but instead you found a god. Raul Julia on his last leg too. He was like really sick in real life, but he gave a pretty fun performance there. I never liked him that much in that one movie that everybody praised him for, Presumed Innocent. Or I didn't like how he upstaged Harrison Ford. Like, he should have been the one arguing in court. That's the whole point of a lawyer being accused of something, is the fun of seeing him defend himself. You came here to play a king, but instead you found a god. The moment of truth for the series, will I take a moral victory or die in disgrace? Who needs hardcore classic when everything you do is permanent anyway? Okay, and then it is the patient spear that strikes deepest, kind of similar to the Dark Knight Rises quote, I guess. The patient knife that cuts deepest. It is sad that I played Portal Combat longer than most people have played Portal 1 and 2, just because I haven't played Portal at all, though, either. The zombies have become clutch underdogs, but can the lofty plans put them back in their place? Playing Fortnite for the first time in years. Has it changed, or have I? I always use this as like some overly dramatic existential quote. I can't remember when the first time I used it was, but like, has it changed, or have I? It might be a reference to something, but I can't remember. What better way to experience a new expansion than with the roulette known as Whizbang? As would be true with any expansion, I guess. But now, is this before the second Whizbang came out? The newer one? This was just the original Whizbang. I hear you like Galta, so I'll play Galta so I can summon Galta from my hand so I can draw Galta and play him at a discount, but I think you can only have one of them out there at a time anyway. So the effect would be negated. Like, oh, it'll summon everything from your hand, but it's another Galta, so it's just a waste. If percentiles are power, then King of the Sandcastle am I. This is like a Riddler quote, I think, from Batman Forever. If knowledge is power, then a god I am, or am I. If percentiles are power, then King of the Sandcastle am I. That's always the term that I use, a King of the Sandcastle. Like, where you're like a bottom feeder. You're better than everybody who's bad anyway. And possibly my biggest cheese ever, I'm guaranteed to play every champion in this game by abusing the free rotation for so long. A meteor didn't kill the dinosaurs, I did. To plant a seed is easy, to help it grow challenging, to have it outlive you, inevitable. Our hero round robin takes an unexpected turn for the graveyard. My first time playing this game in years. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Battlefront 2. Taking a spin on the wild ride of Whizbang, but he only has 1 life. All Urag Groshub wants for Christmas is books. That's always my tradition, to try to get him a book. And then, will this expansion be the first time I do 2 10k drafts in one? I don't think I actually ultimately did that, though. But I must have had enough resources to do it, or almost. No man has wondered, this is a Nicolas Cage quote, no man has wondered more in meritocracy's name than I. A benevolent game would not ask such a thing of players, like a benevolent God would not ask such things of men. No man has wondered more in meritocracy's name than I. With only 4 champions left, it is time to meet my destiny. But it was a net positive, because at least I got to play every character in the game. The Legacy, I didn't really have a strict format with that, though. Like, I would just play like once a week, but I didn't have to play like a certain amount of time, or there should have been some other format to it, but I just didn't care. The Legacy of a Caveman is more than just sticks and stone. Peas of mind. The only clarity you'll get is an empty head once the zombies devour your brains. Doomsday does not come with the zombie apocalypse, but with the raging tree stump, combustible as well. Film critic rehashes their takes on the Avatar movies in their first look at Frontiers of Pandora. That was part of the same Flex format. So this must be in 2024, clearly, right? Well, we just did Skyrim, so it must be getting close to it. So I kind of stopped doing that Flex format some time ago too, or it was around the same time that we did the PvZ Heroes, just hijacked my whole schedule. Can Wizbane do the impossible and survive into another year? Which I think he might have done. I can't remember. A lot of these start to be the YouTube videos. I sort of just skipped ahead. Like I wasn't trying to catch up with all the old ones. My Magic the Gathering New Year's resolution is collect every green card in the game. Oh wait, that's last year. It's like I always wanted to do that, but I never was able to. All possible. This is Algalon, I think, inspired. All possible results for this game have been calculated. Theory will remain unchanged regardless of outcome. Obviously for chess. All possible results. I'm gonna let you finish this gauntlet, but Paladins is one of the best hero shooters of all time. And that's maybe the finale, which it was pretty fun, but I don't know. People would just say, oh, it's an Overwatch clone. Like every game is a clone then. The quiet moments in between life or death encounters can be the hardest part. The zombies ask, what are all you plants doing in front of this house? Garden. Like guarding it, basically. The time for planting is long past. Now is the time to reap our harvest. The guy who made a joke out of GTA 5 Permanent Run plays GTA Online for the first time in years. My intro for that one was pretty long, going over like a whole retrospective. Guy who made a joke out of GTA 5 Permanent Run. Hunter, more like Funter, making the most fun Hunter deck possible, which ended up just being like Karnas's Brood / just emphasizing Rexxar for the zombies. What killed the dinosaurs? Definitely not a rainbow. What does that even mean? Oh, like rainbow deck. Like I'm using it multicolored or I'm not using multicolored. I don't know. Tears of the Kingdom isn't a Zelda game. It's what happens whenever I play chess. Like my kingdom is crying, or my opponent's kingdom is crying. Deciding what to play for my next permanent multiplayer gauntlet suggestion. Welcome. I don't know what. Oh yeah, it became Smite, but I think I waited a while before I did it. Like I decide, but then I don't immediately do it. This caveman has one rule: no dinosaurs on my lawn. The world's future, man, that went on way longer than I thought the arc. The world's future teeters on the brink of annihilation, and this single household's fate will determine the outcome. So let's go gardening. It's kind of like the RP that I posed that like Ellie from The Last of Us is living in that house, and she's just a little girl, and she has the antidote to the virus if she survives and if they take her blood or whatever, right? But she has to survive the onslaught. That's why the zombies are so out to get you, because your daughter is immune or something, or has the vaccine, that, or like Children of Men type of thing, right? She's the one answer. Otherwise, what other reason would they have to come after this one house so much? Teeters on the brink of annihilation. Let's go gardening. Twice the dragon fruit, double the wins. Twice the pride, double the fall. Why is it called World of Tanks Blitz? That's how quickly I'm going to play it. Some of these were sort of brief when I didn't have a lot of time. You can destroy bots, but you can never kill the meta. Can't I? And this was me playing as, I guess, Hunter as well, just because I'm playing as Sylvanas. And that's like a quote from the You Can Never Kill Hope when she's like burning the world tree. Again, I haven't even played WoW during that time, but I just know it from... I've seen a lot of cinematics and stuff. There's no pot of gold at the end of this rainbow, only a dinosaur egg. I was trying like rainbow dinosaurs. I played, I drawed, I blundered. Like I came, I saw, I conquered. What better way to ruin the return of Whatever Wednesday than to do my first just chatting stream in years? When did I do Whatever Wednesday before though? What was I doing? Oh, I was doing like that lap pin and stuff at that point. Okay. Ask not what the dinosaurs can do for the caveman. Ask what the caveman can do for the dinosaurs. The real victims are the garden gnomes who have to watch this madness, kind of like my viewers, an analogy. As the plants wither, it's time for a cryptic takeover. Which zombie will answer the call? My first time playing NBA 2K24 is also my first time using PS5 in ages. Mid-season thoughts. I always like to make predictions. Permanent quick team matches. If I lose as a team, I can't play as them again. And I love doing that with the historic teams, actually. The The quiver is loaded. Now it's time to let it rip. For my first time, okay. That is for what? Oh, just because we're playing as a hunter still. With the power of teamwork, my dinosaurs will deliver me an avatar for the ages. It's confusing because you're talking about dinosaurs for both Magic and for Ark. So it's, you'll have to guess which is which. Power of teamwork, dinosaurs will deliver me an avatar for the ages, which was what? The actual dinosaur avatar of like Gisshath or something. The true kings do not study theory. They were the theory, like Paul Morphy or William Steinitz. Psychology expert, debate lord, movie critic. Sounds like a good combination for a just chatting stream. Also like the Until Dawn quote. All the various things that I've done in the past or been associated with. Can I finally conquer the lazy gamut and actually play to my potential? Ironic. Just when the caveman made his perfect base, he leaves it all behind to go exploring. From every fallen plant, a forest will grow. But by now, we'd be running out of room on Earth. Because, like, so many plants have died because we've been doing this, like, literally forever. From every fallen plant, a forest will grow. But now we'd be running out of room on Earth. So that's taking it very literally. I need, like, some sort of simulation game to show, like, what that would look like. It is time to take back what is Vine. It's not a bad one. Checking out that Pokemon clone everyone is going crazy over, Permadeath Pals. I kind of liked my formats for that, but the optimization of the game was a bit off, like it was laggy and shit. Every hunt must end, but will you be the dinner or the diner? I like that quote, actually. Or in fact, that was meant to be one for like the hardcore classic almost. No, I guess I didn't use it for that, but it would fit. Right, will you be the dinner or the diner? Because will you be eaten by a predator, or will you hunt them and, eat them for dinner yourself? The reign of dinosaurs comes to an end, or is it just the beginning of a new era? Filthy Casual plays their weekly prescribed chess game. My first time playing Genshin Impact in years and only my second time overall. I always just do the intro tutorial and then I just stop playing. I've had a hard time making series out of anything lately. Reliving that time, I was a sports podcaster for 1 week. Now I'm one for an hour, so I was going to rehash my best takes from it. War Thunder, more like War Thunder. Permadeath vehicles, everything is permadeath. I may be king of the sandcastle rather than the jungle, but once we chop down every tree, there won't be a jungle anymore. When really literal with Ark, because I was building a house on the beach in the sand castle there. When will the zombies leave me alone and give me some peace and quiet? Do I have to become one first? Will I become a zombie in real life before I get a hero from a pack? I don't think I ever got one, or I think I realized I had one in like the final episode when I was like disenchanting, deleting my whole collection, but I don't know when or how I got it. It must have been like right then, basically, as I was failing. Deciding what to play for my next Flex Saturday format. On this day, a lost denizen of nature would travel down a path best left abandoned. So this would be my druid one, the anti-spell druid. Like, what would you think from that title, too? Like, when you're clicking on this, what the heck are you even talking about? It's so, like, RP intensive and dramatic. Dinosaur extinction, recolorized bootleg Ross Geller recoils and horror. When I'm giving up playing dinosaurs for a time at least. I'm playing checkers while everyone else is playing chess. Between Genshin Impact and this game, what is this format actually about? I tried playing the other game made by the same company or whatever. Honkai Star Rail, which I kept calling Star Trail for some reason. This kind of sounds more natural. In the Kingdom of Dinosaurs, one caveman would rewrite the food chain. It takes but a trickle of sunlight to banish the darkness for good. We're still kind of stuck on some mini games there, I guess. I can't believe I'm still doing them. But I'm not doing them very often. Like once a week, I'm just trying it like once. Will I fall for the temptation to buy my second hero ever or stay faithful to Bad Moon Rising? I did stay faithful to Bad Moon Rising, but then I lost my whole collection anyway. I swore I would get 1500 rating, but I never said on which website. So now here's when I'm back to Lichess. Finally reviving my classic anti-spell druid buff deck. What's that? It was never live in the first place. Like, none of these gimmick decks were really good originally. But they also get a little better with like Lord Thamar and help from stuff like that. The name of this expansion refers to what is about to happen during my first draft, which was what? Murder at Karlov Manor, right? That I'm about to either destroy somebody or get destroyed myself. Name of this expansion. There's nothing I'd rather do on the eve of Valentine's Day than slowly mating strangers on a table. I could use a similar title now for this year. The stimuli acme is indeed preserved in this era. If you know, you know. Playing Super Seducer, obviously. Why did the dinosaur cross the road? To escape the meteor-induced smoke cloud. That's very literal humor. When your graves are empty, then you have my permission to rot. And I had one to do with chess that's pretty good for this too. Like, when your pawns are triple stacked, then you have my permission to resign. Or lose, even. When your graves are empty, then you have permission to rot. Nameless homeowner to Zomboss. The grave is cemented. Now it's only a matter of seeing who or what comes out. Chess is an unsolvable game of infinite variety. Also, opening theory, go brr. Like, you know, chess is so good because it has so many options. Also, everybody who likes it or plays it would say there's always a right or wrong option for every single move. So, chess 2.0, which I don't know what that is. You know, the category is always chess, so I won't even know what I played. In nature, magic is obsolete, only strength prevails. Again, the anti-spell druid thing. Is it just me or does this expansion copy Hearthstone, like Murder at Castle Nathria? Even the name is so similar. Ever seen a washed-up chess prodigy pivot into a professional career? You're about to slowly, very slowly apparently. Basketball expert takes their first ever look at the WNBA. So we did that in 2K as well. We tried to play some of the WNBA teams. Caveman conquers their Ornithos. I don't know what that even is. And takes their biggest risk yet, actually exploring. I don't know what that is fear of, actually. Let me actually look it up. I have no idea what that word is. Maybe fear of dinosaurs or fear of just going out of the house? I don't even know. It is, fear of dinosaurs. But it's kind of an irrelevant thing because they don't exist. So what do you mean? Just stay away from different birds that might resemble it. I love that. Like, that's not even a real thing because they don't, anybody would be afraid of them because they're not even real. So, I mean, they don't exist now. So, unless you consider birds to be direct descendants of them, which they kind of are. This is what happens when an unstoppable zombie horde meets an immovable garden. And then, who needs untrickable cards when you have this vintage mushroom? That would, like, punish you, do 2 damage to them whenever they would do that. It's only hell whenever they would play a trick. It's only hell diving if you make it back out. Otherwise, it's hell drowning. Haha. Nature is balance. If a druid spurns magic, he must be prepared to sacrifice it himself. Permadeath decks return in my biggest round robin yet. I returned from the depths of hell to challenge you in this game. Do you like your chances? I haven't been this apprehensive about a reactor since Chernobyl. So, like, I'm doing a react stream just chatting, right? I haven't been this apprehensive about a reactor since Chernobyl. Like, this shows you, like, my style of writing or something. Who would actually use this title ever? Like, this, nobody really thinks like this, or, like, you know, that's very unique to me. Like, it makes sense in context, right? Oh, I'm a reactor because I'm reacting to stuff, and Chernobyl was a reactor. It's just stupid. Caveman becomes Ocean Man in his coming of age episode. Yeah, I was trying to build out to the sea and be safe there, which even it didn't protect me from the Triceratops. He just comes right in the water. When your confidence leaves you, you must look to your roots for answers. For plants, growth is inevitable. For zombies, it's somewhere between a mutation and a nuisance because they're not meant to grow. Right, or the very act of them being what they are is... There was some deeper meaning to this that I can't remember. It's somewhere between a mutation and a nuisance. Like, they wouldn't want to grow for some reason. More like Paragon the Overtime, because it's about to go offline. Paragon the Overprime, first time playing. Last month, I unleashed one of my favorite decks ever. Now witness its final form. which I can't remember what deck we're really talking about now. Last month, unleash your favorite deck. My magic time capsule. When you're too lazy to even make suboptimal gimmick theme decks, just recycle everyone you've used before, mostly green. I waited my whole life for this to see my potential in chess. What's that? It would take an entire lifetime to find out. Even if you were capable of doing something, it would take you forever. I haven't played this game since it came out. I guess you could say it's a whole new world. Obviously, new world Amazon MMO that wasn't really all that special, but I didn't play it enough to really know. A struggle, and whenever I go to upload these, people are always talking shit about the game too, like, oh, it's garbage, it's dead, don't even bother playing it. A struggle as old as time, but I wouldn't mind just getting like from 1 to max level. So we're halfway through here. Let me actually delete these, and I can't believe how long this took though. It was a cool thing to do, but I mean, I'm just shocked by it. This really makes you reflect on just the whole experience. Like, what is this, dude? What is this? Like, you wrote a book worth of titles. Absolutely insane. But this is a good, like, sort of short form way to come up with nice little quotes and RP and ideas. And there are some pretty good ones in there. Some of my favorite ones are like the hardcore classic with the hunter, or just certain of these, deeper RP kind of lines. A soul of fire never dims, for its kindle as will, from Dark Souls. And that just sounds like such an organic, amazing line that could be in a universe like that, right? Because it's all about fire and obviously your soul and the hollows and everything like that. So why does this take so long to scroll sometimes? I did it with the whole document at the beginning and it wasn't this long. A caveman caught between. Wait, does that mean? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just finish this. It should be about maybe a half hour left or an hour left. I don't know. This would be like a 10-hour thing just to upload, or just to combine all this together. It's insane. I don't even believe it. But whatever. After doing this, maybe I was gonna do something else, but I'm not gonna have time today. I should just do other categories. I don't know what exactly I want to do, just sort of random stuff. This shows you I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I thought it would be a nice quick little thing, and then I do something after, but holy shit. And I may as well just finish it, At least now we're in the months part of it, so it really couldn't take that long. Struggle as old as time. A caveman caught between a jungle and the sea. Like Scylla and Charybdis kind of reference. Who needs fertilizer when you could just use your gameplay instead? Okay, that's pretty broadly usable. Now for my weekly throwaway multiplayer match, which is Magic Spellslingers. As Malago said, mortals cannot handle magic. I will take great pleasure in denying it to them. Now this is still as a druid though, right? You could say this for a mage too, because they're both anti-spell. But no, this is actually as a druid. Can you feel the magic in the air tonight? No, because my Hexproof is blocking it, and I'm even doing it in Magic too, the anti-spell thing. My first time playing over the board in more than a decade is also my first time using a webcam in ages. So that I was using the physical board before I got the square off thing. Witness a paper champion playing on a plastic board. No, not Ding Lear and me, because he was, obviously unworthy because whatever, Magnus didn't play, but it's still fine. Or Sergei Karjakin didn't play either. Ark may have 1,000 ways to die, but drowning won't be one. And I guess it wasn't drowning, or was it? I guess it was like a fish hitting me after the Triceratops knocked me off. Like, whatever, dude. The time this series has gone on, I could have grown a real life tree of wisdom. This is still the hard mode mini games. Now we're gonna get into whatever. No, we're gonna get into Throwback Thursday actually. With like we do adventure quests and all kind of weird stuff there. So Throwback Thursday was like playing stuff that I hadn't played in a long time. In years, like Town of Salem, even I tried. Series has gone on. I could have grown a real life tree of wisdom. It's winning time, but will my collection sprout to the challenge? Okay, Webcam Wizard tries out their Kindle Scribe. I was trying to make a little mini webcam series too. Webcam Wednesday. I don't know if it was. Yeah, I think that was what it was. I did Webcam Wednesday, and then I did Throwback Thursday. I bring back. Will I be motivated to do writing streams again? This is the closest you're gonna get, me reading through my titles, which is a form of writing, but If Cthulhu doesn't drive me crazy, my deck will. Do you believe in magic? Because it's going to take some to keep these decks alive. A new permanent chess challenge. A new permanent challenge for chess. Playing every chess.com bot until I lose, and then I ended up losing to that bootleg Anna Kramling chick. Whatever, around Halloween. Which I didn't even have to play that one, because that was one of the temporary ones that changes every month. So I just did that on a whim, and I don't know how I lost. Writing streamer returns to their roots with virtual paper, so we're doing the Kindle Scribe again. I guess it wasn't every Wednesday, because it's just whenever. Can I finally conquer the lazy game and actually play to my potential? I feel like I already used that one before. To the dinosaurs I must appear as a god, resisting temptation, forsaking violence, and walking on water. And that's what I'm doing, is building a bridge, on the water to try to get away and get to a safe spot. I must appear as a god, resisting temptation, like of looking stuff up, or being too materialistic and trying to craft anything too fancy, forsaking violence, not even trying to kill them, and walking on water by building my way away. Build like a Noah's Ark for dinosaurs. I waited over a year for this moment. One of these mini games is gonna fall, and this hard mode with it. I have many names. Some people call me Kaiba Jr. And Dark Matter Dragon Fruit can be my blue eyes, because I would always try to play with those 4-star high attack minions and just kind of do similar things to what he would do. Not really that I played with Blue Eyes itself or anything like that. I haven't been this nervous about a Skull and Bones since that secret society at Yale. Very specific reference there. After 10 years of waiting, Elusive's biggest fan finally gets the keyword of their dreams. That's actually a very fair thing that I can take credit for, because I didn't say that word specifically. You could have called it evasive or something, but you always wanted to do I always loved that mechanic in general, so it kind of deserved a keyword. Magic, gathering of all my favorite mechanics, all 2 of them, Hexproof and Ramp. Not even that I really like Ramp that much, but just sort of mid-range, big minions. Permanent piece sets return in my round robin format. It'll be such a commitment to, it's not good, but you just commit to a mechanic because you like it that much, so it's kind of unique that way, that people typically don't think like that. Round robin format. My first ever phone stream, because I cannot log on my computer. I don't remember. How did I even do that? Phone stream? I don't think I actually even did it. I was getting mad, but then I didn't actually do it. Time to unravel the mysteries of nature. You must leave no stone unturned. How is it still 10 months? What is going on? No stone unturned. The treetop fruit ideation in full effect. When it takes you months to beat a minigame, it means that much more. Like the idea that the fruit at the top of the tree would taste better than one on the ground or lower, because you have to work harder to get it. So you're associating that with it psychologically. When you finally do, your brains will make a fine addition to my collection. Playing Chivalry for the first time in 9 years is still the pinnacle of melee combat that I crowned it, which I wasn't actually all that impressed by it. I don't know why it felt different. Or Dark Souls is the pinnacle of melee combat, except it's not, because the hitboxes still aren't accurate. I heard you like Whizbang, so I'm using the old Whizbang and the new Whizbang so they can work overtime in Whizbang's workshop. And then it's no April Fool's joke. I have to win or my decks get retired. Which unlucky bot will be my next victim? Permanent bot challenge, which I have the art for that obviously as well. And then playing Rocket League for the first time in years. Is it still just as good as me, just as bad? I cannot die, for my destiny is written in the blood of dinosaurs. Sometimes I'll use a similar template, like I've used that for other things. For my destiny is written or whatever. In the notation of kings, right? You get the same vibe from it. I know my brains are one of a kind, but no, for the last time, you can't have them. Speed running the ladder in the slowest playthrough of this game ever. Which is obviously, no crafting and everything. Speed running the ladder. This game, what is this game what No Man's Sky should have been? Starfield, which I only played, the one session there. The Whizbang Gauntlet continues. Which one will triumph, the old or the new? And that was even I was doing on console, but I didn't have to do it on console. I did like the whole console checklist, I guess, where I tried to do something on every console just for the sake of using them. Whizbang Gauntlet continues. Yeah, we were trying to compete. Could today be my last time using a green deck? In Rapid, I'm a clown. In Classical, a king. In Correspondence, a god. So it just shows you the time format matters a lot. But I didn't take my time against Anna Kramling, I'll tell you that. Or I don't think I even set it up with the board the way that shows you why I lost. I was doing that for all the other bots to give the visual feedback. I would set it up with the board and everything. The caveman who would rather build their own Atlantis than venture into the jungle reaches their second island. It's a horrible fate. This is like the Nicolas Cage thing I was trying to go for. Studying variation after variation. And I have to do it or I'll never progress. I couldn't fit the whole thing in there that I wanted to do. But good thing one of these mini games is at the pool because I'll have to splash my face with water to know it's not just a nightmare. The real snake in the grass is the developer who let this game die before it could blossom. Playing, I wonder if it's even offline by now. Probably not, but it'd be kind of fitting if it was because how good that I got to do what I wanted with it. In the meantime, I'm surprised how long it's actually been around for. It came out in 2016 supposedly, so it's been 9 years now. More support and development than Elder Scrolls Legends, almost, at least relative to the IP and everything. Playing an Adult Swim game for the first time before they all drown, which I guess was just Duck Game, which I didn't even know really was a Adult Swim game at the time. Whizbang or Bust pitting two of the most fun cards in Hearthstone's history against each other, which they're not even really cards, but I mean, they take on the form of a deck. Building my first blue deck ever, not because I like spells, but because I hate them, so all the Hexproof stuff. Bootleg Michael, I like how it embodies both sides of that, though. It's very spell heavy, but it's also very potentially anti-spell. Bootleg Michael Jackson demolishes low-rated bots and steals Gary Payton's nickname, because I was using the glove as I'm on the webcam, moving the board around. My second Switch stream ever concludes my console checklist. I was trying to do something on the PS Vita too. But that was like using the webcam. So what did I do on there though? I always just mess around on the Switch and don't even actually play anything. I just kind of show off my games or stats or something. Like just what I have on there. After conquering the ocean, I have no choice but to venture into the unknown, my second island. Playing this game before it truly becomes mythical, because you'll never be able to play it again. I'm very confused as to the arc thing. How did it go on this long? I must have taken a break in there somewhere and not realized, but still. Playing this game before it becomes truly mythical, you'll never be able to play it again, which is Mythic, which I couldn't even play. It was like bugged out or something was wrong with it. Boomer Whizbang may be wiser, but Zoomer Whizbang sure knows how to have fun. I have the Magic the Gathering blues. Why? Because I'm forced to play as my least favorite color, even though I would have said, or no, maybe I don't mean blue, but whatever. It would be probably white. For no reason at all, you're gammoning and sacrificing. That's why your king and queen are dead. That's actually a line from The Mentalist, where he's like, for no reason at all, you're rude and contemptuous. That's why your wife and kid are dead, talking to Jane, because he was insulting him on the news and stuff. Introducing a new format, the PS Plus Gauntlet, playing every game I own through PS Plus, and they're all permadeath. And so I did like Frostpunk, or not Frostpunk, Frozen Synapse, and stuff like that. Introducing a new format, PS Plus Gauntlet. If I take one more step, it'll be as far from my base as I've ever been. Obviously, Lord of the Rings inspired. The trees may be evergreen, but this playthrough will rot. Event card addict resists the temptation of meme cards and finally buys a pack, like the nut lifting the weights or whatever. The phallic imagery of that was a good meme-worthy thing. The format where every game is permanent begins with my PS Vita, first PS Vita stream ever, which I tried doing on the webcam. Battle of the Century, Whizbang versus Whizbang. Whatever happens, we're going out with a bang. And then judge me by the decks I use, not the results they reap. Like if you're using a suboptimal gimmick deck, obviously that matters. And then a means argument. Poor bot, smart but dumb, it never occurred. This is also from the Mentalist. But again, they're just whatever. I could just take credit. Nobody's going to make that connection. Poor bot, smart but dumb. It never occurred to them that I am the human calculator. And again, I'm obviously making my own. How many tries does it take to get this gauntlet right? Three times. Right? Like, that's within fair use to just make like a parody or a joke about something. Because it's not like your title is that important anyway. Like, that's not the reason why people are, well, sometimes it can be a draw, but how many, you're not directly quoting anything. How many tries does it take to get this gauntlet right? Three times. PS Plus Gauntlet, Luftrausers, Frozen Synapse Prime. Why did I skip that? As you well know, there is no engine. When I blunder, I won't be punished. Like, you know, you're just an ordinary person. So yes, I might have made an objective mistake, but it doesn't mean that you can punish it. When you try to become better at chess, you realize your true opponent is yourself. Road to 2000. This isn't a survival game, it's horror, because if I die, it's all over. My lawn is, even though, you know, you've died a number of times, but at that point, it would be. My lawn is only so green because of the zombies' guts I've spilled over time. The plants are a spoiled child this game has created. Can the zombies serve discipline? Just because they always got the best cards and everything, you know. Even I sort of favored them and got Captain Combustible as my first hero when I had the choice to buy that. They'll take your lack of knowledge as a weakness. In reality, their reliance on it is theirs. This is a way to look at chess and games like that. Like, oh, because you don't know openings, you're bad. But actually, they're bad because they need to learn openings and they still struggle to beat you. Right, even after studying them. Being good at chess has far less to do with intelligence and commitment. If this is planet side 2, does that mean the planet is flat? Like, if it only has 2 sides? Taking some of these titles very literally. 2 whiz-bangs, 1 life. Who will be the last gnome standing? Yeah, that's a reference to 2 girls, 1 cup. Kind of, in a way, just the naming format of it. But your opponents have studied openings, and that gives them power over me, like Bane. And then there can only be 1 color I hate the most, unless I combine them both together. And then it's white and blue. What could be worse than playing as one of my 2 most hated colors, combining them together, using the skull dead emoji thing a little bit too much. And then sometimes the greatest thing to learn is that you don't need to learn anything at all. What better way to introduce my nostalgia gauntlet? I forgot about this one too. My nostalgia gauntlet than my play. This was on Wednesday as well. Wednesday is always like a weird, whatever, random format. But then I guess I turned it into Smite after that. Or maybe I was doing Paladins on there. I kept trying to do certain series on fixed days. What better way to introduce my nostalgia gauntlet than by playing my favorite game of all time, which of course is Donkey Kong 64, or at least it was. It was when I was younger. I always would say that. Putting the survival and Ark Survival Evolved. Let's see. Hopefully we're done by like 7. I don't even know. Putting the survival and Ark Survival Evolved. Did you know you were as good as you were willing to calculate? Which again, I'm always very lazy. Can you imagine a fate worse than undeath, being forced to face the undead in battle forever? Can you imagine? Okay. I should have left you in that flower pot or gravestone where I found you. Very equal opportunity to both plants and zombies. Every Saturday I can play any game in existence. Somehow I chose this, which is Table Ball. I don't even remember really what that was. Creator of the Pink Flamingo chess technique reviews their process. Very effective to get you to 15 to 1700 rating anywhere, even FIDE, I would say, if you're not a complete clown moron like me. I take Warcraft lore very seriously. Also, Thirst Trap Ner'zhul is the perfect segue to playing Shaman, the fact that I would buy it or indulge it. We battle for the Chapel of Atlantis, where blue meets white. Witty. My permadeath game round robin returns with Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone, and chess. Loss equals next game, and I think I did lose like the first game of each one. Chess is just like life. Everything is your fault, and there are no excuses. Elitist victim blamer moment there. My permadeath god gauntlet begins. If I lose a game, that god gets smited for good. And I never finished this one either, but I just, whatever, I did a good chunk of them. At least the ones that you start with. So we got almost into the overtime phase where then I have to use whatever I've saved up from the free ones to buy the rest, which I wouldn't have been able to do even close to all of them in the game. Unless I did a lot better. The format where even gods can die. Okay, if I lose a game, hero's gone for good. If Cabin in the Woods and Jurassic Park had a crossover, it would be this. So what game has more replay value than chess? Its variants. Or literally anything, depending on how you look at it. You could play chess within other games, like Roblox, so that makes Roblox automatically better. It's like when people say games can't be an art form, it's like they contain other art forms within them, right? You could literally put the Mona Lisa in a game or some, something equivalent. So like you contain music and you contain, you contain music and dialogue and acting and art and visuals and all this. Like same thing with movies. So how could it not be an art form when it literally contains other art forms within it? I could draw every game if I wanted to. I just don't want to. How many cacti does it take to beat a portal-assisted zombie horde? We're still doing that one. I finally unlocked my first zombie hero. Now I just have to save up for it. Like I unlocked it by, I forget, by doing Bad Moon Rising or something else. No, I don't think I got Bad Moon Rising until it was like around 4th of July, maybe, which really has nothing to do with it. It should have been maybe more around Halloween, but Arena Baby plays Magic Gathering online for the first time. Some of these communities are kind of funny with it. Like they're sort of elitist and gatekeeping, but it doesn't even make any sense. It's like, if you want to do it, like, I don't care. They treat it like a zero-sum process, but then they're probably not, I can appreciate that it's competitive, but they're probably not that good either, unless you're like actually a professional player yourself. And then if you were, you probably wouldn't feel the need to, feel superior to lowly people playing for the first time. Will I finally start playing at least one game of chess every day? It took 10 years to get the elusive keyword. Will we ever get one for Evolve? Which we still haven't. It took 10 years. I imagine Purgatory to be all white, but a little blue can ward off sensory deprivation. Whether rain or snow or shine, nothing will stop me from mating right on time. Something wrong, you came here to fight a spider, but instead you found a god. I couldn't resist because that's very appropriate there, right? Because you're literally gods in that case. If you stream it, they will come. Do T-Rexes dream of electric parasaur? Is Dave still the crazy one, or has the series made me one-up him? I cannot lose. It is impossible. Even if I wither, I will always grow back. What is that from? Oh, that's like Perfect Cell says something like that, I think. I cannot die. It is impossible. I will always regenerate, like plot device nonsense. Also, 10 minutes later, he dies and doesn't come back. Until Toriyama finally decides, rest in peace, but still, like, all this sort of overextended plot contrivance. What chess personality type am I besides lazy? We took the test there. Bringing back my permanent chess variant round robin, lost equals next variant. Oh, and this went on for a long time. Wave of Nostalgia isn't just a card, it's also what all my decks are all about. And then, am I starting to actually like blue? No, it must be an illusion. I belong to a secret society of chess players who improve without studying. The price for membership, suffering, and effort, which even I don't have. Time may be my kryptonite, but that means I'm Superman in classical. Right, because I don't have to worry about time, even though I just failed that as well. When you play a god, you don't get mated, but smited. See, even though that's a chess title, I'm so inspired by the fact that I'm playing Smite at the time. Elitism is a form of love, to believe in your potential despite your immense flaws and countless excuses. Right, you're trying to hold you to a high standard. I'm not afraid of the dark, I'm afraid of everything I see in the day. Also still Arc, I think I fail sometime soon here. Bringing back permanent sessions if I lose a game I stop playing. I thought I had already brought that back a little while ago. Or that's just meant for chess. Not like games in general. I've never been consistent at anything in chess except being consistently slow. I did not come to treat with Zombies, Fruitless, and Undead. Like we did not come to treat with Sauron. The Yeti zombie may be elusive, but money can buy anything. 750 gems to be exact. Maybe theory ruined the game, or maybe I'm just making excuses. Michael Jordan, maybe I ruined the game. Devolving is when you disenchant your entire collection to make one deck and then disenchant that too. Right, the way I always talk about shrinking my collection because if I never disenchanted anything, I'd be better off for it. Good news, everyone. This is some character like from Futurama maybe or something that I haven't seen, but I know the line. I finally found a format for this series. If I win a best of 3, I get to play Magic the Gathering online. I tried to keep switching between them, but then I ended up... Well, I guess I didn't really fail a challenge in Magic, though. Like, I would be exiled to Magic Online if I failed the Arena challenge, but I didn't actually do that. Chess will teach you a life lesson. Never let yourself be dragged down to your competition when your potential is greater. In this game, you can call me a god gamer and it'll be doubly true. Tread lightly in the land of dinosaurs, or they'll be the ones digging up your fossil someday. A sudden drop in rating has nothing to do with ability and everything to do with effort. I don't play chess because I love it. But because I hate how people play it. I don't play. I want to be the example. The change I wish to see in the world. Portal 3 will actually come out by the time I beat this level, even though Valve can't count to 3 apparently with any of their games like Half-Life 3. The good thing is when my zombies take over, you'll no longer need a watering can. Just use your tears. That's kind of a harsh one. These backgrounds are not just thumbnails from my past, but reminders of who you are really playing against. Like when I started using the arts, man, that was a while ago. For 7 months I've been doing that, and I went through almost every art on my channel. Like every time I lose, I have to change the art. Playing until I lose, and that doesn't even mean I started then. It just means that's when I acknowledged it in the title. Playing until I lose, and I mean it this time. Internal RNG in card games is bad. Also me, Evolve Go Brr, or even Renounced Darkness and stuff like that. Internal RNG just meaning in addition to the fact that you're drawing cards, and that's inherently random too. I'm the dude that plays a bad deck just when I finally win 1 in 10 games, it means 10 times more, which there is a psychological effect to that, the means argument, right? Like it's more impressive or equally impressive because, well, anybody could just use the best deck and do better. Not that they'd win every game or be the best with it, but you know what I mean? Like that has so much more impact than just your ability. I said I would cheese my way to 2000. I never said it would be easy. Can you get to 2000 purely with calculation? Maybe, but I definitely can. The greatest defense in chess is knowing you can draw any game if you really want to, which I've had that opportunity so many times and I turn it down. And I usually lose when I turn it down. An impressive looking piece, but nothing more. Would you hear my desire to take this foul knight and use it to blot out theory forever? In this gauntlet, not only do gods change with a loss, but game modes too. I was sort of rotating that. And then the 5v5, then the 3v3, and then I forget what the third one even is. It's wood, Mr. King. All my life I've loved its color, its movement, its infinite possibilities. I welcome any move that improves my position. You'll never guess what some of this is from. I'll even stop saying it. National Geographic Arc Edition, the Jurassic alligator or crocodile, which I think either I kill or it dies some other way. I forget what happened with it. I think I did kill it, but how? Like I kept throwing spears at it, but then you have to throw a certain amount in a certain amount of time, or it sort of got stuck somewhere and I kept throwing it. Because it would keep healing. If you like throw one, then you wait a minute, then it'll heal. Is that a pine clone in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? You expect me to blunder. No, Mr. King, I expect you to resign. A new way to motivate myself. If I get to 1700, I'll stop playing chess. As like a reward, not some, you know, that's the best thing to tell a chess player. Like if you do such and such, you don't have to play anymore. Low rated chess has nothing to do with innate ability or raw knowledge. It's all effort. My shaman deck has reached its final form. I guess you could say it evolved. I don't use mechanics. I abuse them. or I overcommit to them, and gimmickry is more what I mean, not abuse in a good way. Choose your well, in a winning way. Choose your next blunder carefully. It may be your last. Like 3 of these are like James Bond titles, all like Goldfinger and stuff. Some of those ones that I wasn't saying what they're from. For you, this is the most important game of your life. For me, it's Title Tuesday. Naka, probably. For you, this is the most important. Okay. It's not divine intervention. It's called teamwork. Permadeath God Gauntlet. If like somebody saves you. 35 days and nights of peace, patience, and temperance. For what feast have I waited? That's like 35 days in my art character. 1700 rating celebration stream. My reward, not having to play standard chess. So this was 1700 in rapid. So I'd gotten to that in classical, obviously, sometime before. My best performances come when I'm simply fed up with doing something. It's a Starfruit, and you've had your 5. Wow, I was on the James Bond kick here. It's a Smith and Wesson, and people overanalyze that oh, there's no such Smith and Wesson like that. So they actually got it wrong, which they probably did, but also, who's to say in that universe, right? There's a lot of stuff in that universe that they have spy gadgets and tech, so maybe that just works differently, right? It's some different model that you're not aware of. It's the Starfruit, and you've had your 5. Permadeath variant Gauntlet continues with King of the Hill. Loss equals next variant, so then we start doing them on chess.com. What goes up must come down, except with evolution. I'm going to miss blue when it's gone. White, not so much. My Permadeath variant Gauntlet moves to chess.com. Inflation not included. My return to Chaturanga is a life or death experience. 1 loss and I can't play anymore. I don't know how many I won in a row either. You would think the gods could manage their own custom cursor, but then obviously Smite doesn't have one. So I had to use like a lightning bolt one. After 2 long years of playing chess, I finally earned the right to play variants again. The catch, I only have 1 life for each. 2 long years of playing chess, I earned the right to play variants again. Who knew this playthrough would have more in common with Aquaman than Jurassic Park? I keep trying to build on the water. You see how slow paced that actually is, but these sessions are pretty short that I'm doing it. 1 more night from, well, like 1 more night. This homeowner accepts apologies only in 1 format, etched into a gravestone. If I had a dime for every game I played that starts with PAL in the last 2 years, I'd have more money than I made from streaming. Which again, even if that's just a couple of them, like Pal World, Palia, Paladins, or at least 3 of them. A variant a day keeps the boredom away. If I had a dime, what do all these variants have in common? They're permadeath. The real twist would be, I'm actually not that impressed though. There's a lot of throwaway, just basic ones in here. I thought, well, it's hard when you're doing it every single day to come up with the really noteworthy ones, but the real twist would be getting to gold with a gimmick deck. You underestimate the power of minimalism. Magic is too much for you to handle. Also, the hexproof kind of thing. When there are more variants than episodes, it's not a good sign, because that means every variant isn't lasting even 1 full episode, which it should, especially when they're short. At least being a god solves the long-standing game problem of how do you respawn every time you die, even though it arguably doesn't. Like, you wouldn't die in the first place if you were truly a god. So that is going to be Throwback Thursday, where I play a game I haven't played in years. This is going to be Town of Salem. Find someone who loves you like I love variants. Are they really still variants? And then when I got done with this, then I started playing badly again. So I celebrated getting to 17, and then I fell off, but I'm not going to blame that necessarily. Are they really still variants when they're all you play? That's no Bad Moon Rising. It's a Mirror Nut. If I was an anime character, playing chess would be my filler episode, which it definitely has become that now. Shamans never die. They either reincarnate or devolve into memory. That's kind of a good deep line. Like, either they'll reincarnate with their Ankh, or they'll, they'll devolve, but they'll still live on in your memory, basically. This is getting close to the end now. The only thing deeper than the ocean is my hatred for blue and white. My Permadeath variant Gauntlet enters overtime. Really already overtime. But how? Oh, just because I did like the ones in alphabetical order, but then there's so many more if you actually search for them. I will never retire variants, but if I lose enough, I'll be forced to retire. Before reaching episode 10, the Permanent God Gauntlet is already in overtime. But there were way more than I... Okay, zombies may be undead, but my will is immortal. And then I basically stopped this pretty soon because now we do the PvZ Heroes one. Which again, I must have like an infinite number of titles for that. The finale where I'm doing it like every day. It is a red letter day for chess. Because we were doing the red letter variant, I think is what it's called. My disciplined roleplay is going to cost me my life, which is in Town of Salem, where I'm trying to like not jump to conclusions basically. Crafting always shrinks your collection and never increases it. In a way, my format is a blessing in disguise. The way that I always complain at Hearthstone that I shrink my collection that way. Playing that sci-fi space-based MMO that starts with an E and has an iconic economy system. No, not EVE Online, the other one, Entropia Universe. And people spend like real money on some things in there, sometimes millions of dollars for like a club or something high value in there. Chess is a game of infinite variety, so why not embrace the infinite number of its variants? The only black letter here is from me to you, which spells your doom. Somebody made fun of this title and didn't really like it, but like black letter variant. The only black letter here is from me to you, which spells your doom. Shedding light on the most fun paladin decks ever. Do all roads lead to the Four Horsemen, which basically it did. And I tried to use Galvadon in there, or like some Lightforged paladin only cards. What do you call it when a blue deck gets retired? Washing out. Silent variants. Did I mention they're permanent too? What does that mean, silent variant? Oh, because like I must have not been doing commentary there, which I rarely do that. I'm looking to build up another variant winning streak. You like your chances? Because I had a very long good streak with like the black letter one or something. Balana, Aphrodite, what's the difference for all this fair in love and war? What better throwback game than the greatest game of all time? So I first do it to introduce the flex format, then I try to do it here for throwback too. What better throwback game, greatest game of all time? Season of Discovery, hardcore, no abilities. These variants may die, but my love for them never will. At what point does planting become farming? It's not every day that someone does a permanent variant gauntlet. Why? Because there are so many they'll be dead before it finishes. To some, this may be the ultimate trial. For me, it's Saturday. Ultimate Trial is like a mod for Ocarina of Time. Hearthstone. Instead of renouncing darkness today, I renounce the light with the help of the 8 horsemen. One of these days you'd get in trouble for doing one of these because Nintendo's always so obnoxious about stuff like that, but it doesn't make sense because whatever, it's just like its own thing. It doesn't take away from the core game. Renouncing darkness, I renounce the light with the help of the 8 horsemen, and obviously we do like Lightforged Galvadon at some point. Every river meets an ocean, and every ocean has a floor. All colors must end, even those I abhor. A little bit of poetry to show my hatred for either horses in chess or for white and blue in Magic. Is it possible to combine my 2 addictions, card games and chess? Chess Evolved Online was very cool, and I think I had looked at it before too, but I don't remember when. This series is karma for me always abusing free rotations, because this one never changes in Smite, so I would have no choice but to just deal with it. I don't know why it stopped changing either. Was it maybe because of the Smite 2 coming out? Did I mention Paladins in Classic WoW are the worst design class in gaming history? What do you call it when 3 plants are pitted against each other? A threesome. When the name of a game describes your level of play, what do you call it? What? When the name of a game describes your level of play. Really bad chess. Oh, I get it. I was trying to do all these like mobile ones too, like a mobile game chess gauntlet. One gimmick to rule them all. When this one works, you actually win the game. Every seafarer must one day find land back home or at the bottom of the ocean. This one's kind of a good RP dire one. anybody who travels the sea will one day find land. Either you'll come back home and be safe, or you'll end up, not making it back home and you'll end up dead. It kind of is self-explanatory, but I like the phrasing of it. One thing is true in any variant. Knights only exist to inhibit me. The longer this gauntlet goes on for, the longer I don't have to play standard chess. What better motivation is there? After my most epic comeback so far, it is time to let slip the Dogs of War. Cerberus was a good win streak, my best win streak of any of these permadeath gauntlets that I did here, at least. Like, misery, 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 that's what I've chosen. They offered me a lobotomy, and this one's pretty good though. They offered me a lobotomy, like they offered to eat my brains, and I peed in their face. Like, instead of I spat in their face, I peed in their face, but not really peed, right? Whatever, shot like a pea shooter, pee in their face. This week in YouTube comments and memes by the Unholy Trinity, that was something, whatever, just reading through stupid comments on YouTube and stuff. What else do we have here? Remember that time? How is it 6 months? Look at there's hardly any scrolling left to do. I don't get it. I'm only doing like one stream a day every time. So you have 6 months left? And yeah, we gotta find when we did Roblox last, because even though I didn't actually play Roblox chess, but my feeling would be that I gotta wait till it's 6 months and then I'm allowed to go back to it, so I wouldn't mind doing that. This really took like the whole day. I can't even believe it. Like, this is the most intense writing, quote-unquote, stream that I've done since... And you might think, oh, I'm not really writing, but you know what I mean. Like, these are all things I've written and come up with, whether they're jokes or references or in-character RP quotes or some kind of a, just nice little existential dramatic thing. Like, oh, I could have been a novelist, but instead I chose to do clever titles on Twitch. Haha, like, that's really the best use of your talents. But sometimes I do find that annoying, like the structure and the form of it shouldn't matter that much. Like, it doesn't matter, oh, you said that on Twitter, or you said that on, why does that matter? What you say is what you say, right? Don't focus on the source, don't focus on the person saying it, don't focus on the method of communication. That'd be like saying, oh, I don't like the piece of paper that you wrote this on, right? Like, oh, I don't like that paper. Why does that matter? It's like, it's the idea, it's the words. It doesn't even matter who said it. Cult of personality, ad hominem. Remember the time I flew around Cataclysm zones in retail? WoW. Why not do it in the real thing? So what does that mean? Oh, like in actual Cataclysm, but I didn't end up doing that. I tried to introduce a weird format, like first person click to move skill shot only, which didn't really work out, but because I couldn't really find a skill shot to do. The hunt for an elusive zombie hero. Elusive as in, oh, anti-spell, but no. Elusive zombie hero is my final side quest of the series, so I get the Yeti. I had a criteria for that too. Like, I have to have a legendary of each of their class types in order to unlock them. Permadeath player attempts their first ever permadeath run of Super Mario 64, but there's lava everywhere. I couldn't even get past like the first screen, so it's some kind of speed runner cheese nonsense, right? I thought it would just be like a nice little addition, but if you love chess, you must embrace all its variants, not just a narrow standard version, dogmatic narrow view of the Jedi, as Palpatine would say. If you love chess, you must embrace all its variants. Unlike in chess, this is a 4-nights game I actually look forward to. Obviously, Hearthstone, the Four Horsemen. So yeah, this is the last one I did in Hearthstone. Then I did the Mage, and then we just finished that off, and whatever. Today I burn away blue and white with Black Flame. And I'm trying to do, red and black, obviously. These are my pieces. I can move them. My pride flows through them. And I, One Quiet Gamer, am playing variants with death. The fact that, obviously, that's a quote from The Seventh Seal, the original best chess movie. Even though it wasn't really about chess. It's where the knight is playing chess with death. Nodzilla, aka Cerberus, because that's what I say. It looks like he's just nodding his head when you attack. It's not the greatest visual feedback. Is the god of comebacks. There were some really, really insane ones in there. We're down 20-1 on the score, and then somehow we kill 20 minions before they kill one or something, which makes it seem like they're bots. But even if they are, that would be still an incredible accomplishment. Permadeath player finally attempts their most wild format ever. First person click to move skill shot only character permadeath. Right, and I just couldn't even do anything with that, but I heard you like permadeath format, so I'm playing mobile chess games until I lose, while I play variants until I lose. You can't spell Bad Moon Rising without BM. Chess amateur plays the Queen's Gambit game and it's permadeath, and I was playing against people online until I lost, and apparently people were actually playing on there. You have to be subscribed to Netflix to even play it though. What happens to a hero that's struck by Galvadon? The same thing that happens to everything else, like the X-Men line. What happened? That's so stupid. One of the worst lines in movie history. I've succumbed to both Shadow and Flame, a dragon of Sarkhan, like the, describing Gandalf, a Balrog of Morgoth. Bro thinks he's Beth Harmon. When you're so addicted to chess, you start playing on mobile. The best mobile chess player in the world dominates the competition. One does not simply walk out of hell. Cerberus, probably. But you see how long Cerberus went on for. Introducing my permanent chess website Gauntlet. Playing on every site until I lose. Loss equals delete my account. Including even chess kids, which, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to do that. But I mean, come on. I'm so bad, it shouldn't really matter. And kids can be sometimes the best. Like, I'm not doing anything toxic. My permanent chess website Gauntlet. Loss equals delete account. Can I make this longest streak of my permanent variant Gauntlet so far? I don't know what variant that even is that I'm doing though. Hard mode may not do the series justice. Can I make this the longest streak of my permanent? Okay. A throwback to one of my favorite series, but this time I make my own case. So this is all part of the Throwback Thursday. So Ace Attorney Case Maker. It will be sad to leave this game behind, but the nectar is sweetest before the rot. I never thought I'd say it, but I'm craving standard chess again. Remember that variant Gauntlet, and that's why I was trying to play the mobile ones, I guess. Hardcore Gamer tries to make mobile games interesting, playing each one until I lose a match or die. I might have done other ones besides just chess-related ones, though, too. Hardcore Gamer okay. In only my second time playing Galvadon, I'm pitting him against the Four Horsemen. And see, like, which win condition does better. Tree Hugger gets triggered by Dragon's Poor Value, also known as me playing as red. Roblox here. So again, this was 5 months ago, so unfortunately we'll have to wait a little bit. I'll make that the rule. So it has to say 6 months here before I can do that. Or I could just go back and check the exact date of the VOD, but it won't tell me here. Tree Hugger gets triggered by Dragon's Poor Value. The human calculator uses their pink flamingo technique to bully kids in Roblox chess. Permadeath Roblox challenge continues with mild manner calculation. So until I lose a game, I was playing that. When I am playing my pink flamingo defense, I'm virtually invulnerable. I'm almost at the chess isn't fun, it's hard work phase. I must have failed though, even as I'm talking trash. You get more and more cocky and then you screw up. I'm almost at the chess isn't fun, it's hard work phase. I may not believe in gods, but Cerberus has made me believe in miracles because of all those insane comebacks still going on. Like at least an 8-game win streak, which doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but at least relative to the rest of these, it's obviously the best. This isn't just a case, it's a short story. I try to incorporate one of my in-character RP characters of the past that I've written about is Aral, where he's like the world's first trillionaire and he's terraformed Mars and he cured cancer and all this kind of stuff. And he's a bit of an elitist victim-blaming dick, but he gets away with it because of his accomplishments. Maybe kind of like what I wish I could be, but anybody would. You have the dick privilege. You can be as much of a dick as you want because you are so accomplished and nobody can stop you. This isn't just a case, it's a short story. The end game has arrived. Can a player reach 2,000 rating without studying? Find out. All the zombies come out at night, but I'm the player. All the zombies come out at night, but I'm in the mood for a fight. My permadeath mobile game Gauntlet begins with Clash Royale. Lost equals next game. All the zombies come out at night. My permanent mobile gauntlet begins with Clash Royale, so I was trying to play that again after a certain amount of time. See, I forget about these things, so even using a 6-month barrier is pretty fair. Like, it's been 6 months without me even noticing or caring. I don't always use Galvadon, but when I do, I get to play him every single game. By chance, I kept getting him. I have a love-hate relationship with flying. I love it when I'm using it, and I hate it when it's being used against me. Which means, whatever, just in Magic in general. I never liked white, and white has the most flying stuff in there. At last, I reached the level where I no longer feel like holding back, which is a bit of a fallacy. Like, you shouldn't have been doing that in the first place. Like when Hans Niemann would have said, oh, he felt the need to cheat because, oh, these opponents are too easy and I'm trying to get to a higher level to have good competition. But like, if it's so easy, then why would you need to cheat to do it? Because I only auto purchase, this series is also a roguelike, right? Because I wasn't purchasing items freely in the shop. Look at them, fans of the night. What blunders they make. Dracula quote from the original. I feel like I had another better iteration of this, but now I can't remember. Look at them, fans of the night. It's a sad day when I'm stronger than I play. Am I an unintentional smurf? Bringing back my decade-old debate format with the help of Ace Attorney, and I kind of debated myself, just multi-boxing it. Can I do the impossible and actually take my own advice? One thing I have in common with Kramnik, I get triggered by flagging. Right, not saying it's not legitimate wins, but it's just not fun. Don't soil yourself, but the zombies are about to level the lawn. Can I overcome my lazy calculation, climb back to 1700? And I obviously fell as far as 1500 before I deleted that. Warcraft Rumble. Warcraft Mega Fan plays Warcraft Rumble for the first time. I guess you could say this deck has galvanized me to play Paladin. Nothing could be more historic than me actually using a deck with Planeswalkers for once. I guess you could say, okay, those who rely on borrowed knowledge are limited by it too. A good way to sort of, you know, make chess players think twice, right? If you rely on borrowed knowledge that you've studied, then you're also limited. You'll kind of think in a more structured, less creative way at times. Not all blunders are created equal. I haven't been this anxious about an Izanami. I don't think I even wrote it correctly. This anxious about an Izanami since Darker Than Light Season 2. Who's like the alter ego of Yin, and she ends up being like kind of a villain, but it's sort of convoluted. Shameless Draw Fiend sucks the life out of the game. Oh wait, that's just playing the right way. Everyone wants a title, but nobody wants to write the book. Right, like you want to be a titled player, but you don't want to put the effort in to get there. Bringing a full debate to the courtroom. I was debating like Trump versus Harris or something like that, so I guess that aged well. I always make these good predictions and then I never get credit for them. Like, you know, even Ding Liren choking and stuff like that. Bring a full debate to the courtroom. Everybody wants to write a book. A free-to-play no crafting for... A free-to-play no crafting first playthrough wasn't enough. Now it's permanent too. I have to get to rank 50 or delete my account. Yeah, that, you know, it was free to play like a normal. I would do that, but then I also couldn't craft. It's also my first time playing the game. It's also permanent. Now I have to get to rank 50. It was also, you know, limited in some other ways. Like it's a scholar's made, and you've had your 4, similar to that, you know, James Bond one again. You've had your 4 moves, even though it kind of doesn't make entirely a lot of sense. I haven't been this excited for a cock since the conflict. Oh, I did use this. But then I use this as my YouTube title for when I... Really? For a cock since the conflict contrivance for my 2013 debate format. Hearthstone, Clash of Clans. Returning to my OG gimmick deck, Anti-Spell Mage. And that's the same one I was still finishing off just now. When I came back to it. Red has a real chance to usurp black as my second favorite color. Oh wait, here comes another underwhelming dragon. Their statting is not always the best. Can I get to 1800 without studying? When you don't have enough time to stream chess, just play it on stream instead. Wait, what? when you don't have enough time to stream chess, just play it on stream instead. Like when you're, oh, I don't know what that means. Like just play it muted and don't really worry about it. Red has a real chance to use for black is my second favorite color. Underwhelming dragon. I don't win chess games. My opponents lose them. It's time to weed out the weak, for it is time for rank 50 or my collection gets fertilized. I finally got the range gods that I asked for. Now can I actually play them properly? I ended up doing worse on them probably. I returned to an old internet classic, Battle on Games and their permadeath. Obviously Adventure Quest, the main event. Plants for Zombies Heroes, Adventure Quest. How did I get to Adventure Quest that fast? Or maybe I just did that to represent all of them. Putting the finishing touches on my garden in the final episode before the storm. Fear the one who sees through convention, for all others are slaves to it. Am I getting addicted to an early 2000s browser game? I played it a little more than expected. Life is an adventure and the only quest is to survive. First time playing. Permadeath, that is the online one. I think I used that title for an Adventure Quest video though itself that I uploaded. But I tried Adventure Quest World 2 for my Saturday format. I'm the world's first silent chess streamer because I don't have time otherwise. Imagine a version of Hearthstone with no spells, except now you don't have to. So that might have been one of the last episodes I actually did there. And then we went into the PvZ Heroes area and we did, you know, that every day for the month. And then we decided to, or at the beginning, I wasn't even expecting to have to do it every day. I thought I could just, you know, like I expected that I could do it here and there, even once a week, and I would still get to rank 50. But even by doing it every day, I still couldn't do it. Version of Hearthstone with no spells. In a deck full of dragons, my favorite minion is still an undead dinosaur. My love of dinosaurs knows no bounds. I'm not about to break a hexproof dinosaurs like the dream come true, the ultimate. I'm not about to break a sweat. It's just transpiration. Am I going to get heated in a casual mobile game? Did I mention Dinglerian as a choke artist? How do I know? Because I'm an even bigger one. I would know one when I see one. This is a purgatory playthrough of Smite because the rotation never changes. Purgatory playthrough in addition to a permadeath playthrough. Am I going to get heated in a casual mobile game? I came here for nostalgia. I don't know why it sometimes does that. Why do we have this here and then it goes back to that? Like, why would I reuse the title? I guess if it's in the same day, I might do that. I came from a nostalgia trip. I stayed for the adventure. Obviously, permadeath as well. There are only two fates for a planet to for a plant. I even read it like that. For a planet to wither or blossom. You've never seen a garden with higher stakes than this, like the garden stakes themselves. I don't always cast spells, but when I do, it's only to counter them. That was actually the last Hearthstone video I uploaded before the one last week, so that actually was the last episode of Hearthstone I did. The intense ladder climb continues and time is my greatest enemy. So now I started doing it every day. Phase 2 begins. Black and red are now unburdened by card quantity limits. And this might be like my last Magic episode. Hardcore gamer gets heated trying to conquer a casual mobile card game for kids. This is actually the extension of that one. I haven't played chess this little since coming back to streaming in 2021. Because I didn't play it right away at the beginning very much. Before this playthrough is over, either my collection will become a zombie or I will. The only real failure state for the series is if I run out of titles before this playthrough is over, but that's not even part of it. I will get to rank 50. What will it cost? My schedule, which literally it did, and I haven't recovered because even though I could have gone back to it, it kind of made me feel like just doing whatever I want now, which is kind of good in a way. I will drown my plants in victory and see if they can handle it. I am halfway there, but nobody celebrates the flower with no petals. Rank 25. Of all the games to abandon my schedule for, why did I have to be PvZ Heroes? The good thing about plants is if they aren't up to the challenge, they just keep growing until they are. Even the finest garden has its weeds. Lifelong card gamer faces their mortality in a casual mobile card game for kids. We use the skull clown question mark emoji combo there. No matter what you do, it's a reflection of you, your garden too. If my garden goes down, I go with it, and I'll bleed green to save it. I haven't been this worried about plants since the happening. I haven't been this disappointed by plants since the happening. The stem is willing, but the roots are weak. From every fallen tree comes enough seeds to make a forest. I feel like I used that one a couple times for PvZ hard mode, actually, as much as I try not to repeat them. The only flowers I need are for this playthrough's funeral. With great formats come great responsibility. No good read goes unpunished. There hasn't been... I mean, look, some of these are pretty good. Let me read them again. The only flowers I need are for this playthrough's funeral, because I expected I was going to lose. With great formats comes great responsibility. No good read, like no good deed, goes unpunished, obviously. There hasn't been this much apprehension about lawn mowing since the Casey Anthony trial. Very specific reference. This is the video game version of being buried alive. You may take my brains, but you'll never take my garden. I may be about to lose my entire collection, but can I keep my pride by reaching taco rank 40, which I almost did. I'd gotten to 39 and like 4 stars, but then it ended right as I was doing it. That's kind of hard to believe. The lawn is breached, but the house still stands on my will alone for now. Is the PvZ series my Achilles heel, as this will be the second game that ends badly. Obviously PvZ hard mode. PvZ series, Achilles heel. This isn't Plants vs. Zombies anymore. It's Plants working with zombies to save my collection from being buried. I may become a zombie from playing this game all night, but my collection will live on. I stayed up like all night, maybe the final night to do it. And it wasn't enough, but I would have had to do that like every day or something. I may become, this is, you know, I could have theoretically gotten to rank 50, but it would have been like, oh my goodness, I would have had to, in the absence of using actually something meta, I would have had to just play a lot more. Right, you got to do one or the other. You can't play a little bit and expect also to not be using a meta deck or anything like that. So it's mostly to save time. Collection will live on. A eulogy for, see, like, why isn't it an eulogy? That's one of those weird exceptions, right? A eulogy for my PvZ Heroes account discussing my new schedule, which is kind of what we see now, that there is no real schedule. I'm burnt out of playing single input turn-based card game. What will I play next? Chess, single input board game. And then Bro is an anime protagonist and chess is a filler arc. What better game to play before you go to bed than one that ends in over 50% of draws to put you to sleep? Road back to 1700. Am I finally on my way to 2000? And then I guess obviously I wasn't. Have I finally gotten the RPG version of chess I wanted? Now we just need to make an open world game too, which I did try some open world chess too. What was I doing though? RPG. Chess is a simple game, but humans are primitive creatures. How far can you go with no knowledge of openings? Nothing is scarier than trying chess without studying. We were just playing chess a lot here as a filler. Quiet gamer returns to their roots in a game that punishes you for talking, which isn't really even why I died. So I was doing like the whole voice activated horror game stuff for some reason, right around Halloween. I have a new obsession, horror games that listen to your microphone. I'm so good at chess, the site had to crash the last time to slow me down. The one time like my power went out too. Bringing back permanent sessions. If I lose one game, I stop playing, but not if it's a draw. The most oddly specific genre continues with a game about the dangers of eating too much candy. Again, all the mic-related horror games. Microphone horror game madness, permadeath. Escape from the Aoyaki. I kept probably saying it wrong. Don't knock twice. My permadeath horror game gauntlet officially begins with microphone-enabled games, which it said don't knock twice was one, but I didn't see what the interaction was. Reacting to the election results while debating topics. Suggestions welcome. Then don't knock twice, more like don't die once. The problem with permadeath runs of horror games, either there is no failure state or you die every 5 minutes, or there'll be like one failure state later towards the end. The game just turned into a Metroidvania, like when you get the little hammer or axe or something. And then chess is a boring game, more interesting. The more interesting a move it is, the worse it is. Today I'm gonna go take chess seriously. Also, me, Pink Flamingo, go flap. Chess is a boring game. Why am I playing chess every day now? Because I can't decide what else to play. To be good at chess, you have to enjoy it. Also, you have to study and get over 50% of draws. So imagine enjoying that. My biggest pet peeve in chess is when low-rated players sacrifice pieces by turn 5 for literally no reason, even though arguably that should be a good thing for you and you should be able to take advantage of it, but you never know if they really know what they're doing. No one asks, are you winning, son, in chess, because they already know it's a draw. I'm basically Dingler and a perpetual underdog and a serial choke artist. Always play chess when you're tired because it definitely won't put you to sleep. Which you might take that as a compliment, like, oh, I'm praising him, but actually I'm being sarcastic. Bringing my permanent first playthrough to a brand new game, Slitterhead. So this is the format I tried to start. So November I did Slitterhead. I didn't actually do it, but I just did like 2 episodes. Then December I did the Indiana Jones game. I did 1 episode. And then January, I guess I did Path of Exile too, even though that came out in December. I guess I'll count that because it's already almost February. Death Eagles playthrough over. Not even that I start over, it's just legitimately over. Chess is literally just my just chatting category. The only short thing in chess that I'm always my own worst enemy. Death Note Killer Within, trying out the new Death Note inspired Among Us clone, using my voice, but I didn't even want to. We have Death Note at home, Death Note at home. I kind of hate that. I don't mind competitive multiplayer stuff, but I don't want to have to deal with other people. Like, I'll take a 1v1 any day, which is why I sometimes like stuff like chess too. Death Note at home, trying, okay. We have Death Note at home, Death Note at home. That's the stupid meme. The long road back to 1700 is typical underperformance for me. Underperform Maze. I knew that didn't look right. The real loser is the one who tries to have fun playing an unrewarding board game that always ends in draws. The World Chess Championship more like the battle for the bronze, even though that kind of doesn't make sense. It should be battle for the silver, because if Magnus is the world champion, then unless you consider Carjacking would have been in there too. You know, I'm something of a choke artist myself. Gukesh to ding chilling after game 1. Dream job, I want to study for 20 years in order to reach no outcome more than 50% of the time and make minimum wage. I am thankful I returned to chess so I could become a title player eventually. How much chess is too much? As with 1500, ask the 1500s with over 10,000 games played. Continuing Thanksgiving tradition, my Red Dead Bounty Hunter series, this time on the Switch for the first time, and I didn't realize it was on PC, otherwise I would have done that. Would have been a good opportunity for them to bring back online, but they apparently didn't, I guess, for the original game. What is wishful thinking calculation? Believing any of your attacking ideas will ever work as a sub 2000 player, right? And I generally try not to attack. Why is it so difficult? Because few can tolerate the boredom of studying and draws. My Red Dead Bounty Hunter series continues with the highest stakes ever. If I die, it goes back to 0 every time. I was even going to say I have to restart the game, but it would just mean I have to do the tutorial every time, so that's not necessary. My final day playing chess for a while before I returned to my roots as a permanent player. Why not end with a tournament? But that ended up not being true. I came back to it anyway. The chess rode back to 1700 finale featuring tournament play, but I didn't actually get back, and then I went on a bad streak. Slitterhead, but I barely know her. Tournament Addict makes an unexpected return to chess and analyzes famous chess games from fiction like the Code Geass one, Schneizel and Lelouch, and the Harry Potter one was actually not as bad as it looked, but it was just very unclear the way they show it. The Great Ding Chilling Roast of 2024 is Ding Liren the Rocky Balboa of chess, is because he's making epic comebacks. What better reason to go treasure hunting than the fact that you only live once? Obviously, Indiana Jones. Bro is as cooked as Ding Chilling before the World Championship. I like how those are different elevations too. Playing chess tournaments with a controller, I did try doing that. Gukesh right now, I'm become Vichy Destroyer of Boards, obviously obligatory one that I said before. The real treasure is the experience we have along the way. Wait, did I do a second episode? I thought... Wait, I thought I only did 1 episode of that. I don't remember. Maybe I did two. So I did 2 episodes of both that and Slitterhead. So I paid $60, $120 to get a total of 4 streams of only like 4 hours, maybe total out of it. Remember that short story I wrote where we had to play chess against aliens to save the world? This is when the whole drone thing was happening, which everybody's forgotten about and not talking about now. Will I win my first tournament today? A tournament a day keeps the blunders away. Hardcore and casual chess at the same time. No theory, all effort. 2024 chess recap, my first permanent tournament. Did you know you can draw 100% of games, chess games, if you really want to? Who needs over-the-board chess tournaments when you have an inflated website? The man who conquers the sim at Acme teaches art of avoiding mates. Chess on hard mode, no setting allowed, and inviting snipers. How can all these low-rated players be so bad? Person who studied a board game for years. Did you know I used to be called the human calculator? Find out why. When a 1500 pre-moves in the opening, bro thinks he's Fabby. Oh, that looks really silly in this kind of context. That one looks a lot worse than the normal one. When you like look it up in a web browser and stuff. I will arrive to a tournament late and still win, just like Magnum Carlos. I have more clever titles for chess than there are possible moves, and apparently a Subway menu has more options too. Like the Vichy commercial. I got a chessboard myself. Chessboard that moves by itself for Christmas. Square off. Unboxing first look. I got myself a chessboard. Skyrim Fanatic does their first ever legendary permadeath run. And I barely even started it, and then just went to get the Orca book again, the little Groshub, however you say his name. The hardest part of chess isn't making progress, but keeping it. Playing a chess tournament using a tournament-sized board and tournament rules. And that didn't work too well because it's too slow for a 10-minute game. Psychology expert uses their permanent obsession to inspire better play. If I lose a game, I end the stream. Unexpected return to classical using a real board online. Do I have the guts to play a rated classical game? If I lose one game, my account gets deleted, but I actually did well at first and then I lost now. After a little while. The time you have is only as good as you use it. How you use it. Path of Exile Hater plays Path of Exile 2 for the first time, so I changed that from Diablo Hater when I plays Path of Exile 1 for the first time to now I'm considered a Path of Exile Hater. Why is it called Path of Exile? Because if I die, my character and their class get exiled forever. And the first one was just like me reading through comments and stuff of the community for the first game. A new year, a new chess variant. Lord's Chess, my own creation. Are you ready to witness a live action chess anime? If I fall below 1600, it's game over. Which I, of course, did do. Bro really created the world's first ever chess roleplay series. Where I'm like trying to eat food in the background and just get immersed because you can show off stuff on the webcam. Ever danced with a passed pawn in a nightmare endgame? I may become a title player someday, but I'll never forget how the horse tried to sabotage me along the way. My surprise return to Hearthstone is definitely not just to see if there's a Ner'zhul arm or skin. The one that I always ask for. Where he's like in the frozen throne. All good gimmicks must come to an end. Anti-spell mage finale, but I kept saying that and then I kept doing it more. Classical is the way chess is meant to be. Also, GMs, as soon as they start streaming, flagging go burr. Like, you know, you glorify the shorter formats just because you're conveniently showing them off. All good gimmicks must come to an end. Gimmick Gauntlet finale. All good gimmicks must come to an end. Okay, how many times am I doing that? All my calculations have led to this. Soon I will succeed where Magnus could not and become the world's first 2900. I have entered my over-the-board classical tournament arc without even needing to leave my room. Hearthstone Lifer does their first arena in over a year. My first arena, The Great Dark Beyond, continues or concludes with a mild-mannered vengeance. This is like from a couple of days ago too, but it doesn't matter. Like, that's good enough. It's more important to have fun using a gimmick deck than to simply win, even in arena. Let's combine our other IPs into one game. That always works well. Blizzard, Heroes of the Storm, right when they're trying to add StarCraft to Hearthstone, but you know, you saw how that went with Heroes of the Storm, combining IPs, so I don't really like that idea. You must be the win you wish to see in a drawish game, and this is actually the one where I lost my account. Okay, see you tomorrow.